Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you got a lot of rest. We had 2 weeks on the market of green now. That's the best rally since March, and we had all this back and forth. Last week was insane with the data. But this week is calm, and honestly, over the weekend, besides Drake and Kendrick, there was not that much news. So you got a couple of things with oil, you got a couple of things with geopolitics, you got Xi Jinping traveling the world, first time seeing the EU in 5 years, but besides the Fed speakers, the slews, and a couple other things, we shouldn't have too much, but we are once again starting off good. Yeah, there's a couple of headlines. Coin or Hood got the Wells notice. Then MPW, we're going to talk about Mr. Stewart filing voluntary BK, but we got to talk about that and get the AI in there. So a lot of individual stuff, but for the most part, this broader craziness from the last couple weeks, we haven't gone too crazy just yet, or at least this week is continuing some of that calm. So Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you had a good rested weekend for this, baby. But Chattadonia, good morning. What up, Jeff? How you living, baby? Najee, Ray, Tim, Gonzalo, Walter White, baby. Good morning. Gary Avari, Full Cycle, Rami, Winnie Loser, Laker, Jay. Oh, baby, good morning. What's up? Uncle Terry, Kevin Bliss, Samuel C, Mark J, Agent of Chaos, Susan. Good morning. Good morning, Professional. Your boy. What's up, baby? Carissa Hines. Good morning, Josh. J. Samuel, Jiver, Wood, y'all. What up, baby? Hypnomatic, I'm more business. Good morning, baby. Trapper Wolf, Big Josh Jacobs, Q Axel, Ben Stone, Satisfactory. Good morning, Gabor, Fast Mama, Full Cycle, baby. Triton Warfare. Good morning. Happy Monday. 10% Alex, baby. FM Live, B Dizzle, Red, Shine Most, baby. Oh, my goodness. CYB, C Money, Matthew Warman, Aliska, Jonathan, Dave, Owen, Jay Bird, Full Cycle, Cold Pizza, Turbo. What about that Twitch? What about Citrix, Mother Liquor, Adonis, Sidonian, Sizzler, S. Jones, Jax, Blowing Dough, Blizzy B, Most Dope Andy, Feed Me Seymour, Robo Hand Tech, S. Jones, Jax, Nicky on Smash, Uncle Nick, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Oh, wow. So, happy Monday. You guys know it's the beginning of the week. We like Mondays. We really like Monday is a good time to start, you know? So, Chad, I hope you're locked in. There's a decent amount of headlines, a decent amount of plays, and it's still a bunch of earnings. I think that's the first time I said the word earnings this morning, so I'm sorry. Forgive me. But, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for that. Like the video, and now here is your boy, Josh AI. Stocks rally as confidence in Fed wagers grows. Stocks advance with the S&P 500 poised to extend last week's rally as traders grew increasingly confident in the likelihood that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates this year. S&P 500 futures added 0.3%, tracking gains in European and Asian markets. Trading volumes were lower than average as UK and Japanese markets shut for a holiday. Apple Inc. slid in pre-market trading after Berkshire Hathaway Inc. trimmed its stake. German 10-year yields fell and the yen weakened. Oil advanced after Saudi Arabia raised prices for customers in Asia. With a light U.S. economic calendar this week, the market's direction may come from central bank officials as well as policy meetings in the UK, Australia, and Sweden. European Central Bank chief economist Philip Lane said recent data have made him more certain that inflation is returning to the 2% goal, according to an interview with Spanish newspaper El Confidencial, raising the likelihood a first interest rate cut in June. And New York Fed President John Williams and the Richmond Fed's Thomas Barkin are due to make remarks on Monday, followed by Neil Kashkari of Minneapolis on Tuesday. This week is expected to be calmer on the economic front. Few economic data releases and limited central bankers' intervention, wrote credit agricole strategist led by Jean-Francois Perrin. At Morgan Stanley, strategists are already starting to hone in on the importance of next week's U.S. inflation print for April. The price reaction on the back of this release may be more important than the data itself, given how influential price action has been on investor sentiment amid an uncertain macro setup. Michael Wilson wrote in a note, in Asia, Chinese shares led gains as mainland markets played catch-up following a holiday break. The CSI 300 index jumped, while stocks in Hong Kong took a breather following a 9-day winning streak. Among individual stocks in Europe, PostNL NV shares declined after it reported weak volumes. Demont AS also fell as it reported a miss in sales driven by soft retail. ATO's SE jumped after it received 4 offers that will frame the discussions with its stakeholders around its restructuring. Some key events this week: Eurozone S&P Global Services, PMI PPI Monday, Australia rate decision Tuesday, Eurozone retail sales Tuesday, UBS earnings, Walt Disney, BP earnings Tuesday, Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari speaks Tuesday, Brazil rate decision Wednesday, Sweden rate decision Wednesday, Toyota earnings Wednesday, China trade Thursday, Malaysia rate decision Thursday, Mexico CPI rate decision Thursday, UK BOE rate decision Thursday, Canada unemployment Friday, UK industrial production GDP Friday, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee speaks Friday, futures edge up, US stock futures are edging higher, taking their lead from gains in Europe and Asia amid thinner trading volumes with the UK and Japan closed for holidays. The yen wiped out its Friday gains. The focus remains on the path of US interest rates following a ramp up in bets for earlier and more cuts to come in 2024. State Street's Ye Shin Hung told Bloomberg TV that the Fed could start cutting in July, earlier than markets suggest. Treasury rally. Tentative signs that the U.S. labor market is cooling were welcomed by bond traders, though that's only the first part of what's needed to fire up the rally they have been hoping for this year. As investors cautiously increase bets on policy easing this year, inflation remains sticky and could limit what the Fed can do, which in turn could keep bonds in their recent ranges. Inflation and stocks this week will be much quieter for economic releases in the U.S., but the inflation print in the following week will be essential for stocks and bonds. Morgan Stanley strategist said that the price action that follows the consumer inflation data specifically may be even more important than the actual numbers, given the influence that market moves have on investor sentiment. The team at Goldman Sachs, meanwhile, thinks investors are failing to sufficiently price in U.S. election risk. Buffett on Apple. Warren Buffett heaped praise on Apple at Berkshire Hathaway's annual meeting over the weekend after having revealed he cut his stake in the iPhone maker. Buffett told the meeting in Omaha that Apple is even better than American Express and Coca-Cola, two other wonderful businesses that Berkshire owns stakes in. Selling off some of the Apple stake bolstered Berkshire's cash pile, and Buffett said he's been unable to locate acquisitions that would move the needle for the company. Fed communication. A trio of Fed officials spoke over the weekend, including Austin Goolsbee and John Williams on the same panel, though neither discussed the interest rate outlook. Goolsbee, however, suggested that policymakers should consider ways to improve how they communicate their views on economic conditions and how that feeds into their rate projections. Though it's a quiet week for data releases, there are plenty of Fed speakers on the slate, including Williams and Thomas Barkin on Monday. Top overnight news: China's May Day holiday saw aggregate spending rise 13.5% above pre-pandemic levels, although spending per capita lagged behind 2019 levels. RTRS, China's effective exchange rate, is back to where it was in 2014 in real terms, given CNY weakness and the absence of domestic inflation, and this is turbocharging the country's exports, creating trade friction with the U.S., EU, and other economies. WSJ, The case for a ECB interest rate cut in June is getting stronger as services inflation is finally starting to ease, ECB chief economist Philip Lane told Spanish newspaper El Confidencial on Monday. The ECB has all but promised a rate cut on June 6th, provided incoming data strengthen policymakers' belief that inflation will head back to its 2% target by the middle of next year. RTRS, a U.S. crackdown on banks financing trade in goods for Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, has made it much more difficult to move money in and out of Russia, according to senior Western officials and Russian financiers. Moscow's trade volumes with key partners such as Turkey and China have slumped in the first quarter of this year after the U.S. targeted international banks, helping Russia acquire critical products to aid its war effort. The Israeli military has told tens of thousands of Palestinians to leave the southern Gazan city of Rafah as Israel's defense minister warned of an imminent military operation as talks to free Israeli hostages appeared to have stalled. At least 100,000 civilians in eastern Rafah along the border with Israel should move to what Israel calls a humanitarian zone on the Mediterranean. An Israel Defense Force spokesperson told reporters in a limited scope operation as part of a gradual plan. FTT Saudi Arabia and its allies in OPEC Plus are likely to keep oil production unchanged for a further 3 months when ministers review output allocations on June 1st. The tightening of petroleum supplies and depletion of inventories widely anticipated at the start of the year has failed to materialize so far. RTRS Maersk warned that ongoing Red Sea shipping disruptions will reduce industry capacity between the Far East and Europe by 15 to 20% in Q2. RTRS, the final chief executive of Credit Suisse, Ulrich Körner, is set to leave UBS in the coming weeks as the Swiss bank prepares to complete a crucial step in the integration of its former rival. FT Warren Buffett said Apple is even better than Amex and Coca-Cola. The stock will remain Berkshire's top holding despite selling a large chunk. The sale bolstered his firm's cash pile to a record $189 billion. BBG. At least we ended with a BBG. That's good. That's a good one to end on. It's a good one to end on. Still got a little bit more. S&P futures are up by 0.4 in Monday morning trading near the best levels. Comes after U.S. equities rallied on Friday and finished for the week higher with S&P and NASDAQ both up for their second straight week in a row after 3 straight weekly declines. Treasuries weaker across the curve after rallying last week. Dollar seeing good gains versus the yen while weaker versus the euros sterling. Gold is up by 0.7. Bitcoin futures up by 3.4. WTI is 0.8 after losing 7% last week. And the peach is up 100% right here, right now. Oh, where's the horn? I can't even find it. Oh, I need a horn. Oh, my gosh. Hold on. I need a new one, too. Oh, my goodness. No. Oh, my, this is insane. Are you kidding me, bro? These pre-market. Nah, bro. They don't know about that. Hold on. No. We got. Oh, that's a good one, too. Oh. That's a fresh one. That's a brand new out the box for the peach, man. That's Peach Nation right there. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. What's up, Michael? How you doing, baby? Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. That peach, you guys know, I said exactly, this is why I can't be a reporter. Because if I ever, was on TV doing the news, and then Bradley Frizzle came in with the peach, I say, screw that teleprompter. It's the Peach Nation. Okay. Anyways. No big directional drivers in play this morning, and a much quieter macro and micro week on tap. Market recently supported by rate reprieve and dovish Fed takeaways and softer economic data. Bullish talking points revolve around higher bar of Fed tightening, expectations for some renewed disinflation traction, still firm labor markets, stable consensus for nearly 11% S&P earnings growth in 24, buybacks, AI, secular growth tailwind, less stretch positioning, and bearish talking points revolve around higher for longer Fed. Sticky service sector inflation, dampened corporate pricing power, cracks in the consumer resilience theme, prolonged geopolitical tensions. Fed speak set to ramp back up today with Barkin and Williams this afternoon, and then the Fed senior loan officer opinion. Pretty quiet on the macro headline perspective over the last few days. Financial press discussed low percentage of companies guiding above consensus, consumers pushing back against high food cost and supply headwinds facing the bond market this week. Overseas, ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas at an impasse. Saudi Arabia increasing its monthly selling oil price to Asia. China Caixin PMI slipped to 52.5 in April from 52.7 in March, but was in line with consensus. VST to join S&P 500. BNTX U.S. revenue down on lower COVID vaccine demand. TSN raised full-year EBITDA guide. Hood down on news of weld notice from SEC. Para reportedly has formally opened negotiations with bidding group led by Sony Pictures and Apollo. FRPT had a big EBITDA beat and raised guidance. Whirlpool planning additional job cuts under restructuring plan. PRFT to be taken private for approximately $3 billion. Laser cutting 20% of its workforce. THS missed and guided EBITDA below. Bowl missed with weather as a drag, and then Save guided below for Q2, highlighting challenging competitive environment. Wow. And I think that might be it. Again, there's not too many individual headlines. That Buffett thing took over everything you've already heard. Yeah, that is about it. Wow. So good timing, Chatadonia. But there is still a little bit more plays. I got a couple names even moving here. Pre-market Mulan. But Palantir, they're up by 3.6. VST up 3.3 to join S&P 500. Micron up 3.1. Baird upgrades to outperform. ARM is up by 2.5. EQNR up 2.3. Aker BP granted drilling permit for the wells 732.6 in PL 117. Don't know what that means. APP up 2.2. Tyson up 2.2 off earnings. AMD up 2.0. PRFT up 53% to be acquired for $76 a share. FRPT up 11 on earnings. GRFS up 5.2 on track to close its strategic alliance with Hire in H1 24. HIMS up 4.4. Pairs 8% decline on Friday after CEO clarifies comments regarding campus protesters. IOVA up 3.3. Para up 3.3. Formally opens negotiations with bidding group led by Sony Pictures in Apollo. Open up 3.2. Upstart up 3.2. MLCO up 3.2. Morgan Stanley upgrades to overweight. AUR up 3. ASPN up 3. UAA up 3. ST up 2.8. Evercore upgrades to outperform. Sweetgreens up 2.5. Mankind up 2.5. FDA fast tracks designation for clofazimine inhalation suspension. XBP up 72, Nuvo up 17.6, BCRX up 11.6 off earnings, INCR 8.6, CTMX up 8.1, Jefferies upgrades to buy, CLLS up 5.7, AstraZeneca completes equity investment, IMMP up 5.7, MISO up 5.5, ABO up 5.2, MNMD up 5.2, phase 2 study, MM120 GAD meets primary secondary endpoints. Crypto stocks trading higher, select Chinese ADRs higher, and gold and silver. BNTX trading down lower, 4.9 off earnings. EYPT down 28. Top line data from phase 2 Pavia trial of Duravavu is fun to say. MPW down 14.2. That's not, they didn't file for Chapter 11, but Stewart did. That's a crazy ad. That could have been read wrong. Bowl down 10.4. Earnings, GME down 6.6. Stock price was up 29 on Friday. Goggle up down 4.6. DND markets downgrade to sell. VSCO down 4. Morgan Stanley downgrades to underweight. Donald J. Trump, or DJT, down 2. Dismisses BF Borgers as accounting firm. SKWD down 1.7. 4.4 million share offering. GOYC down 77. Phase 3 pivotal study of uproleselan in 388 patients, mixed results. MMAT down 29, 80% workforce reduction. LPTV down 16.9 earnings. MNDR down 8.6 off IPO, and then Save down 3. Wow. So, Chatadonia, not bad. We still got a little bit of time. It's actually perfect timing. My man. So Chatadonia, again, not as much news here to start out. There is a couple of earnings, like I said. I think some of the Apple stuff and that Buffett things, and then getting ready here for whatever other earnings and data we have. But it is going to be a much quieter week. So I am very curious to see how we start off. But I'm going to get you some plays here in a little bit. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I will see you here in a little bit, baby. BRB. Yeah, man, pray for Carissa. We got you, baby. Let's go. Good luck. Hey, man.
to ruins. And try to set up a life there, and then who knows for how long. And so if you are a Palestinian refugee stuck in Rafah, you're listening to these warnings with a growing sense of dread, but with not many options. It's easy enough for the Israelis to say, we want you to go to this place. There's no there. That's the problem.
Look, throughout and more recently, we've questioned the leverage that Biden and the White House have in this situation. Who has the bigger pressure point to yield here? Netanyahu does not look nor sound like a leader that is ready to yield in any way. And yet at the other side, we have Hamas, and as you say, a divergence between the Hamas, which is in the Gaza Strip, and the Hamas, which is in Qatar.
Well, the political leadership, which is in Doha, in Qatar, and has been in communication through intermediaries with the United States, with Israel, that political leadership for several weeks now had seemed, at least on the margins, more and more interested in a ceasefire deal. But the military command, as you rightly say, the people who are in Gaza, who are run by a man called Yahya Sinwar, they don't seem interested in a ceasefire at all. Just this past weekend, they fired off a bunch of rockets in the direction of Israel. They killed 3 Israeli soldiers. This is a message from the Hamas military leadership, not just to Israel, but also to their political leadership in Doha, saying, you can talk all you want about a ceasefire, we're not done fighting in Gaza. It's a really important moment for Sinwar to be sending this message, because it's basically him saying, I don't care about those ceasefire negotiations. I have my own agenda to pursue here, and I will take my opportunities against Israel whenever they present themselves.
The other dynamic is, of course, the U.S.-Saudi...
The other dynamic. My goodness. So, again, you still get the war headlines, but what was it, like a month ago? Maybe like a month and a half ago, we were really... that one live stream, but it's been the same situation since. But, Chattadonia, you're here right now, baby. It's Monday morning. You got the weekend to relax. We are back. I'm getting some Chinese G comments, but tell me, man. Couple minutes to the bell. You heard the TV. What do you got for me, baby? Post your first play of the day in the chat. Let's go. Monday. Spy puts. Hood puts, random play, AQQ, live watch list, UOG, MPW earnings call, AMD, Dollar General, GME, Tesla, Selimara calls on Kendrick, TLT calls, Palantir, GLD, chill on it, SoFi long, Uber long, Pfizer calls, KDOT calls, Palantir, average down on MPW, IAU long, PRFT, Disney, Tesla, Habibi, selling Disney calls, Palantir, DKNG, swing, Ater earnings, IBM, spy puts, Intel calls, MPW, most likely spy puts, sell out of stocks, L43, MNMD calls, Palantir, Kendrick, Chad, Duolingo, watching LT go up. Boeing calls, Palantir, Family Matters calls, Denver Nuggets, ENVX, NVIDIA, ServiceNow, K-Pop, Palantir, Dino, IBM, Carvana, Starbucks shares enjoying the live Palantir, and the final plays. Spy calls, Airbnb calls, watching TTD, and long BAK. Wow. Perfect. That's good. That's good. It's a good mix. It's a good mix. All right, last week it was a call. So it's good. I like it. It's a great mix. I got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching ARM, Disney, Airbnb. Hopefully you know why. They all have earnings this week. Coin and Hood, we're moving around a little bit. So keep an eye on there. We'll see. Otherwise, going to keep an eye on gold and oil. And then HIMS, that I thought they were going to have earnings this morning. I guess it was on last week. And then they had those comments. And then Baidu as well. We'll just see if China could continue. I think Hong Kong went down and China went up. Mark Dez. God bless you, bro. Good morning. So we still got a little bit of time. That being said, don't let me forget, we need the random play, baby. You still got a little bit of time to put it in there until I get this thing up here. Okay, hold on. YouTube, random comment picker. Yeah, is HIM's earnings after hours? Okay, yeah, I was like, I don't know if that was supposed to be Friday or Monday, but then CEO, he was saying a bunch of stuff on Twitter after the whole, like, Israel stuff, and then he was saying he was going to hire people. He pretty much walked it back, but I know a lot of people were talking about the earnings. All right, let's go, baby. Random play. Lord bless it. Thank you if you participated. Let's see what we got. How do I start it? Let's go, man. Let's go. Blessings, baby. Let's go. What do we have? Oh, Celsius. $5, $10, $60 put. Oh, wow. He said, he want 4 days. He wants an earnings play. I'm down with it. Let's go, man. Let's go, Snameta. Let's go, baby. Wow. $60 Celsius put. So that is going to be our random play. A weekly. Oh, look, you here right now, baby. You here right now, Snake. Let's go. Let's go. I like it. I was like, all right, man, only 4 days of time. But I'm like, I think that covers earnings. You have no idea if it's under 100. Oh, come on, man. Why you got to do me like that? Why you got to do me? Let's see, though. We'll find out. But Chattadonia, we got the random play. We got the news. You got the headlines. You got everything now. So you know what time it is? Let's go, baby. Here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service and dedication. And as a message to everybody, man, don't ever forget the sacrifice made by others in this country. And we have foregone the appreciation for a long time. So I hope all of you carry this on. And if you ever get the opportunity, show that love and appreciation. So veterans, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no. Oh, Chattadonia. Good morning. Wow. That's it, man. That's it. The Jets have been sent. That's it, baby. Oh, my goodness. You need that energy? You got it, bro. We up. We up right now. We in the morning. We woke up. Hi. You know what I'm saying? It's Monday, too, though. Like, we love Monday here. Y'all made me wait. I had 2 days of just sitting there. Remember, I had court on Friday, too, and I was like, ugh. It's funny. A lot of comments on the watch list. They were like, I can't believe it's already Monday. It did fly by, but let's get it, baby. Let's get it, baby. Amen. 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 But Chad, you got about, we have 141. We have a lot of time. So if there's any questions, you could ask them now, unless you want me to put it on the watch list or something. Other than that, it's not too crazy. Like we're saying, the calendar here is going to be a little bit lighter. You will start off with Fed speakers. If anything is going to surprise people, I'm sure John Williams and the other dude, they might be able to come out there and get people moving. Other than that, though, it should be pretty straightforward. The random play was a Celsius put for the week. Is it May 10th? I think, right? Yeah, May 10th, $60 put. It does look cheap, or it's not $100, so we'll find out. We will find out. EYPT had bad data on phase 2, and then FRPT, they're up 70%. They got a buyout offer. So somebody was asking about that. I think those are the top headlines. Apple traded a little lower off of the Buffett comments, them selling out. And I think that's about it. There's a couple of other earnings too. So remember, the School of Fish is this week. So besides anything else, you are going to have again, I think it's at least 75, 100 of those earnings. So we will see what happens, my brother. But Chad, 30 seconds left. Let's get to it. I hope you have a wonderful and blessed morning. And like the video, and good morning. Good morning. Russia may target British military facilities on Ukraine territory in response to Ukraine strikes with British weapons. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that's a damn. All right, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Round 1. Fight. All right. Tesla trying to go. Oh, I forgot about Amgen too. So Hood already came back up. They were down a shit ton earlier. Trans ain't loading. Amgen, they're barely holding. MGM, MO on the high. That's interesting. We'll see if value goes. But Russell's actually leading right here. SPY's doing better than NASDAQ, and so is the Dow. So not bad. Yeah, Micron got an upgrade there. ARM was already up, and remember, you do have, what's it called? You have ARM earnings there, I think either tomorrow or Wednesday. Boeing, NQ dump. NQ is trading a little bit lower. NVIDIA's on the low. Pfizer is up. We'll see how long that one holds up for. Where's those other ones? Oh, I forgot about Disney, too. Those are too much. Qualcomm. Oh, Boeing popping? I thought Boeing would be low. Damn, 181. Yeah, 0.8. Egypt warns of dangers of possible Israel military operation. I've not bought anything for the long term, no. So we still have our deposit. We're chilling on that. Is that Adobe on the high? I feel like we haven't seen Adobe in a minute. They're still near that lower earnings. Coin and Square on the high. Disney is starting to go up. I don't. Those would probably be jacked. IWM breaking out. Tesla. EWZ. And then where's oil? Again, that's been moving around. Actually, it's still up. So again, I think even that MCL from Friday is green. No, it just went negative. And then let me check Baidu, Baba, DraftKings, MPW to 470. Is it? Yeah, honestly, that's not bad. That's kind of crazy. So MPW's low-key kind of recovered it. But then again, remember, Stewart did go bankrupt, but it was like a quarter ago. They said we're not even going to count Stewart revenue anymore. Remember, we had that talk earlier, but still, that's actually kind of crazy. MPW squeezing after being down 15. Oh, where is Starbucks? Starbucks actually coming back up there. Don't forget, that was the one that got guttered from last week. The Airbnb 172 is more expensive than next week's. The same contract. I mean, usually the IV does get stacked on like the earnings, like the front month is where the first contract's going to have more, but usually the next, if it's like 1 week after, it should be the same, but I'll check in a second. Square's going up. I forgot about that. Remember, Square had earnings, but just like PayPal, they sold off. Enphase on the high, and now Baba is starting to go up right now. Yeah, so we'll see if the China plays wake up. Let's see those Airbnbs. Let's see. So the 172s are, I think that's just because of the spread. Because that's saying 290. Yeah, and then 290. So they're a little bit more expensive. So you see how the spread's tighter here, but it's close. But the spread, I think that's what's making it seem like that. Very interesting, though. Watch, because as the day goes on, though, I'm sure that relationship will either get tighter or it'll spread out. MRO taking off. BLCO. Para's going. Again, they were saying the Para deal, they're working forward on it. Yeah, Para's up 6.4. That's going. DraftKings. Yeah, DraftKings, again, they had their earnings. They didn't do much. NVIDIA now going green. That Baba green shoot turned red somehow. And then Boeing is still going. And NASDAQ 0.4, still under the SPY. And then Russell and Dow, those are your leaders there. Why is MPW back up? I think because the news, maybe, I don't know. I saw one headline that said MPW went bankrupt and they didn't. But then also, just keep in mind, it was like a quarter ago. Do you remember that one earnings? It may not be over either, too. This could just be a dead cat bounce, but I think it was this quarter right here. Remember, they said they're not going to count any of the Steward revenue, and we were talking about Steward bankruptcy at the beginning of the year. So it just happened now, but we'll give it some time and find out. I'd even watch bonds and other REITs, too. Hood back in the... Yeah, even Hood was down 7 and bounced up. Honestly, this could be some of the broader market, too. Tesla's going up 2.2. NVIDIA, they were red earlier. They're going, and then there's Meta now. Average in BNB. It seems like you missed 2 watch lists, my brother, and a live stream. So check the watch list from last night. You'll be good to go and up to speed, my brethren. Tesla on the high still. Again, Starbucks staying pinned there, 1-1. Disney, honestly, those ones kind of suck. Again, Disney's earnings tomorrow, I believe. What's a dead cat bounce? I mean, I never experienced it in real life, but apparently dead cats bounce. So, like, if a cat died and you, like, threw it on the ground, it would bounce even though it's still dead. So, I don't know. It's a weird... I don't believe in animal abuse, so, yeah. But other than that, it's a general, that something's still dead and has a bounce. That doesn't mean it's alive. It's still dead even though it bounced. Hey, man, Pfizer's looking great. 28.11. That kind of... Those last 3 days... So we'll see when it stops, but I do think beginning of the year, you want 29, 28.79, I think, is next level on Pfizer. Oh, I need to open up another TD. Palantir. Don't they have earnings coming up? Or am I tripping? Earnings after hours. Yeah, it's tonight. All right. So, yeah, you got Hims and Palantir. Because, again, I went over previews on Friday, but I don't know if I just got stuck in the weekend time continuum. I was like, did that happen already or not? All right. All right, ES doing good, man. SPY, 5150? Holy shit. Yo, we ain't been here in a minute. Yeah, you guys remember? Like, so again, I think like 5162, but yeah, 5150 is where we died a couple of times on the month. So, I mean, you're at the lower end of that April little rally that we had. MO calls are dead. Oh, I forgot about those. Every time I try to sell them on Friday, they literally would not go through, but we're going to have till end of the week. But if we don't get a pop, those will get clapped. And then SPY starting to break out. Mara on the high. Dude, NVIDIA above 900. So I don't know if it's been there. Oh, the Expedias? You're saying if you had the 115s, they're almost in the money? Yeah, the 2 standard deviation. We didn't play Expedia, but they did have that drop. I forgot. And then where's Booking? That's why I'm excited. Airbnb, man. They're either going to be the best in that space or they're going to fall in line. Coin's starting to break out here. 231, and then again, SPY already on the high. Wolf, and then Hood keeps going there. So that bounce continued. MPW down 6. Is that Baidu? Baidu still going up. And then Baba. Yeah, we saw the Steward news. We were just talking about that a little bit. I'm sure we're going to have a couple more discussions on it. And then let me check the long-term. Nice. DraftKings. Well, remember, DraftKings gapped up and then it just sold off everything. So I was surprised. DraftKings, I liked the EBITDA raise. I don't know. People were kind of tripping on it, but I do think DraftKings did good. I have no problem with the drafting king, you know? Gold was picking up literally from last night. My oil plays down. I was up on those in the morning. Let me check gold. Damn, gold 23.36. Remember, I bought it on Friday. I was trading at like 29 or 22.98 or 22.80. So it still moves a lot, but the range is different than those last highs. I like PayPal for the long term. My only problem is that it's like up. So the thing is, like, PayPal in the long term is kind of small. Like, we only put one deposit in it, and I would like to grab it, but, like, I'm up. So, like, my logic is just buy the names when you're down on them. You know, I don't like buying the premium, but I'm not against PayPal. I do think their last earnings were good, and with how many dividend stocks I've bought, and, I would like the growth. So if it comes down a little bit more, so I still have my deposit. If PayPal could, like, maybe have a big sell-off. Carvana on the high. Remember, they had a shockingly good earnings. My average on PayPal is 62.90, 62.94. Goggle. On the again, Carvana is still up 4.5. Again, bonds have really not moved. Where's a dollar? Pfizer ex dividend on Thursday. Oh, really? Damn, last time to buy Pfizer. I would want to add more Pfizer, but I'm not, like, literally, that last purchase we were down 4%, and now it's up 8% from there. So I think Pfizer already ran a little bit without us. No, it's up 6. Mara over. There's something with Mara and Riot had something. Some news. We saw Axon on the high. Yeah, Axon's ripping. Didn't they have earnings, or is that today after hours? Was it Rogelio? Didn't he know? Where's Axon, man? TSN had earnings. So, yeah, they're trading down 8. They were only down 1. So we saw a lot of names trade down like 7 to 14% on the morning, and then they bounced up. TSN had bad earnings. They were only down 2, but now they flushed another 6. So, yeah, TSN is earnings. Mara getting added to the S&P. Was that the news? That's huge, actually. Axon is today. It's expensive, but that one moves. Remember, even then, I think you could have still hit 2 standards on the last one. Intel's coming down. They're like one of the only other chip makers. Everyone's doing pretty good. I guess Qualcomm's coming down. Micron's up 3. They got the upgrade. Sound is still going. 460. ACAM on the high. Actually, ACAM should be a little higher. I don't think it's not loading up that little pop. Kava. Or Mara getting dropped to S&P small cap 600. It was on the pre-market thing. I'll have to double check that. Yeah, so I don't think they did get added to the S&P. The 600, not the 500. A-Lab, yeah, that ACAM candle is pretty big. I don't know why it's tweaking out there. Oracle on the high. Oracle. And MPW came right back down. Still, it was down 15% at one point, or 19, I think. And then Mara's still going. NVIDIA, yeah, Mara's up 8.9. Who's the other one? Google. And then bookings flip. See if Airbnb and the other Airbnb is holding. And then Spy Chillin' Beto. Habibi, they scam on all of these options. They don't want you to win. And then gold breaking out 23.41, literally right back to that price. So remember, I was telling you guys every time we talk about gold, I would just start ranting about this 23.40 price, but dude, it's still just like hugging it to this day. We have not escaped that range. Kind of crazy. ARM on the high after upgrade, and they have earnings Tuesday or Wednesday. And then I have no idea what's going on with ACAM. Zim's on the high. Yeah, ARM 105. I'm not in GLD, no. I got out of that one on Friday. So otherwise, the other gold play was that crazy short. And then I didn't play it for weeks. And then I just flipped it on Friday and got out of it. I'm still in oil. That was the play from Friday. I ended up holding my micro contracts. And I'm back to green on them, but I was up like $200. Carvana's still going. What's up? Hope everyone had a great weekend, baby. Amen. Hope you did too, man. Good morning. Pfizer's doing great. Yeah, I don't think they had any news. There was, what's it called? That one last week. What was it? They got one of those cancer approvals. I do think people kind of ignored that because of earnings. But I think that was big news. Pfizer analyst appointed chief strategy. What? Yeah, Pfizer names Andrew Baum chief strategy and innovation. Are you kidding me? What? Yo, they hired the fucking analyst. Excuse me. Yo, no lie, bro. Yeah, Ricardo. What's up, baby? Yo, no, bro. Pfizer literally just appointed their chief strategy and innovation officer, but homie was the previous head of global healthcare managing director of equity research at Citi. They literally hired the analyst and put him in the company to manage strategy and innovation. Very interesting. You don't see that too often. I've never seen someone hired within the analyst ranks. Honestly, they're like, come on, we need some more price target upgrades. Hold on, I want to see if I could find homie's I want to see if I could find his reports on Pfizer, because I wonder, was he like the bullish one or not? I mean, it's interesting. It's not. You don't really see that. Usually you get people in the healthcare industry or you get people working at other companies. He probably has a background, but just like I said, you don't really see it too often. There's estimates. That's funny. No, I can't see the Citi one. Well, yeah. So there is news around Pfizer. They just appointed that one of the analysts of Citi, the head of healthcare. So I don't know, man. Maybe that kind of might have some ripples in the sense too. I don't know if he like attracts people with him too, because he was the head of research for healthcare at Citi. And then Intel is trying to come up off the bottom. Again, Pfizer, that's who we're talking about there. Tesla. Good morning. BMY on the high. So Pfizer's still going. All right, I'm down to keep it up. Like I said, 28.75. That's really, 28.75. 28.31, literally like right where it is now. This will be a baby level. But like 28.75, you get above there. And then we're back to the beginning of the year on them. Palantir, we did not get into them, no. But they are still holding up there. A lot of pre-earnings plays did good today. I mean, even Disney, they just had that gap up. But like most Disney contracts are up like 20 to 40%. DJT, another red to green. That's crazy. So at least, MPW came back down. But yeah, DJT, that one was down, I think, like 4 or 5. They've came back up. Gold is flushing now. Oh, yeah. What the hell? Still up 1%. But yeah, gold just hit that high and came down. Oil is still chilling. You wish I let you talk to you about your Palantir thesis? I don't think I prevented you, sir. That's it, man. Your last thing was like you were throwing shade at someone's wife. I think that was related to the debt thing. And then Kendrick, PayPal, Palantir. But yeah, man, you ain't, like, low, respectfully, you ain't say shit about telling me to do it. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully. But yeah, I feel you, though. We have Palantir from IPO days, but that's about as far as I go. Stop censoring Palantir. Months ago when they were like $8. Yeah, well, I told you to buy Meta at $90 months ago. Like, you don't see me bringing that shit up. You know what I'm saying? I feel you, but like that's why we gotta stay in the game and like call it out. If you want to help and you want to like let people know, like Ben, let's say it. But like you said, I didn't let you talk about it, man. Come on, that's crazy. Tyson had bad earnings. China Xi says ready to join EU on Middle East peace talks. Huh? That's weird. And then SPY still going up. EPAM, Cava on the high. Again, gold did come down. BABA crossed over the 200-day. Well, this week is going to be pivotal for China. That's it. It's 2 weeks. It's been 9 days in a row. If China, like equities in China, have a way to rally this week, man, I mean, and they're telling me they're above the 200-day moving average and all that. It's been a long time since we've gotten a decent rally. So we will find out. NVIDIA is above $900. Oh, Jake from State Farm, baby. My man. Good morning, and hope you had a good weekend, baby. Let's go. There you go. You get that horn, and then you get another one. Yeah, man, happy Monday. I like Mondays. Did you get multiple MPW questions today? Honestly, not too many. I mean, I feel like considering the news, I'm not even, like, tripping out about it. But, like, no, I feel like there's been days where, like, MPW has had way more people like, oh, my gosh, what's happening? So, surprisingly, no. I don't even have a Josh AI typed up yet, just in case. On Friday, you were talking about nuclear energy. I didn't care if you were for. I didn't catch if I'm for or against it. I mean, maybe should we talk about it on the watch list? I'm not really like, I know the advantages and disadvantages of it, and that's about it. But I don't really like, I'm not an energy guy, so I don't know. But from what I've heard, it seems decent, but there is also the risks. But then I do think if you like look throughout history, besides Chernobyl, I don't think anybody has ever died from a nuclear power plant accident ever. So there's a lot behind it, but I don't really have a stance. All I know is off fossil finance. I don't do oil earnings, and I have a Tesla. Fukushima. Nobody died from Fukushima. I don't think they blamed it as. I mean, you could argue it, but I don't think Fukushima was an earthquake that led to it. But like nuclear accidents, like there was Chernobyl, and that was about it. That's why somebody was. This is the debate. Let me just put it this way. Why do you think I'm telling you this now? Because I don't know if you remember, homie said it very disrespectfully, but he said, stop promoting propaganda or whatever. And I looked into it, and pretty much that's the debate that everybody has, is like, are the dangers of uranium real or not? And like who actually, and so everybody debates the real negative effects of it and how dangerous it is versus what it provides. So honestly, I think I'd leave that up to you to figure out where you stand, but that is the point of contention. You said, I saw Fallout. It's real. I'm mad. I'm mad I finished Fallout because I want to watch it again. It's a good show. Toyota's on the high. Remember, that was 1,000%. Or AMD, NVIDIA going up. Yeah, both of them. Again, NVIDIA's at 913. And then SPY going lower. Met C. Finished Fallout in 2 days. It's a good show, bro. I don't blame you. I don't really watch the video game shows either. I feel you. But no, Fallout, like, legit, dude. It was a good show. The actor is, wait, what? Oh, Baby Reindeer. I was like, what do you mean the actor in Fallout actually went through the fall? Like, what? Said that's crazy. But yeah, I think my girlfriend said she wanted to watch the reindeer one. She heard about that. She said, I think the actual person it happened to is trying to sue Netflix. You're tired of the whole misinformation BS? The term has lost its meaning. Well, it's really important, honestly. It's unfortunate how people have weaponized it, in many ways. But who was it? I think, can I give you a Benjamin Franklin quote? I like this quote. It's a Benjamin Franklin quote. I'm about to butcher it too. But he says, democracy is like two wolves and a lamb voting on what's for dinner. So the only way to well-arm the lamb and to make democracy work in that scenario, you need truth. Truth is the weapon. And that's the only thing that even if you gave another wolf the truth, that could still give you a fighting chance. Yeah, it's a Benjamin Franklin quote. Way back. Well, that's the general idea. Democracy, two wolves and a lamb voting for what's for dinner. And that's why misinformation is peddled and not. But the truth is important. Very, very important for democracy and the world. So, amen. Who you got, Drake or K-Dot? Come on, man. Stop. This isn't a question anymore. This is not. Nah, bro. This ain't even. No. I'm not going to talk about it because, it's funny. Because, over the weekend, my girlfriend was like, all right, man. And then, she wanted to know what was up. I showed my girlfriend everything. We were driving. I showed her every song. I explained it. And then by the end of the weekend, my girlfriend's just like, shut the F up. I'm done. I don't care. I don't care. That's it. So I know how easy some of y'all can get bothered by it, but nah, you already know you should know right now. That's it. Yeah, my girl was down with it at first. She was like, okay. She kept hearing everyone talking about it. I put her up to speed with everything, and then literally by the end of it, that's it. I didn't watch any of the Berkshire. I was kind of sad. I didn't want to. It's not the same without Munger, bro. I get sentimental. UVXY new lights. It's in the green. Tesla's breaking out, and then Shake Shack. Shake Shack already reported Disney's going, but dude, those pre-earnings, you literally gapped up on those Disneys, unfortunately. But Spy's still holding up. Again, Tesla 187, man. 187 on the mother and Tesla. Damn, I guess it was 190. Oh wait, we hit the 180s. Yeah. You're up 100% on Kava shares, up almost 100 on Kava leaps. Don't know whether to hold or take profits. Well, the beauty, you have an option. You could ghetto spread it. Shares, you can make it free. Or if it's long term, the answer was already decided before you made the play. That's the beauty of the long term. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, ARM, I think it got an upgrade. That's what someone said, but I thought it was earnings moves. Because remember, Tuesday or Wednesday, they're going to be reporting here. The Cybertruck looks I keep seeing them, bro. They do look ugly cool. I guess, yeah, they got raised to 118, maintained at buy at Rosenblatt. That was in the morning. So, yeah, there was an upgrade there. Run up the likes. Yeah, y'all hit the like button. I'm not giving you plays, though. I'm not rubbing it in your face. You know what I'm saying? Y'all did not hit 1,000 at all. You don't even have 1,000 now. Yeah, so don't trip though. I'm not gonna harass you, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just be like, what's up? And then oil's coming back up, 0.9. Wink. Shake Shack's still going too. SPC. AMD still going. AMD and NVIDIA, bro. And then I don't know if Intel, I guess kind of. And then AMAT or ACAM is the one we had earlier. Oh, the Tesla layoffs. I feel like we didn't hear any about that over the weekend. I forgot. Elon low-key has been on the... It's been layoffs every other week. NQ broke the high, 0.6. 18,100. Up 0.5. I mean, it's now doing better than the SPY. SGE pop in. This thing was halted. Strong global entertainment. But yeah, NASDAQ is starting to lead above the SPY and the Dow. Remember, NASDAQ was down in the morning. Marvel's coming up. U.S. Conference Board April Employment Trends Index at 111.25. Is there an expectation on that? Let's see. I don't have anything on that. We got Fed Barkin and Williams. We haven't. Is Williams going to be at the end of the day? That sucks. AIO. X on the high. Apple's still down by 0.48. GME almost 17. I forgot. They were going crazy on Friday. Marvel's actually coming back up. They're almost at 70. Wait a minute. I wonder if the bonds make this market roll over. We do. I don't know. Is it today? We have tomorrow. I think is the 10-year auction. So that is our 3-year auction, and then Wednesday is the 10-year. But the bond supply could get in our way this week, and that will be something to watch for. Like we said, we are trying to find both. We want the combination of a stock and bond catalyst at the same time, preferably. And then SPY still holding up. Remember, this is kind of its own little like level, 5160-ish more or less on the SPX. Disney still going, bro. Those are juiced from the morning. Starbucks, even Airbnb's trying to come up a little bit. Out again, the near the money contracts moved up a little bit, but those out the monies ain't doing anything. Starbucks is holding 1%, 73. PSTG on the high, and Netflix. Yeah, Netflix kind of trying to break out. And then oil under 1%. Long-term loving Disney, I feel you. Well, I hope they have a good earnings because, again, they unfortunately they came down a decent amount since the vote against Nelson Peltz. So that is kind of that's the worry here. If they can't string together good earnings, we're going to get our first speed bump ever since we bounced off the 80s. But if they can do good after getting rid of the Nelson Peltz and all of that, and then that this earnings comes in hot, I think Disney is going to be it could be a very exciting stock for wherever it's going now. But I am still a little bit worried about the overhang because now Nelson Peltz and then a bad earnings, it's going to kind of look like they lost the pressure now that there's nobody's trying to get a board seat. Yeah, VRT, that's the one that got added to the S&P 500. Well, then bonds near the low, TLT red, XLE starting to climb a little bit. Yeah, I think oil might be breaking out here. Yeah, it's above 1 now. Do you think Disney kills Fubo? Well, Fubo's just very small. I mean, that's it. I don't know. But then Fubo's like, it survived even while being small because it just offers a unique offering. So I'm not a fan of Fubo. I mean, it definitely caught my attention in the early days, but I wanted to wait a little, but I'm pretty sure Fubo has like 1 or 4 million subscribers. So it's like it's a different ballgame. I don't even think it's that much of a threat to Disney, let alone it's a niche streaming sports thing, more or less. Any feel for Lucid? Nah, I'm not really the biggest fan of Lucid. I thought Nelson Peltz on the board would have been good for Disney, but, you know, the guys who got their paychecks from Disney, they were like, nah, they did not want that. We haven't even looked at Microsoft. They're barely green. UWMC on the high. MPW came back down, but not as down. Axon. Russia, Putin to visit another part of China? What? Another China apart from Beijing. And then SPY breaking out a little bit there. So Coinbase going up. Another new high of the day on the SPY, 51.59. So like we said, this is kind of a lower end. Technically, the gap fill, you have never filled the 5,200 gap or 51.99. And then that's kind of where this started here. This is that low end of that candle from when you gap down. So you are within the range. Honestly, 5,200 may be your next stop. There might be a little bit of hiccups along the way, but literally that's last time we were here, that was the low candle of that gap. Amazon? No. There's Amazon, Microsoft both pinned, and then Netflix is the only one. That's the one on the high ticker. Mark Dez, baby. What's up, Mark? My man, God bless you. Arna. Hey, man. Meta pin too. It looks like all the big tech, and then bonds taking a little bit of a drop right there. I mean, it's 10:07. You don't have any data. A bond's going through the low. Amazon, Apple, Google, Microsoft, all right on the day. Well, we've been here for 37 minutes, just under 1 hour, 7 million. It looks like you're actually kind of trading above average for now. Let's see what we got. You have 23 names green on the Dow, 7 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 70 in the green, 31 in the red. And then SPY, 379 in the green, 122 in the red. So more names are green than not. Like I said, in the morning, NASDAQ was lagging behind, and now it's low-key the leader next to the Russell. And Russell's just been doubling up everything. Citi on the high. Actually, where is XLF? Yeah, Citi up 1-1. Macron at 121. They were up like 4 earlier. Again, they got the upgrade. And then Tesla coming down. With the bond video, would QT push retail to buy more or just straight over to Forex to appreciate yen? No. So this is, I think, a problem like people have had with the QT thing is, and this is, maybe I'm the one to blame. The whole thing with the yen I'm extrapolating. I'm making a connection to something else. But at face value, quantitative tightening is done by only the central bank, and it is strictly to either lower the balance sheet if it's tightening, and then if you're doing quantitative easing, it would be raising the balance sheet. And that's all that it is. So technically, the retail doesn't really matter. It's just the idea of the Fed going about the process of lowering their balance sheet, and this time they're slowing it down, which should just ease the conditions. But what people choose to do from there, then that's what it is. So my idea was that if the Fed is going to be now slowing down how much they're lowering their balance sheet, that would help an environment to stimulate the yen. And that's why I was saying maybe the data will play hand in hand, which we kind of saw for now. But, this is like the second or third one, and I love them too. So don't ever be afraid to ask. But the last follow-up question I asked, people were like, does it have to do with how confidence in the market and people? But quantitative tightening is a Fed tool. You know what I'm saying? It's only related to the balance sheet, and that's it. And then what happens from there, then there you go. Next step, retail yen. It would be, but that would probably be determinant on the data. But you can make the extrapolation of easier, tighter conditions, borderline. And then, I don't know if you watched the Watchlist video, because the fun fact, there was a really big thing. The thing that happened with the quantitative tightening last week, it was bullish because it's like, okay, he's going to slow down the runoff. But the problem is, if Powell keeps that quantitative tightening of $25 billion for a longer period, he could end up doing it for longer and end up lowering the balance sheet more, therefore tightening conditions even further. But they're not tight right now. Okay, yeah. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. I'm tempted to buy more Pfizer before XDivvy 2, but do you understand what is going to happen? It will drop 3% after ex-dividend. No exaggeration. So, I feel you. Yeah, it's already literally our last purchase, we were down on it, and then it even came above it, but essentially it will drop that 2 to 3% of whatever, 1 quarter pays out. I think it's 1.5? Nuvo on the high. And Tesla came down. XOM and UNG on the high. Palantir. And their earnings are today after the bell, alongside a couple of others. Oil's still green. Oh, Baidu came down. Airbnb on the high. High ticker's actually going up. OKE. It's a couple of names. I'm seeing China names. Pinduoduo, Baidu. Is that Netflix? No, IBKR. So those are all on the low. But for the most part, you got a couple of things moving. Why is commodity strong with gold? I think it has to do with the fiscal excess, according to Michael Wilson of Bank of America. There's a couple of things at play. And then, too, China. That's one thing to keep in mind if China really does wake up. A lot of people say China buying, and that is part of it. But, like we're talking here, if China could string together a rally that we haven't seen in about a year or two, China's economy and that real estate could actually recover. That is a huge, huge bullish tailwind for commodities once China is normal. BFAM, Tesla, again, they gave up what? That's only $2. But bonds going lower here. I do think the 2 years holding up. Longer end bonds are starting to slip a little bit. That GE on the high? Damn, son. Oh, we sold out of those Gs, huh? Neo's rising. I don't know. Maybe someone on the watch list. I think they said Neo sold out all of their inventory. But generally, a lot of China names did good over the last 2 weeks. So you're gonna have to hit the watch list up for all those reasons. We've been recounting them a lot. We so flex again. GE's going, SPY or bond just flushed and then came up here, but low key you're not getting much action. And then SPY right below the high, 51.60. This was the low end of the gap down day. That's the only gap that we have yet to fill so far. Vanny Pop, but you can't stop. Is this Vanny Pop in the room with us? I'm not seeing him. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom, though. If this would be allowed, it will. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
Coffee Giant's shares plummeted following its first sales drop since 2020. Now, Schultz, he's still the 5th largest Starbucks shareholder. He wrote on LinkedIn, quote, "Any company that misses badly, there must be contrition and renewed focus and discipline on the core. Own the shortcoming without the slightest semblance of an excuse." Joining us now for more is Michael Halen of Bloomberg Intelligence. And you think about what we've heard from the company. Have we seen that contrition?
I don't think so. I think there was a lot of excuses. They blame weather. They didn't give credit to the leap year day we had in February, right? So, yeah, there was a lot of excuses. It seemed like there was a lot of panic. I mean, there's a lot of initiatives being thrown at the wall, it seems like. You quoted Howard, and then the sentence after that, he talked about trying to do too much. That's exactly what we wrote. Howard may have read our earnings review last week. There's a lot of plans like trying to draw in overnight sales and 4-week upgrade cycles for the app, and some of these throughput things that they're talking about, to us, we don't think are really going to move the needle. So, I think management needs to look in the mirror and take some accountability for the numbers that they posted.
Well, Michael, I read the earnings review. I'm sure that Howard did as well. And it was interesting. In his post, he didn't name the current CEO by name. Wasn't a specific call out there, though he did speak, of course, to the current management. What do you think the future of this C-suite is?
Yeah, well, before we get into that, let's keep it real. Howard, I have a lot of respect for what he built, but, he hired Lakshman. And then after he hired Lakshman, he had an investor day, and he outlined these plans that have been, in motion since September of 2022. And then he raised long-term guidance and, really kind of, setting Lakshman up for a difficult entrance into the business, very, very high expectations, right? And so right now, as I mentioned, plans are kind of scattered. Many of them are kind of contradictory. They're talking about China and trying to turn things around, but they want to keep their premium positioning. But at the same time, they're moving into lower tiered markets, right? Those things don't jibe.
Damn, he blaming Howard Schultz. He said, Howard, you hired him. But that's Howard, bro. Howard. On it was a lot of the union stuff, I think, are those protests that they had. But then again, I mean, a mix of just boycotts, and then I guess it's been 20 years of expensive coffee and now competition. But we're going to still keep our eye on young Starbies. Let's listen. They have somebody else on right now. Tim, I've never been to Timmy Hortons, man. I'm trying to hit it up. Schroll Palantir cover calls 25-30. Nice. Hamas freezes hostage deal ceasefire talks, officials say. TKO, MTZ, couple of poppers, SPY getting a candle, but see if oil breaks out. Oil's trying to wake up. Hamas has decided to freeze hostage deal negotiations in Cairo. An official told UK-based news outlet the New Arab Khan reported Monday. So see if oil could actually pop, then you might get a reaction. Redfin, I'm not expecting much. I don't think Zillow did too good, but, unless that thing gets back to those threes, I don't really care about it too much. But I don't know. The real estate market has been kind of ticking back up here, too. I want to see if they'll get anything on the transaction stuff. But then again, it's not like Zillow or anybody else has really broken out too much. Netflix still going up again. TKO, that just popped earlier. Yeah, TKO is going up 1.9. Baba, Baidu, Pinduoduo, they all flipped. So they were trying to hold up a little bit. NUVO, the Nuvo again, 263%. Wow, it was not up that much early on. Chewy, again, Chewy, I don't really play it, but that company always surprises me. I don't like their margin, but how many customers they have and how much gross sales is great, but it's just it's a very low margin company. So I don't know. I don't think Chewy will disappear. If they have bad financial decisions, it'll be tough with a low margin, but I don't really see it as a growth play as much as I think it might be around, but I haven't played it. You're stuck in save, mistake buying at 450. We could talk about this one on the watch list. I did mine, but I sold my covered calls, so that allowed it to be just if you can do that. I don't know if the premiums are high anymore, but the general idea would be to lower the cost basis, and then we are waiting to see if they get any sort of recourse from the DOJ. No respect for Apple. Remember, Apple, the news today, this was one of your top headlines. It was just Buffett saying it's a good company, but lowering his stake or selling some out. Philip Morris and MO flip. They're on the red now. Or they've been red, but they're about to go lower. AMD breaking out. And NVIDIA. AMD is actually hitting a new high. Yeah, Netflix has been going up for the last 30 minutes here. Microsoft readies new AI model, ready to compete with Google and OpenAI, the information. So, new headline, Microsoft readies new AI model to compete with OpenAI and Google for search, I think. Or no, just with Google and OpenAI. So Microsoft getting a candle on that. They just competing with itself. Google, it's finally moving. Candle on Microsoft, red on Google, green on Microsoft, red on Goog. Well, we'll see. And then I wonder, does NVIDIA just benefit off of it? Am I set on JPM instead of SoFi? Yes. Yeah, Microsoft's still going. Again, Disney, I wish we could have played the Disneys, but those already gapped up. Oh, and then those Fortinet? I forgot about that. No, that's just a wide spread. Then Microsoft, Google, you just had news there. Then Disney's breaking out. SPY still holding. We've been up here for what? Probably 30 minutes. You spent 30 minutes going up and then 30 minutes chilling. So we'll get that first hour or two out the way, and then maybe we'll make the real move. CCJ on the high. Uranium is waking up. I'm even seeing URNM. Where's oil? Yeah, so oil's even trading lower from that last Hamas headline. Airbnb. Yeah, those 15% by the out the monies have not woken up yet. And then Affirm's on the high. NASDAQ still 0.62, pretty much matched up with the S&P, and then Russell 1.37. Take two. Abivi's on the low, and then Amgen. A couple of healthcares just sold off. Damn, Amgen's down 3. Celsius, do they report in the morning? So if they report in the morning, we'll go over it. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait. Carvana, I stopped playing it after they were like really, like they were in the middle of restructuring, about to go BK. And then now the stock is up like 1,000%. So, and then again, we were just talking about their earnings. Their margins per vehicle up 50%, all of it. So it's like, I don't know, man. But I just stopped playing Carvana. I didn't. Those car vending machines are a trip, dog. I don't know how to process it. SNDL, Boeing's still up. They've been on fire, 1.4. So I've been kind of going up all day. And when I say on fire, it's not another news headline of an engine or anything. I just meant the stock price. Palantir, again, they have earnings. Palantir and Hems. Palantir. Foot Locker on the high. Again, a lot of talk on Starbucks today, after last week, but it is going a little bit lower there. So it's still pinned at the lows. I don't think no one's been like, yeah, I want it yet. The VIX, 1379 though. Isn't that crazy? So you guys realize, like 2 weeks in a row, that like of green, that has been one of our best rallies since like the beginning of the year. All it took was 2 weeks. I was just going up and like, look, bro, this is the VIX. You're literally just right back down to the beginning of April and like beginning of the year. So all of that fear, like again, last week, 2 weeks ago, and the bond yields are still high. So I think that's where it's kind of deceptive because it could just come up out of nowhere. But at the end of the day, I mean, we have considerably calmed down from just a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, it's a sub 14 VIX. DraftKings got a little bit more. DKNG. Then there's Boeing. And then, Starbucks, watch if it flushes because it has not sold off below that low. So it'll be in the process of continuing and setting more new lows. DraftKings 5%, not bad, Habibi. UAL did just wake up. That thing's flipping. Nuvo, that's your hype play of the day. That thing's up like 400% or something. Just going insane. Dollar General flushing. That one's an interesting one. Actually, let's see. Macy's. Nordy's at 2040. It's a great price. It's high. How am I doing? I'm good, man. How are you? I hope your weekend was good. The 10-year will be, if things start breaking, 5 or higher. I don't know if like how it'll be there, but like if you're telling me things are breaking in the market, like I would assume the yields are at 5% minimum if we're talking real breakage. Because I don't know, there's a lot of paranoia around 5%. Like, I always I think we're working one level at a time, and I do think higher than 4.75 on a 10-year is not good. But there's a lot of like, I call it paranoia because there's literal claims out there. I think even Peter Schiff, but there's like literal claims of people saying like 5% we crash, like 5%. They're viewing it as like, no, we can't handle that. But I don't know if we can or can't, but I would imagine real problems do occur and then I'm sure if you look, the rates would be higher than 5. I just looked at Amgen. Yeah, they sold off 3. I was a little surprised by that one. That plays down 40%. But I don't want to average yet. We'll just wait and watch. AMD. Yeah, AMD's killing it. Yeah, senior Hamas officials say they've suspended ceasefire or hostage negotiations. Biden has completed call with Israel's Netanyahu about Rafah. Average down on MPW now. Unless it was like hitting a new low, but then again, this news, I think you're just the thing hasn't calmed down. Fortunately, unfortunately, I think today's headline, it had a weird effect because, like, 4 or 5 months ago, they already stopped counting steward revenue. I don't know if you guys remember. We had that whole discussion, and I was like, yeah, steward's probably going to go BK. That's the next one. Not MPW, but steward. They already said they're not going to do it. But other than that, the story hasn't calmed down. So if you want to get in the middle of it, you can. High risk, high reward, but we already have our position down on it. Let it work up. I still believe there is a narrow road they could take to come back, but I'm not going to, I'd rather get other good value, or even then, I think Pfizer, I'm a little more safer in that, even though it is a deep value play as well. Why is it going down then? Because it's still bad news. It's not like, they kind of accounted for it and it's there, but it still does change stuff and it does not hit the same way. Netflix still climbing. BWXT pays divvy. I know. So, Ricardo, I need you to mention 2 other stocks for every BWXT accent mention, okay? I said, otherwise, it might get out of hand. You know what I'm saying? I feel you, but we just need, just tell me about Apple one day. You know what I'm saying? Or just something else. Yeah, UECR. Uranium? Nice. Why? Are you with all the legislation stuff? UAL and airline just started flipping. So they all kind of curled up there. I think even Southwest, they were already on the high. And then a firm is already up. URNM. A firm getting bigger volume here at the high. SPY still holding up. VWAP looks kind of weird. Bro, Netflix. Even DraftKings, they're up 5-6. So they're back and forth. And then oil's still up. Trying to play still red. Came up off the lows. Workhorse, I don't know. Workhorse, I've not heard about it since Trump. But a couple people brought it up. I saw it in the Twitch earlier, but quite frankly, I don't think. I know. Workhorse, we're going to do a deal with the post office. We're going to make the trucks. They're going to be horses. I know. Can you believe it? It's good. I gave them my endorsement. I don't know about now, though. Good morning. Yeah, what do you want me to do? Why were the horsepower? Huh? Yeah, you're in it now. Okay. I remember Workhorse. It was a good time. Good guy. Great company. American made. Now they want to send it to China. Would you look at that? It's a shame. The Biden grunts hitting. Honestly, y'all need to realize there's real life side effects. You know that? This is all fun and games, but there's real life consequences. Cause I hella be doing randomly now. Like, that's it. Like, if I have, like, a natural scenario where I need to let out, like, a groan, it comes out as Biden. I'm just, like, straight up, bro. I be, like, thinking out loud. I'm like, and when it's fucked up, dude. Nah, man, I wish I never learned that. Like, I wish I'd never learned it, because it's, like, somehow ingrained in me. That's just, I think it's the Lord just reminded me, you gotta be careful of what you allow, because it's in there, bro. It's messed up. Dude, I'm not even old like that yet, but, like, I'm sure, no, of course I'll be doing that when I'm older. Whatever. No, I hella do it in traffic, too. Yeah, man. I'm sorry if that spread to you as well. Uranium CCJ is still going up. And then Apple trying to turn up a little bit. Every uranium plays on the high. Goldman CEO says there's a possibility of a rate cut or two this year. Any plays this week? I didn't start off with anything. We're already in our Airbnbs, but it's going to be a lot of earnings. A lot of earnings, my brethren. Did I sell my Gil? I could give you an update on the watch list, because I did put it on the watch list. It was last week's Monday one. We went over probably 10 or 15 plays that I'm still holding. And then if you didn't miss last week, we've been doing I've just been punting to the watch list on everything. So if you really care, it will be there. But I wrote that down for you. I'm going to give a couple updates. So again, any good top questions, I'm writing them down to make sure. Bond auction, today a 2-year or 3-year? Otherwise, they're usually around 1 p.m. And then the next couple of days, you're going to get some of the other ones. And the video's just chilling there. Southwest and airlines keep going. Love is the one breaking out, though. Okay. And then more CCJ. SPY still holding up. And then energy is chilling. Oil, I guess, is trying to climb back up. That's when those headlines came out. And then where's Google and Microsoft? They had those headlines a little bit ago. Yeah. And then Netflix still hitting highs, man. I know they came off that. SPY strong. It's a good level. We're really close to that 5,200 gap fill now, but like we were just saying, from the doldrums of the lows and the VIX and everything, it's been a nice recovery, more or less. So if you would see, thanks for answering the REIT question. Yeah, thank you for asking it, man. Or was that you? As you or someone else? I'm not too sure, but I remember it was during the day in the chat. It took me an extra day to get to it, but I really hope that does help. Denison Mines, the real winner of uranium, has the biggest volume. You're talking like stock volume, or are you talking like uranium output volume? Denison. MTZ. Sound keeps going up. People were calling that one out earlier. DraftKings came. They're still 5. It's crazy because that earnings was decent. They were up a lot more, but then they did the PayPal Square and just sold it all off. And how long? We've been here for what? An hour and 9 minutes? And then volume, 11 million, so slightly above average. Nothing crazy. Do I scalp the NQ? Sometimes. Haven't in a while. But I think I've just been in commodity and bond futures. All right, SPY might hit another high. Mara's still going. And then NVIDIA's up 3, Netflix. Honestly, a lot of things are starting to break out here a little bit more, and NASDAQ is starting to build a little bit on the gain there. Not bad. 14%. Damn. I guess it was really off of that low, man. And then bonds are actually catching a bid here. So TLT is back to break even on the day. A firm has been on fire all day. Look, I think they report this week as well. Let's get the earnings calendar. So remember, there's still a couple of hundred of these companies. It just none of them are going to have the same market cap as what you got last 2 weeks. Where is it? The Hugh injury, I've answered that question several times, brother. So, no future plans. Where is it? All right. Is it firm on, or did they already report? No, yeah, they're Wednesday morning. And then ARM is Wednesday after the bell. Damn, Rivian too. So Disney's tomorrow morning. That's why the pre-earnings, I think, are on fire like that. Interesting. And then Palantir today, then him. So then Disney, Celsius, that's right off the bell. So homie got that weekly. I guess it's not too bad because you're just going to report right away tomorrow. Then there's Datadog. All right, so you'll actually get a couple. We'll even go over some previews a little later today as well. How old am I? I'm new. You sound like an old man. Well, I could probably date your mom. Okay. And honestly, I'm so chill. Like my girlfriend, like she don't even get mad when I say those jokes. So hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? What's up, man? Where you from? I'm glad you're here though. Amen. Amen. He didn't see that one coming. Yeah, I know. Yeah. He definitely, you thought it was all fun. He was like, okay, it's cool. I'm going to try that. I'm new. He did not expect that one. I didn't even tell him the other part of the joke. You know, I didn't even finish the punchline. I just said, nah, let's go, son. Amen, man. That's it. Oh, good morning, man. Get a long term. You know what I'm saying? That's what you need in life. Why are the bonds wonky? You should watch yesterday's watch list. There's big ABB, anything but bonds. There's a huge concept, the bond bear market. KNet? Oh no, ANET. And then K-Web. Damn, that thing's still up 3. How? Oh, no, that just didn't load. It's this point. I was like, there's no way it's up 3. Guild on the low. Always watch the list, baby. Amen. But yeah, so like that bond, all of those comments are like regarding the bond market. It's just like, I agree with it. It's just bond market is only going to have bear market rallies until the excess is changed. I got out of Cody a long time ago. So I don't have an average on Cody. Shop on the high. They have earnings again. That's Tuesday or tomorrow morning. Inflow of cash to China. China. I don't know. It's because Joey Biden likes them, I guess. Even though he copied me. Nah, China's had finally a set of good news consecutively after doing very bad. So China's still not out of the woods. China's in deflation right now. China's economy is still going through a lot. Their real estate is in trouble. But for now, if they could turn it around, that'd be good. But that's in the short run, people have gotten optimistic on recovery for the first time in a while. But it's just not safe yet. Raul. Yeah, a little bit. Again, uranium plays all day, bro. That's all I see on the high ticker. Now I'm seeing Verizon. Not to mention your tech names, but you are staying in here. I mean, besides this little pop, your range of the day is 4 points. Last almost hour, you've moved 4 points, up or down. So we are still chilling. High-ranking Egyptian source. A Hamas delegation is expected to arrive in Cairo tomorrow, Tuesday, to complete ceasefire negotiations. What the hell? Sky News. So literally, you have one headline 20 minutes ago saying that Hamas is backing out, and now Sky News is saying tomorrow they're going to complete ceasefire negotiations. I like CCJ for my uranium play, but I already got out of it. So I flipped that maybe a month ago. I got a nice gain on it, but I think I've already missed out on this pop. So I was from here to here, but it's around there. But yeah, I like CCJ. Mulan still, wasn't that at $4 in the morning? I think it's up 40%. The war is over? No, I don't think so. It's crazy it's gone on this long. It's crazy we have multiple wars. But yeah, unfortunately it's not. No, this is just to talk about a ceasefire or to release some hostages. This isn't. And then again, that deal is predicated on killing more and fighting more. It's actually insanity. But you are still within that same. Nothing is changed into a peaceful scenario. This isn't negotiating peace. This is negotiating to do an attack. It's insane. Dollars up. Yeah, dollars going back up. Might go green on the day. CCJ ripping right now. SPY still holding. Again, 4% range or 4-point range for the day. Pfizer, a couple of value plays. They didn't do much. MO went lower. BMA. Bank of America, BNP poised to win lead roles in $20 billion Sanofi spinoff. NYMTM, what the hell is that? Oh, Netflix right below the 600. Let's see. Where's gold at? Gold came back down. Gold's still up 1% on the day, though. And then oil still holding. AX popping on the high. And then Devon Energy, another energy play. Axos Financial. I don't know. I don't know when Warren Buffett sold, but I think they already lowered the stake. Good question, though. Netflix. I have Netflix in the top right. I mean, we should probably keep up a uranium play. I'm telling you, they're still going, man. So, like, literally, it's been a solid, like, hour of, I'd want to say those are the number ones on the high ticker. Everyone was saying the same thing on GameStop on Friday. It's down now, but remember it was up like 16% on Friday for no reason. I don't know why uranium's going up. I mean, it was like a week and a half ago there was that legislation deal, and then we were banning, it could be that sanctioning of the Russian uranium. And then there's another legislation for like Canada about 2 weeks ago, and then even the United States. That's when I played it. But I do think there is another like Russia sanction on enriched uranium that has an effect. Didn't DoorDash get clobbered the other day? Yeah, so they're kind of holding up. And there's the spike. Disney raises divvy. I hope they did last time, but it is minor. Actually, wow. Do you know it actually is a big deal? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. You're actually going to get your Disney dividend. So remember, Disney pays out their dividend hella weird. Disney is semi-annual. So Disney, you get paid a dividend once every 6 months. So we'll see if they raise it or not, but the thing about this earnings, they're going to declare the dividend that'll get paid out in June. DoorDash, bro, S&P is not moving. I mean, Friday was kind of like a sticky day with the data, but like, bro, this is just like gap and barcode. I mean, give it another, 30 minutes and then burn the first 2 hours, but they're not doing much, and then volume is like right at average. Russian foreign minister reserves right for tit-for-tat response wherever U.S. short and medium-range missiles appear. Russian foreign military nuclear drills should be considered in the context of hostile statements by NATO. Summer is right around the corner. Yeah. I mean, it's May. I think my nephew is about to be off school. So, yeah, I think like if you were in like elementary school or I guess like college or high school, you would be like, it's summer. Like it's in May, like May 17th or like May 20th usually. That's like, and then you go summertime. ARM ripping. Oh, ARM a decent sized candle again. They were already up there from the upgrade. I don't know. The war headlines, I think, are just nonsense. Like, I think it's just a lot of BS until we actually get a decision. I think because everybody wants something to come out of Cairo, but unfortunately, I just had 2 contradicting headlines in the last hour. Hags, have a good summer. Will you guys sign my yearbook? Yeah, ARM, I don't see anything. Russian foreign military, Russia to consider F-16s in Ukraine as carriers of nuclear weapons. Russia to considers F-16s in Ukraine as carriers of nuclear weapons. Wow. I don't know. Russia's saying stuff now. That's another war headline. Russia's pretty much saying that they're going to consider anything in Ukraine, or if they have U.S. weapons, they will attack, or UK. Hags, Tyree. Someone stole your yearbook? That's cold, dude. What kind of, like, I couldn't do that. Like, if I stole someone's yearbook and, like, going through my yearbook and then I had to read all of your notes, that's the weirdest thing ever. What's wrong with you? Yeah. You should have kicked them in the shins. And then SPY getting a little bit of red. Like we said there, ARM just broke out. I mean, ARM's up 7. Squares on the high. A little bit, trying to wake up. At least it's holding something. Remember, Square was up like 15 and went like negative on Friday. All right, well, we're approaching hour 2. Oil's not moving, though. It's funny, a lot of things are pinned. Market got kind of boring. I mean, this whole week is going to be boring, so I don't know. Hopefully we see you on the watch list. We will be here, but it is it's not you don't have a lineup this week. And even then, the way we're staying pinned within 4 points. This is a little bit bigger, but besides the gap in that, I mean, you've not done anything. Chips are very bullish. And again, ARM is going to set things up, and then the week after that will be NVIDIA. And Netflix breaking out a little bit more. NVAX on the high. There was another VAX play that got clapped in the morning. Wayfair, SPY still holding up. Pfizer's coming down. And then Tesla's actually near its low of the day, but still up 1.4. NVIDIA's holding on. AMD is literally straight into the high, and then Netflix is still going. Just added McDonald's to the long term. Wow, congratulations. Good pickup. And you know, you're buying it at a discount. It's cheaper than the start of the year. Honestly, yeah, bro. It's in 2023 prices. You know what, homie? That's not that bad of a play. I kind of like it. You know, it's still up there, but you got a little bit of that McDonald's stability. Yeah, they had a soft earnings. It's not like it wasn't Starbucks soft, but that's it. That's crazy. He just said, who could afford McDonald's these days? That's such a crazy comment because, like, it has some truth to it. But then I'm like, man, I remember back in the, no. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. That's not bad, though. McDonald's could be one of those if you want to pay, if you really are down with paying a premium, but like they have the name. It's up there. That's it. But at least it's getting back to those. Oh, my gosh. Do you see it? Oh, you guys don't see it, do you? You don't see it. Holy shit. Oh, do you see it? Oh, bro. Oh my gosh. Bro, the arches are right there. Bro, it has the arch. Look, it's the McDonald's arch on the chart. Come on. That's a perfect McDonald's that took 2 years to make. Bro, come on. Look at that. That's a perfect McDonald's arch. Are you kidding? Oh, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, wow. I see it now. It looks it is perfect. Wow. And then GME on the low, Myrna. I mean, SPY starting to move down here a little bit. I screenshotted that, bro. That's a McDonald's. That's an arch, bro. That's what you're saying. That's... This was just one giant advertisement this whole time. They executed their buybacks to make a McDonald's arch in the chart. This has to be. That's the best marketing ever. They got their logo in the price action. That's That's insane. And then Tesla going a little lower, but good pickup on that. I like it. So I hope that works out for you. Tesla still selling off, so they're in the green, but we were just talking how they're trading a little lower. Microsoft, ever since that AI headline, they have been up. Google still a little lower, actually. Yeah, Micron got the upgrade in the morning. So did ARM. Meta's on the high. What's this? New York Fed February year-ahead home prices rise 5.1 versus 2.6 in February of 2023. New York February 5-year ahead expected home price rise 2.7 versus February's 2.8. New York Fed February year ahead expected rent rise at 9.7 versus 8.2. What is this? Expected year-end rent rise is the second highest surveyed in history. New York Fed renter expectation of achieving homeownership hits record low. New York Fed consumers expect higher mortgage rates at 1 and 3 year ahead horizons. New York Fed expected mortgage levels at record levels for survey. New York Fed consumer view on housing as investment remains strongly positive. So yeah, there's a New York Fed survey coming out about like houses, and it's saying that they're expecting rents and home prices to rocket in the next 1 to 5 years. Nobody thinks it's coming down. And then not to mention they're saying it's one of the second highest recorded rent increase projections in history ever by the New York Fed. So anytime they've ever asked people on this little survey, I didn't even know we had this. Anytime they've ever, that's not the SLUs, is it? But it's pretty much, they're saying that anytime they've asked people what they expected rent to do, this is the second highest in history where people said, yeah, it'll go up 9.1. I don't think it's Williams. I think this was just like a Fed survey that just got released. 11. I don't think the Fed speakers come on to like 12 or 1. Yeah, Williams at 1, Barkin 12:50, so I got like an hour, almost 2. Survey was doing 3. I don't think that's the SLUs. That was a different one. So I was like, I don't know. I didn't know this one was coming out today. So that one I just saw the headlines come out. Below VWAP. Yeah, finally, you're back to that first level. We're actually kind of moving. So we were saying, you didn't do much. This is the biggest 5 points, man. Now you're getting here. I think if you break 51.50, that was just where we made most of that move. And then, again, most of the gain on today is as a result of the gap up. SPY. DJT on the high. Yeah, I got that in the bottom right. Big tech. It's in its own little world, and there's still like a lot of earnings that are separate, but I do think it's like, one, a lot of things are closed around the world right now. There's holidays in Asia. This week has nothing on the calendar. And then after last week where, again, all the earnings and pressure, I think we're just starting off a little hungover. And it's not like Friday, right when we got out of the catalyst. It's not like Friday was an active day either. DraftKings long-term pickup. I like it. I mean, it's crazy. I think right now this is around the price that I bought it at. So, but I bought it back in the day when there was way more hype and it had a little bit. I'd never averaged down, but I like the price that it's at now. I would prefer to buy it lower because I did average at much lower prices that put me in the middle, but I don't think it's a bad company. And honestly, I do think it's going to be around in 10 years. But the valuation is a little tricky. So I would aim cheaper. I mean, right now it's like buy the stock that's up 500, 600%, you know? Then that's it. I always want it lower. Fuck yeah. What? That's a compliment. Like, you know, amen. And I hope that does categorize. Like, I hope that could describe me. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I do want it lower. I mean, we've lived in so many instances because even DraftKings, I bought it when it was high. And it's like, you know, I wish I bought it when it was lower. And then the ones we did get lower, a lot better. So I don't think it's a bad company. And I think it's going to be there. I already own it. I don't own enough to be crazy about it. And I wish my average would have reflected a lower price. But, you know, what you got to ask yourself, are you okay with the premium? What's your balance like? You know, the breakdown between growth and dividends. And if you can make it work, it's there. And then ask yourself what you have compared to, you know, like, what is the alternative? You know, it's like if you're going to buy it right now, what is the alternative? You know, what can you get instead of it? And if there's nothing that meets your criteria or goals that offers, you know, like a better comparative advantage, then yeah, take it. But I'm not against it. And like, I mean, it's a drug. You guys know that, right? Like, DraftKings is investing in drugs. I hate to break it to you. It's a drug. This shit is addicting. They're getting addicted to it. And I feel bad that I'm invested in it in that sense. But that's, you know, why we have to separate it, you know, from the market and morality. But it's a drug. I mean, at that point, and I do think it's going to be around. Your 28-year-old son is hooked on DraftKings. Watch out, bro. Like, actually, like, you know, all jokes aside, it's like super serious. And it's like gambling addiction with sports is real. I'm sure you may know with options, but at the end of the day, man, just, you know, keep an eye out on him, man. Tell him to chill out, man. Get him a paper trade account and let him run. You know, just let him try to get him on something else. But yeah, it is pretty intense. All right. SPY still holding TD. Amazon now finally breaking out. They were doing nothing earlier. GK's bad. Seeing the increase in 4 years of college. I mean, you see it on social media. Dude, they're doing reports on it. So, and then again, like, their earnings are reflecting it, man. It's kind of nuts. Eli Lilly on the high. Didn't they? They went down the other day after Amgen. Yum on the high. Celsius going up now. They've been up 112 highs. And then bonds going lower. Tesla slipping. So Tesla's still up 1%. And then UAL Love, they're back up on it. ACAM, that was moving earlier. That one's a liquid, though, surprisingly. Carvana slip. Microsoft, they're still up from that headline. Carvana did come out. Google's just trying to hold again. Celsius, they report in the morning. Meta's breaking out now, 458. That's actually a pretty good price considering they hit 390 or whatever, or close to it. Crawford very bullish on the video. Well, 20 minutes till Euro close, baby. I will BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And good morning.
And so as you move through time, I do believe that on a performance per watt basis, you end up getting more efficiency than is currently baked in by the market.
Where is the market getting too exuberant? Do you believe any view that the hype has made market capitalizations unsustainable in certain names?
I don't think the market is exuberant right now, and everyone always asks, like, are we in a bubble? Are we in an AI bubble? And I would say it's much too early. This is very much like it's revolutionary in terms of what is about to happen. So I was just looking at the valuations across the Mag 7 this morning. You look at Meta. Meta currently trades at a 10% discount to the market on our 2025 earnings. Actually, it might be a 15% discount now that it's pulled back so much. That, to me, for a company that is going to change the way that we interact as consumers with AI and how businesses interact with consumers, is not an egregious multiple. You can go down the list with Amazon. Amazon doesn't trade at that egregious a multiple to the market, especially as they're showing leverage. You look at Microsoft. Microsoft, again, if you look at 2026 numbers, it trades at a 5% free cash flow yield. So to me, these aren't really set up as bubble-esque type valuations, and we're not terribly exuberant, especially after this pullback.
Well said. Uncle Crawford, really great to get your perspective as someone who is holding a lot of these names, investing in, and indeed adding to. We thank you, Uncle Crawford of Alger. Great way to kick off this week. Meanwhile, coming up, Apple preparing to unveil a new lineup of iPads we're just talking about. It's a product launch called Let's Loose. That's tomorrow. We're going to be previewing the event next. Meanwhile, let's just look at GameStop, which is moving for no apparent reason. Again. It's the OG meme stock. We're down some 13%. Last week, of course, it was rallying hard. Ended Friday's session up about 29%. There seems to be a real, desire to be getting in and out of this key meme name.
We stocks are waking up.
Keep an eye for you. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Judge threatens Trump. Jail over gag order. My goodness, Bernie Sanders, re-election for senator, not for president, right? Because he never won. So I don't that means Senate, right? Not president. That's crazy if they try to just be shove out Biden, get Bernie. Let's do it. Free the money. Throw it at the helicopter. We invented the helicopter. You know that? A helicopter used to be so small, you could fit a helicopter on your fingertip. And we built it in the middle out. Yeah. Bernie is 82. That's prime politics age. He's young, I think. What do you mean? He's in his prime. You know what I'm saying? I think it's right at the start of cognitive decline on the borderline of dementia. That's usually where you unlock your democratic prowess. You know what I'm saying? NBA, around that's why LeBron is crazy with how old he is and how long he's been in the game. But you decline in athletics, but in politics, the older you get, it unlocks a wealth of ideas, and you start, it's crazy. So yeah. And then Tesla, man, 0.7. SPB, I don't know what happened with the weed stocks. And then Uber, again, they have earned. That one's going to be a big one. Uber's already up 4. So that is something, too. The boringness of today, I would honestly, because I'm seeing a lot of these names, Disney, Uber, Shopify, Celsius. Bro, these are all pre-earnings runs, so your big tech may not be doing much, and it is holding, and NASDAQ's not bad, but you are watching some of those pre-runs they're starting to ramp up a little. They're getting ready. ATRC, ACAM, again, GL. High ticker still pretty active, but a couple names still on the low. I don't know where energy is. They came back down. GLD. Buffett praises Apple. Wow, they showed I've never seen Warren Buffett's hands. Have you seen him wave? That's crazy. He's just in his Cadillac waving. Citi's still going. I still think that Pfizer news is mind-boggling. So Pfizer literally hired the head of Citi's healthcare, analyst of healthcare equity research. They hired them as their chief innovation officer. It's insane. Yeah, I don't think this bond auction will be as much. Tomorrow we'll get a 3-year, which could have some effect, and then we're going to get to the longer durations. But for now, the 3 months, 6 months shouldn't be too nuts. CCJ still going. More uranium. Again, Citi's on the high. Remember 2 weeks ago it was all about the financials. I feel like they kind of cooled down. Now, the volume is just average, but it does feel kind of slow. But like I was saying here, we had that vibe on Friday. It was slow. We don't have much this week. And now that I'm literally seeing it, all of the pre-earnings run-up names are moving. So we are still in that earnings effect to a degree. Flex on the high. And then, dude, Uber's literally up 5. Anything to substantiate thinking of Disney, Uber move to the downside? Uber could possibly drop because DoorDash is really bad, but Uber also has mobility beyond just food delivery, so that's a worry. What's the other one? Disney? I don't know. Disney is just the whole. My logic is that now that they got the pressure out of the way with the activists, I feel like they're going to. I feel like they're gonna get clapped. I want them to do good, but I don't know. I feel like the catfish has been removed from the tank. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was. The catfish. That was the analogy. So yeah, I can't. I don't know. I'm worried about Disney, but I hope I get pleasantly surprised. Would you vote on a reverse stock split for Disney? I would not want. I would want a forward split, but I would not want. If they did a reverse stock split, that'd be crazy. I'd be like, oh, what? Why? Why would you do that? Pfizer XDV on Thursday, Apple on Friday. Dividends very good, baby. Yeah, we're up 2 weeks in a row. First 2 weeks in a row since March or February. Just kind of, again, and then that set 5-6 weeks in a row or whatever it was. HYMC, I don't know much about that. I have no idea what it is. Yeah, Hycroft Mining. I've heard of it. I don't know if it's related. Is it related to gold or uranium? But either way, I'd just be careful. I mean, it looks a liquid, looks like a small cap and commodities. So I'm sure you got to follow a certain situation, whatever happens with commodities and the company. It's gold and silver, yeah. So I don't like gold miners at all. I would rather, okay, I'm not Drake. I would rather get, I'd rather just own spot gold, okay? Just spot gold, call it a day. But, you know, gold mining companies are not necessarily your, they're not necessarily your friend. UAL. Yeah, airlines just started picking up like 30, 45 minutes ago. So, don't know why they're up. I mean, Uber will give us some. Airbnb will give us some travel this week. Maybe that could be part of it. Square, I like it for the long term, but we have talked about that a shit ton of times. I feel like you've been here for that conversation. So I do see it as PayPal. You could pick either or. But that's like a 2-year-old conversation at this point. Tell Metro to shut up and make drums. Did you not see? Metro did in fact make drums. Baby, yeah, Drizzy. In fact, Metro did go on to make drums. And he did, in fact, do exactly what Drake did say, though. So that is the ironic part about it, is that he did, in fact, do the drums. Oh, man. Good time, man. Good time. This was the first class action diss track. That's good, bro. That's good. I've never looked at it like that. Class action diss track. That's funny. Cash on the high, like literal CASH. Pathward Financial. That's a good ticker. Netflix. And then Bond's still going down. SPY near the lower end of that range after that morning pop. But yeah, we're not doing that much. Chalk it up to lack of events plus the earnings setups. Maybe towards end of the day, or if we get a global headline. There is the Fed speakers, though. So in about 30 minutes, an hour, we will get some. A British Prime Minister expresses his concern about the possibility of Israel launching a military operation in Rafah. Uber still, dude, Uber, and doesn't Reddit report earnings, actually? I forgot about that. Let me double check. But does Reddit report this week? I think they do. I think you might get your first earnings report. Yeah. Reddit earnings May 7th, tomorrow, after the close. Damn. So keep that in mind. New IPO. I know a lot of eyes were on Reddit. It's actually held up pretty decent to be at the same price, holding up your premium ahead of your earnings. We'll see. Euro closes in about 7 minutes. So we're right around the corner to that. The Reddit first, you're gonna get it for $6. Oh, we'll see. This is a first earnings. I mean, we'll find out. And then Nvidia 917. The lady on Bloomberg, she's like, yeah, after it cooled down, it's a great price right now. It's not exuberant. I'm like, it's at $917, miss. But I guess so. But yeah, they're already running up, and then NVIDIA's it's holding a pre-run up. Great. Remember, NVIDIA's next week, and then they're going to get ARM this week, and then CPI the week after that, and then CPI and Powell same time. It's in 2 weeks. Yeah, this week and then next week, right? I think it's CPI week. MO at 9 yield. I think we got it near 10, but yeah, remember this is a good price for MO. MO started off this year near 10% yield, I'm pretty sure. So you're still up like 6 or 7% from that. And then Reddit going up here. Like we said, they have earnings tomorrow. I think that's one that's kind of been getting overlooked. SMCI on the high. Hi. He just woke back up, 8:15. Ain't seen no wires. RDDT is Reddit. That's the ticker. And then UAL on the high. SPY still dancing around VWAP. Bonds off the bottom. I don't know. Some banks are doing better than not. I guess they're trying to turn down now. The overall index is up. I just feel banks have been quiet after going crazy. You've been showing up every day for 4 years. Today you have to search stock market live to find it. I don't know. I mean, we were lacking on the likes. Other than that, I don't know, man. But at least you know where to find me. You know what I'm saying? Every day, baby. Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. YouTube.com/thestockmarket. Amen. Amen. NUE. Damn, Nucor's getting clapped. Interesting. Tesla. Oh, my weekend was great, man. I enjoyed it. It's a lot of rest. I got a plant. I got another plant for my room. I got a plant for my mom. So that was good. Kicked it with moms. It was good, man, all around. That's it. I had a lot of meditation. That was beautiful. I have a new project, but I'm going to share it with y'all later. But it was a meditation project, but that was cool. But yeah, it was good. I think I got a Dumpkiss tree, and then I got a Dalmatian plant for my bathroom. And then I bought my mom a peace lily. I was telling y'all, like, y'all should get a peace lily. I got my mom one. I was like, nah, moms, you need one of these. I got one for moms. So it was good. Oh, I need to vacuum my car because I bought all these plants, and then I took a turn at like 80, and then I got hella soil in my trunk right now. I forgot about that. I need to get that shit cleaned up. Oh, you pitched full 9 innings? Champion, did you guys win? That's I'm gonna pray for your rotator cuff. I couldn't do that. My shoulder just hurts even reading that comment. Mother's Day on the 12th, baby. Don't forget. Amen, man. Shout out to moms. We got some new moms on the way in the chat. That was the news on the weekend. A lot of y'all about to have some kids, man. So congrats. How was core? It was good. I got back. I was here by the time the bell went ding ding. But it was chill. You didn't win. Errors killed. Oh man. London. There's a lot of places still closed around the world. And again, even Europe or Japan, Asia, they're still down. Dollar is green now. Yeah, you're going to get Williams and who's the other guy? Fed Cook. No, John Williams, Jefferson. No, it's on Wednesday. Williams and Barkin. There it is. GCT on the high. Kava. Mara's still rocketing. Damn, 15.8. Mara's back to 20. And then UAL and those airlines still going up. CGC breaking out. The wheat stocks were going up earlier. I don't know what the headlines were. I'm surprised it's still trading below 10. I mean, you had good news. I'm surprised it's trading below 10, but I wouldn't buy it unless I could get it a little bit cheaper. And look at the time. Woo! Almost fell back in my chair. I was getting a little too excited. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals. Yeah, Euro close, baby. Got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's time to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, to arm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. And that, my friend, is good posture. Look at that. You are ready to go. You look amazing, too. That's it, man. Get up. We got 4.5 hours left, Merle. So protect the body. Okay, then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Sit, man. Move around a little bit. Start off the Monday good. Even the market's not doing much. You might as well move more than the market. You know what I'm saying? All right. Three-month bond auction coming in. Oh. Then Mara and SMCI still on the high. The SPY just chilling. Tesla launches another round of... Wasn't someone just saying that in the morning? XLV, small cheek clays. Boyle, UNG on the high. Again, Tesla layoff news again. SEC warns Robinhood. I'll play this in the background while I hit the wall stretch.
And look forward to their earnings as well. Shonali Basak, thanks so much for bringing us the latest. Meanwhile, let's go to the latest in LA. The Milken Institute Global Conference has just kicked off this weekend in Beverly Hills, where finance chiefs, tech heavyweights, even Elon Musk are there gathering to discuss everything from, you guessed it, AI to, of course, geopolitics. Now, our own Wall Street Week host, David Weston, just sat down with Arvind Krishna, IBM chairman and CEO, to discuss, well, the regulatory landscape for tech. Take a listen.
I think every regulator is worried about three topics, not just safety and regulation. They're worried about innovation, they're worried about competition, and they're worried about safety and regulation. So when you take those three together, the AI Alliance and Open really come together to help you foment innovation. So I think that actually helps the regulators to think about what is going on here. While I caution, there will be some guardrails that are always put, but in my experience, open technologies have always been safer and more secure than closed technologies.
Is one of the risks that maybe you're obviating with your emphasis on open architecture that some of the, I'll call them big guys, get an advantage and really have an entrenched position?
Well, I'll use the concept of a walled garden. When you have a walled garden, have those areas and technologies been more innovative or less innovative? I'll assert the walled garden has always been less innovative. And so, I think that it actually helps you create more competition. Does it avoid regulatory lock-in of a certain one or two players? Likely, but isn't that good for all of us?
Are you pro-regulation?
I am pro-regulation as long as it is light touch and allows innovation to happen. I absolutely would be pro-regulation. If regulation tries to reduce innovation, I think that's a problem.
What about the distinction between regulating the technology as opposed to regulating the uses? We had Sam Palmisano, somebody you know well, on, who said he thinks regulate the uses, don't regulate the technology, because that will impair innovation.
Always. How can you regulate the technology when you don't even know where the technology can go? 2 years ago, who had heard of a large language model? If we come out with our technique called Instruct Lab, 6 months ago, nobody had heard of that. There will be another one, and another one, and another one. So I think trying to regulate a technology implies that the regulator and the policy folks believe no more innovation can happen. I think that's a bad bet to make.
Of course, the CEO of IBM there, Arvind Krishna, with our own David Weston. Meanwhile, coming up, look, we're going to be joined by Anduril founder, Palmer Luckey, for an exclusive interview on the company's brand new suite of AI-powered products. Coming up next, this is Bloomberg Technology.
One more. I couldn't get one more in there, but it's cool. I'll take it. It's good, man. Well, Euro close is in the books. Hopefully you moved around. That was about like 5 minutes ago. And then again, I mean, this day is it's kind of slow. You have to deal with the pre-earnings and then the lack of data and all of it, man. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Yeah, the most small caps below book value, so everyone will miss it because they're watching Apple and NVIDIA. Well, the small caps is still based off of the Fed. I like the Russell after that pivot, but now the fact that we're pricing in less, I mean, it's still kind of precarious, but they have held up good. I don't think the small caps, considering around March 24th or April, we went from pricing in less cuts than the dot plot. I think the Russell has done pretty well considering with that, because that's a wild concept. Never forget you're great in the eyes of the Lord, man. Amen. And you too, baby. You know what I'm saying? I hope you never forget that. You're off in the messenger and reminding. So you too, man. You know what I'm saying, bro? Amen. Amen, baby. Amen. We're all his children, Amen. Amen. And then I guess bonds like that. Bonds are like, don't forget about me. I'm great. They're not. There's in a bear market, actually. ZW rally. I think we had the WASDE on Friday. Politico correspondent tweets that Biden administration is concerned that Hamas' deadly rocket attack over the weekend has led Israel to fast-track its timeline for a military operation in Rafah, according to a senior administration official and U.S. official. Yeah, SMCI was waking up earlier. And then bonds, Reddit, and Uber. But Reddit and Uber are both hitting new highs. And then SPY just at VWAP. We're 6 minutes off Euro close. Have not done much. And America's #1 chip cookie gets first gluten-free version. Chips Ahoy debuts brand new gluten-free Chips Ahoy. Financial Times. That's it. It's coming out now. I didn't know that. The first ever gluten-free Chips Ahoy cookie. Santa's on the low. I started the transfer of 90% of my trading account to the long term. The future self salutes you. CSSE? I don't know what that is. Y'all haven't realized I'm not good with abbreviations. Because I'm too involved in many like cultures and things, so I don't know what abbreviations mean. It's all different for everybody. I'm not as pop culture as you would think. Chicken soup for the soul? No, I don't. I did not know there was something related to that. Took me 4 years to realize long term is the way. I ignored Josh for too long. Hey, man, don't you worry, though. You did it. That's all that matters. And so, as long as you were patient, though, that's why I've always said it. It's just once you just start the clock in, get the hours, get the long term started. It's a timing thing. So that's good. It's good you got it now. That's all you got to do, baby. You didn't miss much, man. I mean, I don't know. It's easy to feel like that, but you may just look back 5-10 years and realize it worked out. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how most people, that's how this story is. I'm just telling you guys, I've had multiple cycles of it to a degree, but anytime I've encountered people 5-10 years ago, it's the same thing. If they start the long term late, even if they did it late, it's one of those things where you're just going to be glad that you started it when you did. So as long as you have it, that's all you need, man. So yalla, set the plan now. People talking about long terms at the highs. I want to hear how they feel at the lows. It's the same thing. I mean, I do think, sadly, more people ask about the highs. And some of the people today who are like, Josh, I love the long term. I just started it. The first 10% decline, they're going to be like, Josh, why did you tell me to do this? I knew I shouldn't listen to you. Why did I get into it? I know I should have waited for the crash to buy. But it's just like, just start. My concept is getting started, getting in there, let the clock run. And, unfortunately, people will act like that. But you just need to get it and start and have it. And even in this marketplace, not everything is at all-time highs. And I do think that is the paradox of this market, is that we look at it and we're like, wow, all-time highs, and you want to get involved. But, the thing I've been saying is just, don't buy the premium. And ironically enough, there's some names that are cheaper that still exist right now. You're not going to get your Apples and Metas and Nvidias, but there's still high quality, like Starbucks, cheapest it's been in decades. You know what I'm saying? That's an opportunity no matter what. So it's that's the things that I'm talking about. But you got to find your balance, because again, people, there's an uptick in people who want to make a long term when the market's high, and then there's an uptick in people who want to sell out when it's low. Oh man, come on. Stop it. Did y'all forget? I didn't forget. Y'all don't forget. I think y'all forgot already with this topic at hand. My light bulb just went off. I forgot. I had a counter. You don't remember? I was counting something. Oh yeah, you forgot. You don't remember. We dropped for 2 weeks in a row, and I counted 4 people telling me, Josh, I sold out of my long term. Do you remember? I don't know why I'm singing it. Yeah. So it's the same thing every single time, whether people just talk to talk or the humanity of it. But you're going to win if you're not like this bad. The people who play the wind, that's it. Just buy, hold, set a plan. My plan is bigger than any idea that's happening now. 10 years is a long time. But yeah, it was like 5 or 6 people, I think. But remember, just as we're going down, they're like, Josh, I'm selling out. Oh, Josh, I want to tell you I'm selling out of the long term. Okay, but you saw, fear comes up, people want to sell. Market goes up, people want to make a long term, people want to buy. So you need to be the one who has a plan. If you have the plan, it doesn't matter about the movement up and down. You will avoid the greater fool theory if you have a plan that will put you in those positions and not be so attached to the back and forth movement. Ooh, what a great question, Iceberg. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. That's a great question. I will answer that on the watch list. He said, with interest rates so high on mortgages, is it still okay and smart to divest from the LT for real estate? I love it. It's a great question. I'll answer it on the watch list for the people who, and hopefully you see it, man. I could answer the question now, and I'm going to, and I'm going to put it on the watch list for people who miss it. And then at that point, if you're going to keep asking me, you don't care about it, you know? So this question is good. And yes, it is still a good time. I would sell out my long-term to buy a house if the property is at a good deal. So the thing about it, I've told everybody, the rates do not matter. When making a good real estate investment, the rates do not matter at all. Is it factoring it into the equation? Yes, of course. However, the general logic is that, you know, if there's a deal in real estate and you make your money off the buy, you know, just like a stock, you buy it low and you sell it high. So you're telling me there is something with value and then you could get it lower? I mean, I'm going to take it if it's a good deal. And ironically enough, this was the other thing that I talked about the other time we brought this up. The cost may be lower. So like if you got this long term and you're paying rent, right? And you're renting out a place right now and like you go look it up and like a FHA loan would work and it works with your income and your job and everything. And it's like, dude, you might be able to get your hands on a FHA loan for like 5-10 grand. And you could turn that long term. It may be small, rates may be high, but it will probably give you safer access to a gigantic asset way bigger than anything you've owned, and also accomplish the goal of like taxes for writing off the interest and if you were paying rent anyways too. So there's a lot of ways to go about it, but the short answer is yes. But the fact that rates are high, you should think about it before doing anything, right? You shouldn't, you know, and that's where I'm saying I wouldn't FOMO into real estate just like you FOMO into stocks. And trying that, fortunately, offers not getting accepted in due time. I mean, maybe it's fortunately they're not getting accepted. You know, the right one will arrive, but yeah, I mean, anything worthwhile is going to take some effort. Like you notice, it's easy to buy a stock. It really is. You just load up, buy it, ding, 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 that's it. But they also easily change value. So it will definitely, you're going to have to put in work, and everything I just said is way easier said than done. But, you know, we are talking about, you know, probably the biggest financial investment for most people in their life. What do you think about Houston? Not bad. I like other places in Texas, but Houston has some, what's the word we're looking for? Natural endowments. Or factoral endowments. It's they have the economy there with oil and stuff, but there's some opportunity. I mean, the only thing I don't like about Texas is property tax is high. Yeah, Texas property. So that's the funny part because you're asking, like, if you're asking me about interest rates in Texas. Well, you add another 2% for property taxes. So if you're already paying high rates in Texas, the property tax is very, very high. I'm going to get you a house here one day, Michigan, God willing. I think you will. It's just timing, baby. The right one. An offer I can't refuse will come across. But that's usually how it is. I mean, Indiana, I've just had I've had good luck in Indiana. That's the only way I could put it. I've found more opportunities in Indiana consistently all the time versus like, you know, the other, like it took me a while even to get into Ohio. And then eventually the cheap deals in Ohio started popping up. So, amen. I think in due time, man, God willing. LT was hyping Indiana. Dude, it's amazing. it's been a good place. And like, bro, I got videos back in the day. It's disgusting. I'm telling you, I had videos driving in the car just telling you to buy these houses, and I was just throwing Indiana addresses up there, bro. And these houses were like 40 grand. Those same houses are going for like 400 grand now. It's insane. Because like Indiana has multiple levels of which it's popped off, but like I'm saying, there's a nice economy out there, and it's related and tied to a lot of good things, and it's good. That video was like 2019, I think, 2018 even. I don't know, but yeah, I've been on Indiana for a while. That's why even lately, even at the beginning of like last year, I was still telling you guys, even though bonds were up, I was either buying bonds or a nice cap rate in Indiana. Do you believe in the Robert Kiyosaki strategy using banks refi the debt to create wealth? I don't do the like BRRR a lot, and then even then, like with rates up, we've talked about it. Some properties it makes sense to keep debt on it, some it doesn't, and then if you've locked it in early on, you know, like that changes a lot. But I like it, but lately as I've gotten properties and gotten older, I am trying to establish it with less leverage, and I have accomplished that, which I'm excited about, and that is the general idea. If you have money to buy $1 million worth of house in Bay Area, do you wait? Or wait if your money's invested in the long term? What do you mean? I mean, I would shop. You have the money, you look around, and in the meantime, I mean, if you have that cash sitting there, you could put it towards fixed income and just get 5% on it. I mean, that'll bring you in what? Like 50 grand a year doing nothing? Oh, you meant I will buy you one, but that too? Oh, hell yeah. Amen. Either or, baby. Whichever one comes, God willing, you know what I'm saying? Man, that's... Damn, baby. Do you know anybody with a semi-successful Turo business? Yeah, Oscar in the chat. I invested in it. So, yeah. I know a couple people. I mean, it's a lot of work. It's not easy. It's definitely like you need to manage it and be on it. But yeah, it's definitely like some people have calmed down, and then the car values, that's got in the way. But yeah, I would argue, I mean, having a successful Turo business is probably just as much work, if not more work, than a successful Airbnb business. And, you know, just different, you know, managing cars versus houses. Was Chad shipping a thing yet? Remember that one? I want that one still, but no. No bond news. We just started running up. I mean, Netanyahu agreed to ensure that Kareem Shalom crossing remains open for humanitarian aid. Biden reaffirms his position regarding Rafah. So we've been getting like war headlines from like Russia all the way down to the Israel stuff. Nebraska is nice. I haven't looked too much there. I've seen a couple, but if you know the good areas there, yeah. TLT nice. It came up. It's barely in the green. At least the 2-year didn't move, but today's a calm pre-earnings day, man. It's about to be 9 o'clock too. Where's Baidu? Oh, Baidu's actually getting some volume right there. I saw Saidu. They're not even moving though. And then Baba came back to green. The Tom Brady roast, yeah. It's funny because I I think Tom Brady got mad. Like, Tom Brady, I don't know if he was ready for that roast, bro. Like, I've seen a lot of roasts, but, like, Tom was just like, dude, they hurt him. Like, and then apparently you can't make jokes about Robert Kraft getting a handy. That's off limits. I felt bad on the Giselle jokes, but, like, man, I was like, all right, well, I didn't watch the Cat Williams yet. No. But, no, bro, Tom was like, dude, no, I don't know, bro. I don't think Tom, like, he had that awkward smile on. Like, he was just hurt inside, man. Like, that was it. No, bro, it was bad. It was like, damn. Look, there were some good jokes, but I started to feel bad for him. I was like, I don't know. I don't think he was ready, bro. I think it was too soon. Definitely too soon, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he got up. No, dude, he got up to the dude and said, "Don't say that shit again." That's it. Every other joke, but that one was not. Yeah. It was on Netflix. TSMC advanced packaging production capacity has been booked by Guanghueda and AMD until next year. So they booked out till then, and then AMD. Yeah, TLT's green, but like it's 0.08. One candle, 1 minute, it go. They hate it. And then oil barely moving. Not too bad. You're trying to find off-market gold. You realize that translates to I'm opening up a pawn shop. That's all it is. You don't even have to look for it. You could be like, hey, you got gold? I'll pay you 10 cents on the dollar. And just find, like, literally either follow Hunter Biden or find drug-infested neighborhoods where people would do that. That's the scam. It's honestly sad. And that's probably built around a lot of negative things. But that's just a pawn shop. Off-market gold, I mean, you'd be surprised. Mm-hmm. That, or you could just like buy like scrap computer goods and take the people do that. Or the dentist. We've had that talk, but yeah, off market gold. It's a highly competitive industry. You'd be surprised. Josh, no love for 18 months horn. Oh man. I mean, I've given you a lot. You've had a lot in the past, man. We've given you them, but I don't know what you holding me to, bro. I didn't see anything else, man. So I give you the horn, but that's a lot of pressure you hitting me with, man. What's up? How you doing, Brian? Been praying for you, man. Good morning. Good morning. The two Fed speakers, they should be coming on live right now, right? I think we got John at 12:50. Oh, no. We still have an hour. It's 11:50. But yeah, they should be live. I don't know, though. You never know. We don't have any data for the rest. Actually, you got the SLUs at 2 p.m., the Senior Loan Officer Survey. Nice. What's up, baby? 29, Dark Ally. See, we'll mix it up with the horns, You never know, homie. There's a YouTube video on how to extract gold from circuit boards. Yeah. I think iPhones even have gold in them. There's not a lot. So close to 48. My man. Logistics. It's not easy. Let's see. Just buy the gold. Buy the gold and hold. Gold is still crazy, though, man. And then I don't know where it'll go from here, but this fiscal excess thing, we'll see what happens. Tesla's coming down. I thought it was TSM. SPY getting a little chicle. It's 9 o'clock, man. So still pretty early. We're right near 3 hours on the day, but pre-earnings, calmness, very chill week. You're not getting too much. Let's see where the volume's at, actually, because it was just literally average in the morning. It might be below now. Yeah, 16 million. And you're shy of hour number 3. Yeah, so we chilling, bro. Raul. Keep all of your gold phones. Do I have a secret gold mine? You might. You might have, like, I don't know. Is it like a tenth? Like, you might get like a gram of gold. I don't know. I don't really know too much about how much it is in the equipment, but I've heard of it. I know it's there. Mara up almost 20. And then, Gus, you emailed me a duplex. It's interesting. I need to look at the area a little bit more. And, like, there's some, like, pretty wild comps, but it just seems like it's priced a little high. But then depending on the condition and, like, there's a neighbor next to it for sale. And I think it's a one-bedroom. But it's a lot more upgraded. It's decent. I think if you can negotiate better, or if it's a duplex with a one-bedroom, you can, what's it called? You get FHA that if you're down to live in it, and then rent out the other ones. The email, yeah, that's what I was talking about, Gus. That's the one I'm saying. It's like I think the price is a little high, but it's a duplex. But like, make sure it's like permitted because the neighbor is $60,000 higher, way nicer property. Like that one, that property might need some work, you know, but that one's only a one unit. So, but then there's other cheaper units around there. Like I think that property maybe like a 450, 430 than 499, but then again, like if you know the area a little better, you have to factor in the work and the comps. It's priced a little high, but I was just saying, I don't know, man, if you're down to live in the one unit or put that as your mailing address, but like actually live there, it's a one bedroom, you could FHA that property most likely. So then you could get, even if it's higher priced at $500K, you could get that 3% down, that's cost of ownership, high monthly payment, but then rent out one unit, live in the other one. But then you're like, literally, you don't have to put, like, you could get that house for, yeah, 17 grand down versus like if you put 20 grand down, you guys would need $100,000. You see what I'm saying? If you did 20% down. Beyond Stack Burger now at Whole Foods Market. What's that? A Beyond Stack? You have to also be able to qualify for 500K. Yeah, I think, though, he's doing a partnership on this. So if it's him and his dad partnering, I think even then, I think you can find a way to get that qualification with FHA. With two people, I think it's more than possible. You're living in the one you got with the Longeveron play on FHA? What the fuck, bro? Colt, baby. I love hearing that, bro. Bro, how did I... Homie just said, oh, I'm already living in the house I got with the Longeveron play on FHA. My goodness, bro. I'll be damned. So then, yeah, you have a sister? You got a brother? Do you have anybody who you could do the FHA? Otherwise, then yeah, then you might have to do 20. Then get a better price on that house. I don't know. That's hype, bro. You just got approved FHA 6.6 at 400K. That's not bad, honestly. That's not bad at all. Then no, man, you good. I would just try to get a deal then. I don't know. That property's decent. I wouldn't like fall in love with it unless the price was 50 grand lower. 50 grand lower, I'd take that house. I wouldn't really think on it too much, but it's in between premium and not. And here I thought my 3.5 was bad compared to the initial 3 they said I could get. Oh, no. Just never. You're never going to sell. Don't ever refinance that loan or sell it. That's anything with the 3 is like, yeah, wow. If you lived in yours longer than 12 months, you could buy that one FHA again if you're going to live in it. Oh, yeah. Low key. You could just, I think you can. Or you might have to refinance the Longeveron. If you refinance the Longeveron house, if it has been more than 12 months, you might be able to qualify for another FHA if you're going to live in that one. Like I'm saying, you just have to live in that one unit or the 1 bedroom in the 2 unit. So it is possible. But that's that house. If I was going to pay, hopefully you see it. If I'm going to end up kind of spending a little bit more than the value that I would like, I mean, the only thing that could justify it for me is if it's low cost of ownership or just low cost to get the keys and the leverage. Because that, you could always work around it. You have to do 12 months under FHA. And then you have to live in it minimum for a year. And that's like kind of the promise you're making when you buy an FHA loan. You're saying I'm using it as a primary residence. Put less. I think I could rent them. I don't know. I'd have to check out the rent, but I don't think you're gonna pull $2,500, bro. Did you see what he had it listed at like $900 a month? But that was like a couple of years ago. But I don't know, man. That's a big one. Let me see, though. I don't know the area for rent. Oh, shit. You probably get $2,000. No way. But then again, there's like nice units for $2,000. But they're tiny. But shit, there's a 1,500 square foot house for $2,900 down the street. 1,000 square. Maybe. Honestly, you might be closer. Never mind. I don't know. Maybe low 2,000s is reasonable to assume. Yeah, it's not that crazy. I'm serious thinking about pursuing my real estate license. What would be step 1? I would definitely get linked with Colt Real Estate. But the first step is just finding out what you need for your state to get licensed, and then go through the prerequisites, complete them, and then get your license, and then begin. And that's why, again, I would reach out to Colt Real Estate, but even without them, the process is pretty simple. Really, the task of getting a real estate license is not hard at all. It's about, becoming successful in that industry and, making sure you actually go to work, working for yourself, that's usually the challenge for most people to start out. Got to find a homie to rent and say you live in it. No, FHA, if he moves from the other house with FHA, if it's been longer than a year, he could go and live in it. He doesn't need anybody else. The market is moving slow. Volume is lower. We don't have any events this week, or it's very dry compared to last week. And then you also have a lot of pre-earnings. So today is kind of even some of that earnings effect. But just like Friday, we are not doing much here. Just passed my state and national test. Congratulations, man. That is good news. Good luck. The Ford dividend, I feel like they're prone to lower it and raise it and do all that. They don't give a crap about it. But Ford's decent. It's kind of crazy. It's still holding a pretty high price. I would like it a little cheaper, but also, too, I don't know if, we've talked about putting in the long term, and then usually by the time it comes cheap, everything else is cheap. So I don't know, but I don't think I think their dividend, they will go back and forth with it. I don't think it's as solid as you would think. Probates are a lot of work, bro. That's it. But usually, if you could get a good deal and you're willing to deal and go through the process, it's fine. But other than that, it's a long, drawn out process. Is CCJ still going up? And we had Beyond. They had that new double stacker. Didn't really move it. Yeah, CCJ is going nuts. Hawaiian Electric. I think ever since that wildfire stuff, they've been clapped. So they may, or does it has a new ticker? No, HE. So I don't know, but I wouldn't really get caught up in the middle. It reminds me of PG&E after the Cali wildfires. And then bonds coming down, SPY back to VWAP. NASDAQ still 0.6. It is leading. Dow is giving up a lot. So Dow is actually holding up early throughout the day, but that is flipped. And then Russell's still at 1.2. I enjoy working probates as a realtor, at least in my experience. I see dead people. You like working with the dead? No, I'm kidding. That's cool. Why? I mean, you could help people out, honestly, if they don't understand the process and I'm sure, I don't know. You might be a light. You might be a light, Zach. I could see that. Even though the title is very Kendrick Lamar, I barely talked about it today. After pissing my girlfriend off, after talking about it so much, I see how some people might get triggered. I have tinfoil, though. I have aggressive tinfoil. I have very aggressive tinfoil related to all of it, but I don't know if I could say it. I don't know if I could say it. I don't even want to put it out into the world, to be honest. So maybe you'll just have to ask me at another time. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. You want to hear it? It's okay. I can't do anything. I can't even negotiate with y'all. There's no amount of likes you could give. You didn't even have 1,000 likes in the morning, so therefore I have nothing to talk to you about. You know what I'm saying? I'll save it for another time down the road in the right place. Maybe I'll just put it out on a stream alert or something. I'll put it out in text for them. It's like 10, but that's, That's cold. Hey, man, I'm sorry, I guess. But we're talking about poetry? Yeah. That's the highest form of self-actualization. So once you've accomplished, the basic necessities of life and to be a self-actualized human, you arrive at art. So you may not understand yet, but the self-actualization is a key. But yes, poetry is of utmost importance. I know you dislike energy, but what do you think of MLPX? Just what you already said. I don't like the energy. I don't think I'd add any of them. If I was, I'd probably add XOM, but nah. Not SQ. Low ticker. I mean, high ticker's still moving too. You just came back down, bonds off the high, but still there. Intel assembles Japan team for Japan chipmaking automation. Intel Japan news. And then that oil play is still up, but barely. Oil is trying to move up. Etsy on the high. What was the other one? We have Celsius, Shopify, Disney, someone else in the morning too. Nvidia. That still held up good. Again, ARM had an upgrade. And then who's the other one? Micron. And then SPY right at VWAP. This was their first 5-minute rocket. And then you're still holding the gap up. Oil's above 1%, trying to make a move. Workhorse, I think, has been popping. I have not heard about Workhorse this much since I was president. I know, it's a shame. What happened to Workhorse? It looks like a work pony. I don't know, it looks like a glue factory. It's a shame. But yeah, I've heard a lot of Workhorse today. No, I could do a better one. I just, Better? Okay. AON on the high. Wheat still going. People were talking about that earlier. And then Nvidia is still holding while SPY gets its little reds. Workhorse, where's the long time? Terms kicking it. All right, man. Dollar green again. Volume super low. 17 million in your 15 minutes. Bro, in the last 15 minutes, we've done 1 million in volume. You would do that in a minute off the open. So, again, granted, I mean, the first candles, that is your biggest move of the day, but yeah, we're not doing anything right now. Bull on the high. Nvidia getting another candle. Not bad. About guessing AEO. I like some of them, but I don't know. In the back of my mind, I kind of doubt it. So we've known about those names for a long time. I think they may be around, but I don't know how I feel about investing in big box clothing retailers. But then again, look at like Abercrombie and see what they've done. So it's hard, but I kind of like the Nikes of the world better than the Abercrombies and AEOs, you know? But then again, like, they've came out pretty good. And like I was talking about with Abercrombie, you know, that's a heavy cash business. Like, they're bringing in good revenue. And like, I don't think they have that much debt. I think that's why they've rocketed up, because it's just pure equity, you know, just pure profit that they're making off of that. And they're not paying debt for all of these years. Why were you banned? I don't know. I have to ban you for snitching on yourself. Sorry. Hope you understand. It's the rules. We did Palantir. We did that on Friday. I could do it again today, but I swear it was going to be in the morning. Y'all tricked me. Y'all said it was going to be in the morning. So I did it. Apple still going lower. SPY's getting Raouled. What is this? Group expected to invest tens of billion yen in effort to achieving working technology by 23. Intel partnering with 14 companies. But yeah, SPY's starting to go down here a little bit. Sound pop. I mean, SPY's getting back to opening candles, so kind of a big deal considering we have not done anything. Like that range, and then you have like, what, 30 points of gap up that you held? So 5152, last time you were here was literally 6 minutes into the day. And volume is still really low. Tesla is on the low. Uranium, very big highlight of the day. Dollar's back to barely green. Again, there's Tesla. Tesla's still green too, and the NASDAQ. And then oil's still up 1.0. Nvidia got green candles before any of these reds. Honestly, Nvidia's insane. And then I think everybody's getting hyped off ARM. So Micron got the upgrade, and then so did ARM. But I think ARM is going to be tomorrow after the bell. And I think that'll wake things up. And Nvidia's kind of big. I'm very surprised considering they're leading into earnings next week after this week. But they're still like 9-something is huge. Like I thought that lady on Bloomberg was tripping. She was like, especially after this pullback, it's moderated. I'm like, no. What are you saying? USO, yeah, oil's starting to break a little bit. I don't know, maybe I'll get a war headline. Then you got Fed speakers in 30 minutes. So we'll see how that plays out. That one will be interesting. UNG and Boyle still low. Ticker's kind of active there, but just random ass energy names on the high. Assembly welcomes Peleg Cortesio Burgess as first global chief strategy officer. Don't know what that is. Official gifts from France's Macron to Chinese President Xi include cognac amidst Chinese tariff investigation. You're stoked. You get to leave Texas and go back to California for work. Will you pray for me, please? Of course. Very exciting, man. Nice. I think you're excited. I like to see excitement out of you, baby. Let's go. Amen. Amen. Is MPW going bankrupt? No, but Stewart is. So now they're going to have a little bit of a bumpier road, but technically this was kind of the idea we had since January when MPW said they're no longer going to count stewards' revenue as part of their revenue. Remember Google had that headline with Microsoft earlier. I think Microsoft is still up. Yeah, Google came back lower. Microsoft held. Stewart. Yeah, it's 9. I mean, 5 more minutes here till the top of the hour. Do they find new tenants or stewards staying? They're going to stay in there for a little bit until, because it's a very difficult scenario. You can't just empty out hospitals. So I think they're doing it for like some other strategic reason with they're going to try to stall. I think both parties, but generally they're going to just stay in there until some sort of agreement is in place. Or somebody comes in to buy it, because that's the crazy part. Stewart just sold off that unit to UNH and a couple of other people. Peloton running. All right, and then we got Fed speakers in like 20 minutes. Fed barking. In South Carolina, Rotary Club. The event includes a Q&A, separate Q&A. All right. So I don't think Barkin will be, I don't know if we're going to be able to listen to it live. South Carolina Rotary Club. So all my SC people, bro. But then there's going to be a Q&A afterwards. So I don't know, but like there's going to be 2. There's going to be a Q&A for the audience, and then afterwards there's going to be other questions. Excuse me. And then, yeah, the Milken Institute. That's going to be, excuse me. That's going to be Williams. Williams will be important.
Level, we need to say, we need to now reintroduce judgment back into the decision process.
Big man, Milken. We could talk about the race. Zotan, Timo Rag got it all in one place. So, yeah, that's what's going on now. But, yeah, that's where John Williams is going to show up. Yeah, Intel News was Japan. They're doing some sort of conductor or packaging manufacturing there. I thought it'd be good news, but they're trading lower. Yeah, pickle. If you mean what I think you mean with that joke, that's fucked up, dude. That's not. I don't. What do you mean by that? I'm going to clarify just in case. Carvana, they're flushing. They were just, wasn't it just up like 6 or 7? The Amgen news, we talked about it on the watch list, but no update today. It just kind of sold off there a little bit. The plays went down, but I do want one for July. All right. 12:30. Now it's push-up time again. Exactly what I think. All right, man. Well, we'll see you again. God bless you, bro. But yeah, it's push-up time, baby. You've been here for 3.5 hours. You got 3.5 left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees. Do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. I can't believe this. Wow, 3 hours already, man. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. So relax the eyes. You've been staring, man. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. Good posture. Now you're ready for the next 3 hours. But that's it, chat. Come on. That's it. There you go. Now relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Little bit. It's already 9:30, man. Again, we're going to start getting these Fed speakers here in a little bit, and then that'll be your only catalyst, and then before you know it, boom. Whoop, whoop. Oh. That's good. If you do 40 push-up diamond, that's hype, bro. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's go. You know what's really good for your heart? I think the more push-ups you do, the longer you'll live. It's very, very good for your heart, man. Rotaries, like, get you some stream alerts, baby. All right. Al Jazeera citing leading Hamas source. Movement informs Qatari Egyptian mediators of acceptance of their ceasefire approval. Dispute property lines. I mean, how long has it been disputed for? That's one of the biggest things. Yo, oil's getting clapped off of that. Yo, hold on. No, that rumor is hitting. Bro, that rumor is hitting. Oil's already down. Shit, I was just green on that. Yeah, SPY's even moving around. So, hold up. Yeah, bro. No, I'm going to get out of that. I'll just take it. Oh, $100 loss on the oil from Friday. But no, that's the first stupid war headline that hit oil. Yeah, watch out for that. I just closed out the oil play for a $100 loss. Yeah, I just don't want to get dragged in the middle of it. Like I'm telling you, man, we read all those headlines. That was the only headline that actually moved it. I closed it because my play, I was green on it, slightly red, even a $100 loss. I don't care. I had some flips on Friday, but I don't want to get caught up in it. That's my fourth war headline this morning, and that's the only one that moved it. So if it is true, oil will get clapped a little bit more, and even if it's not, you're going to get another headline. It might even bounce back up, but I think where I was at, it's just easier to get out of it without having to be exposed too much. Because I was down like 300-400 at one point. Those futures could add up. So, and then I went up $100, and then I closed out with 100 loss. But that's weird that it actually moved. Every other headline did not move it at all. STNG dying. Check if, like, Zim moves, too. Scorpio tankers. Yeah, Zim is dying, too. Honestly, LMT and RTX even. Yeah, RTX is low-key getting clapped. Okay. All right. Yeah, Sting, RTX, Zim. I don't know. I even said I put out a stream alert. It's kind of a little reactive. I made a play, so we'll see how it plays out. But like, I not only did I do the oil play, I just did another option trade. But it does depend. Oil already came. Oil flushed another dollar, then came right back up. So it is a little reactive. Zim already came back up. Yeah, we'll see. And then again, Fed speakers here in about 20. All right. The next big set of data is just going to be a Fed speaker. That is all. Oh, they ended that one? And then Hamas says it accepts ceasefire proposal of Egypt and Qatar. So you're getting another confirmation of this. So watch out there. So again, right now, the only biggest news update seems like we might have a ceasefire deal. I don't know. There's been a lot of, like we said, back and forth news on this. But now oil and a lot of these other plays are actually moving. All righty. Mike McKay.
Going on.
And
in terms of the data dogs,
trade
there's a lot of them barking this week because we have a number of Fed officials who are out speaking. As a matter of fact, they start in about 15 minutes with Tom Barkin from Richmond and John Williams from New York. And then earlier this morning, we had Raphael Bostic from Atlanta put out a paper. Tomorrow, Neil Kashkari. Wednesday, a whole bunch of them. Thursday and Friday the same. But they're not, when you can see the graphic there, the ones in yellow are the ones to pay attention to because they're the ones who are talking about monetary policy. But there's not a lot of data for them to sniff out. We've got consumer credit, wholesale trade, jobless claims, and Michigan sentiment. That's about it. So the data aren't going to drive what the Fed is thinking about, but maybe the auctions will.
Ira, more on the auctions here because interestingly enough, you did see some moves at many parts of the curve here. You saw an interesting bid really come into the 2-year, into the 10-year. Are those investors safe at these levels, or can they see some pain ahead?
Well, I actually think that we will continue to rally at least near term. The data without any data to kind of push us against the rally, then I'd say stick with momentum very near term. So could see yields a little bit lower, maybe trying to find a new range for the 10-year. Very important levels, 4.31%. So I know that's very specific, but that was a very important resistance level on the way up, and that will be support on the way down. We do have the 3-year, 10-year, and 30-year auction. You mentioned that a couple of times. So there is always the risk that you get a buyer strike at these auctions. But I do think that if we hold near 4.5%, that those auctions will probably come and go. And what will be more volatile is what Mike was just talking about with the Fed speak. People are going to parse every single word of a lot of these speeches and the Q&A, the press Q&A after some of them often generate headlines that then create a lot of market volatility. So it'll be interesting to see how dovish those are compared to Jay Powell last week.
Mike, you very gracefully laid out for the market here the ones to watch, but what are you watching for them to say in particular?
Well, we want to know how many of them are lining up behind Jay Powell with his, follow me umbrella, like a tour guide through the monetary policy world. He has basically set it up that they're not going to raise rates. They may not lower rates unless they feel there's a lot more confidence in what's going on. So two things. One, is there anyone who disagrees about the raising rates? And are there people people who think that there is a better chance that they would lower rates than not. All that could whipsaw the markets. The thing we won't have is data to support that. They're not going to be able to say, well, this tells me X. We're going to have to wait until next week when we get CPI.
Ira, how do you think through what you were calling a potential buyer strike here when you look at these longer dated auctions? There's been a lot of debate, if you cover Wall Street like I've been, frustration that the Treasury hadn't earlier taken advantage of locking in rates. But to your point, will the market take it?
Well, I would argue that given the level of deficits a few years ago, the Treasury Department trying to be their regular and predictable, which is their mantra, they did issue a lot of long-term debt. It just, some people said that maybe they should have issued even more. Well, in retrospect, you could say maybe. I think the thing that the government needs to do now is not necessarily worry about how much, which instruments they're issuing in terms of debt, but really that the deficit and debt is very high. And that's last week we had the quarterly refunding announcement, and at that the Treasury Department basically said, "Hey, we're going to not raise how big the auctions are right now because we're well funded, but that still implies that we're going to have like a 1.7 or 1.8 trillion dollar deficit this fiscal year, and that's a very high number. So eventually that's going to create a supply story where you have to continue to have reasonably high savings rates to absorb all of this government debt that's coming out. So, eventually you can wind up seeing higher yields or modestly higher yields anyway, just because of the amount of debt that there is. And that's where the buyer strike comes in, right? We used to call them bond vigilantes.
Markin is going to be at the South Carolina Rotary Club. I don't think it's live.
People aren't going to
buy these bonds. We'll get the text right when it comes out, and then a Q&A.
So,
two Q&As.
So that's the kind of buyer strike
I'm
talking about. And
your
you
boy,
see that
John
will
Williams
manifest itself first at Treasury auctions, where you'll see less and less what's called indirect bidders. So those are investors and end users who bid through primary dealers, and those are you'll see that get lower and lower, and that's a sign that there's a buyer strike actually going on, that investors just don't like the levels.
Michael McKee and Ira Jersey, thank you so much for keeping an eye on all things bond market and all things Federal Reserve. And on Wednesday, reminder that we're going to speak to UBS's head of credit strategy, Matt Mish. He's going to talk about those auctions a little more, as well as reading the tea leaves at a time where some could argue the Treasury market has been quite fragile. Now, I want to bring you some breaking news, very important. Hamas tells mediators it agrees to the ceasefire proposal proposed by Qatar and Egypt. No word yet from Israel or the mediator. We will be keeping an eye on this for you at Bloomberg.
Low-key glad I got out of the oil play.
As they come. Stick with us. More on that
still
next.
Around the same
This
price. But yeah, it looks like you are getting more word of that. Now everyone's talking about, Bloomberg's dropping it now. BBG. I'm still in it. It's cheap. Oil's still below 80, but I just don't want to get dragged into those headlines. After watching it all day, none of the headlines moved it than that one. So if that one does hold weight, we'll see. CF, and then your Zeronium going up. Yeah, Apple was dropping earlier. RCL and the airline shops on the high. They have earnings. I think the market did go up from the first candle. It went up a little bit, but then oil, see if oil goes lower. That will be good. You guys recognize that, oil has been down here. So a bigger drop in oil, I think people might like that. We're getting oil's back down to where it was when we started the year, or a little bit to the high end, but cheaper oil could be better. So I don't know. I think the market, small positive reaction, but I do think if we get more downtrend in oil, that'll help some things out. Oil under 80 takes 3-month forward CPI to 2.9 from 3.8 at 87 in mid-April. That's good. I need to double check that though, because I know that, because remember the last 2 months though, even I think last CPI report, we did have a low 80 or 79 or something like that on one of them, and it still was around 3.8 though. So I don't know if it'll drop it down by 1. I'll have to double check, but that does sound like you're in the neighborhood. Bought Baidu last week. Chris Edwards, baby. Good morning. I like Baidu. I've been in that for a minute. But then this week, too, we are keeping an eye if China does the turnaround. Or if they continue. This will be 3 weeks in a row. Dorito did his homework. I don't know if this will offend you. But you know what I had this weekend? I had it, like, it's funny because, like, the last time I had this, I was like a kid at church when they first came out. I had those Frito twists, you know, them honey barbecue Fritos. Like, and I haven't had that in probably like 15 years. And I was like, wow, these are good. So you just reminded me of that, Dorito. Yeah, the honey barbecue. You know what I'm talking about? Nasty? Oh, I just haven't had them in a while, but I love them. Good time. Good times. Senator Warren pushes Pentagon to address Russia's use of Starlink in Ukraine. Xi seeks cooperation with France in aviation. Tesla still shops, killing it, and now SPY is up. Oil is going a little lower. It was lower earlier. It flushed even lower there, but then you are now going up. And then Richmond Fed Barkin, inflation data this year disappointing. Job is not yet done. Barkin confident that current restrictive level of rates can curb demand enough to bring inflation to target. Barkin does not see economy overheating, but Fed knows how to respond if it does. Oh, Barkin data whiplash confirms value of Fed being deliberate. Barkin, given the strong labor market, Fed has time to gain confidence. It will be sure inflation will fall. Barkin, businesses are still looking to raise prices if they can. Risk is shelter and services. Keep headline index above target. So that's your boy Barkin. Yeah, I might be. I don't know. I could get his pre-written statement and throw it into what's it called? I could throw it into the Josh AI. Barkin is in South Carolina. Yeah, South Carolina Rotary Club. So yeah, it's not live. You have to be there. But then there's going to be 2 Q&As, a Q&A there, and then afterwards, he is scheduled to speak to reporters. Oil did rocket back up here again. Hold on. If they say that shit was fake, oil's going to shoot up another %. Yeah, no, oil just popped up 60 cents. LYV, didn't they have earnings? Oh, now oil's still holding, though. Where is gold? I didn't even think about that. Gold barely moved off of the headline. That's kind of funny. VIX, I said it, the VIX has been neutered. We were just at 17. So we'll see. We're still, the headline, they're saying that Hamas agreed to a ceasefire. Israeli Army Radio. Sources in Israel, Hamas actually approved a softened Egyptian proposal that is unacceptable to Israel. Yeah, bro, it's the same bullshit. I think they're saying it's not true now. Hold on. Again, Israeli Army Radio journalist, sources in Israel, Hamas actually approved a softened Egyptian proposal that is unacceptable to Israel. That's why I made a move on the other one. I'm like, bro, it's my 4th headline and it finally moves. Yeah, Hamas agreed to modified Egyptian proposal. So hold on. You're probably going to get another update on that. The dollar's red. Well, watch. I didn't think about gold when those headlines came out. Barkin is speaking right now, yeah. His latest comment was data whiplash confirms value of Fed being deliberate. And he said if there is a hard landing, the Fed knows how to respond. Oil's coming back up. Hold on. You might get that. That's crazy because it took Bloomberg like 5 minutes to verify it. And now you're already getting a pushback. But you're going to go back. You might get another headline here on Israel. Unfortunately, it looks like it's a modified proposal. So maybe they agreed to something. Maybe they didn't. We will find out. And then bonds are catching a candle now, too. Cruise out, let's see. I got out at 78.31. So it's like 10 cents higher than where I sold out. That's why I was like, I feel like I was getting out a little earlier. But I had gains on it. They got me. I was like, I don't want to deal with that. Do I have a terminal? No. I used to. I got banned from Bloomberg. So I stole their keyboard. But yeah. Now I have my own. Yeah, we have a Chad terminal, pretty much. Fair trade. It worked out. It worked out, baby. It worked out. A terminal? That sounds like a nuclear energy. In Russia. Our correspondent quoting Israeli political source, the amended Egyptian proposal differs from the formula approved by Israel. Sky News Arabia. So now more people calling into doubt that headline from 5-10 minutes ago, but let's see. Palo Alto popped again. I forgot about them, especially after Fortinet. They're actually not doing that bad. $2.99. Remember, even $2.99 at one point. Wasn't that the breakout point to the high side? Yeah. These guys, the Palo Alto. Oh, the Swiss Army one? Going blade less as a weapon rules? What? I forgot. I didn't tell you guys. So I went into the courthouse on Friday. And when I was going through the metal detector, I had to go back to my car because I have a knife on my keys. I didn't realize it because my girlfriend, she's from Switzerland. So obviously she bought me a Swiss Army knife, So I keep a Swiss Army knife on my keychain. And I was like, I can't go in with this. He was like, no, man. And I was like, all right, let me go put it back real quick. Hold on. But yeah, I guess I had a weapon on me. I didn't think about it. All right, oil's coming back up. I got shooken out. The tree got shaken and I left. Good to have. It has knife in the name. But they also have a toothpick. I use the toothpick more than I use the knife. That's all I'm saying. Nah, I told you the security guards were homies though, bro. I loved them, bro. They were hilarious. I was talking to him, bro. They were great. He was just laughing with me. We both laughed. We were like, we can't. I was like, I can't bring this in. He's like, no. And I just started cracking up. And I was like, all right, let me go take it back. Disney Pop. Remember, Disney earnings are in the mornings, and that thing already pre-earnings ran. That could have been way worse. It's vibes, baby. Good vibes. Good vibes. Snap on the high. Oh, I wanted to see. And then we got to think, man, because every time I get greedy on these covered calls, we never sell them. So if we want to do it, we should do it now. Israel Channel 12. Israel has not yet received confirmation of Hamas announcement that it accepts the broad outlines of the ceasefire. Sky News Arabia. January. Oh, they kind of came back up. Walgreens, MPW killing the long term. Should you average down or sell the positions? So I have both of those, and what I've done is just reallocated. So that's what I would do personally. I wouldn't sell them, and I wouldn't average down. I would take that capital that you have to average down and give it time. I mean, one thing you could always do, if you could afford it, and if you have money and it's not there, like let the storm ride through, and that's kind of how we've gone through pretty much everything. I don't know, man. I kind of want to do it. I kind of want to sell the covered calls on Snap. It might be time. Let's check. How much would that be? 27. And then Spy's actually rocking it up here too. No more Barkin headlines yet. We're still going to hear more from him, so be on the lookout. Yeah, the Airbnbs are kind of expensive, but it just depends what price. And then bonds, I didn't realize that. TLT is kind of breaking out up by 0.15. Yeah, volume is very, very low today. So whatever move we are making, most of it was the gap up. So, and then there isn't that much news, and we are waiting for even more earnings. A lot of the pre-earnings have made their moves today. I guess NASDAQ's up 3/4. Bond auction will be later. We already had a couple ones today. They're not that big, but later in the week, that will be our only other event. Not to mention these Fed speakers. I mean, Barkin didn't move us too much. We are also getting war headlines, but those Fed speakers do have a chance to get us moving. Bond auctions 2 p.m. usually, but I do think those. I think the 3-month, 6-month already came out. They do those a little earlier, I believe. Yeah, you have the 6-month auction at like 11:30. Tomorrow you'll get a 3-year auction at 2 or at 1. That one will be kind of important. And then which one? No, Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday 10-year auction. That'll be the big one. And then SPY is going up there. Hi. Yeah, 30 years on Thursday. I think there'll even be a 15-year as well, too. So, or that'll be in the next week. But a lot of bond auction talk will happen. People were just talking about the supply. Remember last week how we freaked out with the Treasury announcements, and then it kind of calmed down. So that's still part of the equation. And then the data. The data has been turning, and that's been getting people, moving and responding. Although there isn't that much data this week, it's still, a topic of concern. Disney still running up. Bonds, SPY, everything's kind of getting a little bit of liftoff. So 5163, man, it's a decent level. Again, anything above here, this opens up the door to 5200. So like 5172, that level should sound very familiar. Then 5178, then the 80s, and then 5198, then 5200. So just right below 5200. And then Disney is up 2-2. Those contracts are up like 40 in the morning. I'm sure they're going even crazier. All right, Boeing ripping, and SPY, man. Again, this liftoff here, it's everything from bonds to the pre-earnings. A lot of tech, man. NASDAQ's outpacing. Russell was already up 1-2 earlier, so if anything, SPY, NASDAQ, they're the ones going up off of this. And if you guys don't, everybody's debating this deal right now. Oil's trading like there's a ceasefire, but low-key, this rally right here, this was that Israel news. So it's hard to really say what's driving that there. And some EU stuff as well. And then, my man with the dog attack. Are you here right now? I have something for you. I just saw that email. I'm sorry to hear about that. Yeah, Boeing is still moving up. Again, I think we need to figure out what's Williams. Fed is looking at totality of economic data. Eventually, there will be rate cuts. Let me get you your boy.
To get out tomorrow, I'm going to be.
Come on, let me see. Israel media reports Egyptian proposal by Hamas is not acceptable to Israel.
These events, I think it's pretty obvious that there isn't a goal of persuasion. When you're sort of trying to impede the movement of Jewish kids trying to get to class. right side of history on the civil rights movement, you're doing something bad. It's like objectively wrong to keep kids from...
This should be John Williams. Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe they turned it off. They're like, wait a minute.
Right side of history on the civil rights movement, you're doing something bad. It's like objectively wrong to keep kids from... arrest some people, but our goal was not to. Of this, it's similar data, but if you look at Pew and Gallup, basically one of them has done a major study every 4 years for about 15 years.
Williams,
in 2015, 59% of Americans thought higher ed was on net value adding in American life. 59%, 2015. By 2019, it had fallen to 48%. By 2023, it was 36%. So you're declining 12% a year over 4 years, 12% over 4 years, another 11, 12% over 4 years, and that's before the debacles of post-October 7th management. I don't think there's any doubt that when we get Pew and Gallup numbers this summer, less than 30% of Americans are going to think higher ed is net value adding. That's really, really dangerous for a free republic.
Yeah. So, Michael, in the Times this weekend, you had a piece, and I know you don't write your own headlines either.
He's not on stage. So that's supposed to be John Williams. He's supposed to be at Milken right now, Milken Institute. I'm not seeing him yet. But we had two headlines. He said eventually we'll cut rates. But that is the one I want to hear from, because we've heard from pretty much everybody except Mr. Williams. Yeah, Ryan and Mara, it's because Mara got added to the S&P 600 mid-caps, and I think that's been driving all of them there. Yes, and then Israel's saying that the deal is not acceptable. But oil's now trading lower, like right at the price where I sold it out from. Very weird, man. Even then, keep an eye on gold. You guys correctly added that to the list. The gold's barely moving from the news. Oil's trading a little lower, and then SPY is, you're a couple points higher. So clearly, market's moving without the headlines or not, but you just got to juggle these little tertiary factors in the background. Meta, MI, dollar still barely green, right on the cusp. I want John Williams. I want to be able to hear this. Watch live. Come on.
And if you value add.
Okay, you need to calm down, dude. You think the discussions alone are good for the matter? Yeah. Maybe they're just closer. That could be a thinking. But, man. Vol headlines. RTX, yeah, they came right back up. Everybody in the LMT PG value plays are all lower. That's what sucks. The Dow gave up a lot of gains from the morning comparatively. Embark on the massive journey. I want to see Williams. I can't find him. So I don't know. I'm not even getting any more quotes from him. Fed Williams, Fed looking at totality of economic data. We already had that. TLT's still going up. I don't know if you guys realize, ever since the Israel stuff too, even before, the bonds were moving just a lot bigger than that range they were in. It looked like today was going to be a dribble down for the bonds, but they kind of just lifted up there with that rally, and even then they're continuing as the SPY's coming down now. Meso on the high. Blinkers. The Beto yield. I don't know how that dividend works, but we have talked about it over the years. I think some of you have gotten to take advantage of it. Just in time for the election. Apple's still on the low too, though. Man, that sucks. And then bonds keep going. Israel official says proposal includes far-reaching conclusions that Israel does not agree to. And then I do think oil is still trading lower, man. That's crazy. So they're just getting clapped off that. Crazy title. They not like us. I'd love it, man. That's it. I don't know. Like, that's all. I was inspired by Kendrick. You know that? And, like, that's it. Kendrick has also set the bar for me. Like, I ain't never going to get mad at nobody ever again. Because if I'm not willing to do what Kendrick did, there's no point. That's it. And then at the same time, if anybody play you like that, and you're ready to go, you should be going in full Kendrick. Otherwise, that's it. And they not like us. They not like us. Banger. Fed Barkin says worrisome when monthly inflation prints come in higher. Josh, I accept your offer to give me $10K. Awesome. Just sign the form and email it back with your account number. Hopefully you read the fine print of 115% APR. If you're cool with that, I'm down. I could fund today. Thank you. Like the video. Oh, Marcus Hanlon, baby. My man. Or no. Hey, man. Accept terms that was never extended. Yeah. Oh. This is funny. But yeah, I think I responded how anybody else would, though. They said, okay, you read the terms, right? 115 APR. But that's usually how it is. So if somebody, accepts a deal you never offered, you usually respond back with something that's not in the deal. You know what I'm saying? Are you blocked from the chat? No, I see your message right there, man. I mean, lately, too, if I have been clapping y'all, I've been telling y'all what the case is. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't trying to have no animosity. We have rules. It's all love, man. So, nah, you're good. I can see you. Congrats, Jason Derulo. His name's Jason Derulo. I like it. Jason Derulo. Yeah, it's not my birthday, but thank you. I didn't get clapped. I barely talk. You didn't get clapped. That's what I said. But you didn't. All you said was good morning, bro. I didn't see anything about Boeing. So, this is how your chat looks to YouTube and me. All you said this morning, what up? Good morning, 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 good morning. Am I blocked? Weird. I didn't get clapped. I was asking about, but I didn't see anything on me. You know what I'm saying? I only saw your good mornings. Josh got the receipts. I do. And that's why it's very good, man, at the same time. I could check, keep up to date with anything if I miss it. So it's nice. I love getting my good one. I do too, man. I appreciate it. It's a good vibe. You know what I'm saying? For real. Like, you guys coming in here in the morning saying good morning and waking up. I really hope my energy in the morning helps you out. And at the same time, bro, nothing like walking in, good morning. It's like everybody loves a good morning. So thank you for contributing to that in the morning. You know what I'm saying? I like it. I like good morning vibes. That's how it's like, that's a good place. If you could wake up in the morning and you're like, good morning. Woo! That's a good, you don't want to, good morning. Yeah. Interview with the electrical union. I'm praying I get in, man. Hey, I'm praying for you too, bro. Let's go. You want PHILO? I don't know, man. I think PHILO might get banned. We're not allowed to. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Say OVO. Oh, they got the state. All right, let me go P. I want to hear John Williams, though. I'm kind of disappointed. Fed Williams, real wages are improving, seeing signs of more consumer caution on spending. Economy is still slow. They're healthy, but growing more slowly. Fed Williams, consumers still see spending, see GDP 2 to 2.5 range this year. Israel official says Hamas announcement appears to be a ruse to cast Israel as the side refusing a deal.
Really important questions to answer because that's what's on the minds of students and parents.
Okay. So I want to lay out, we're going to talk about value.
It's supposed to be on. I don't know where he is. That's so crazy. 12 to 12:30. $67 counterparts, $468 billion reverse repo. $18 billion uptick. It dropped big that last time. All right. Well, you're coming back down again. The Israel deal stuff, they're just getting in the way. All right. Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And our BRB.
Well, I think you can draw your own conclusions what might happen as a consequence.
All right. It's Aaron, it's always great to have you on Balance of Power, but especially on a day like today with this developing news. Thank you so much for joining us. Aaron David Miller, of course, is a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. And I would remind our listeners and viewers, what we have right now is a statement from Hamas that it has accepted a ceasefire proposal put forward by Qatar and Egypt. We have not yet heard from either of those two countries, nor have we heard from Israel as to whether it has accepted this agreement in turn. So we will continue to keep you apprised here on Bloomberg Television and radio, and we'll have much more coming up in just a few minutes. This is Bloomberg.
Damn it. That wasn't enough.
Keeping clients focused on...
Keeping clients focused. Moody. Going down in an earlier round. Sugar word going down screaming, I'll be your number one with the rate cut. A loaded financial conditions, cock it and pull it. No? Okay. Sorry. It's a Monday, man. I have a lot of energy and I feel like I don't, but like I'm calm. Like the Lord is good, man. That spirit, you know what I'm saying? Well, I do need to go to the restroom. All right, perfect.
I think that's likely to heat up with the election and then next year as well. So that's the one that I'm most mindful of is I hope we don't end up with naked protectionism, but I think we'll certainly head more in that direction.
Just because you're worried about the impact on growth.
Yes, yes. I mean, it's never as good for the world when you've got that. It will make it a bit more fragmented. That said, I'm not that negative on growth around the world. I think it's slowing a bit at the moment. But look how resilient people are. The consumer's resilient, the corporates are in very strong health, and that's a good underpinning to have.
Jane, thank you very much. Great to get an update on the firm and your world views.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you. Jane Fraser is the Citigroup CEO with a good global view. Tyler, back over to you.
Sarah, thanks very much. And by the way, we'll be seeing you in the next hour with more from Milken, the 2 p.m. hour with the Citadel CEO, Ken Griffin. We'll see Sarah then. Don't miss that. Coming up, former Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz speaking out on the coffee chain's big earnings miss, calling for contrition and humility. We'll tell you what else he's suggesting and hear from one analyst who's standing by her buy rating on Starbucks. Plus, 3 big names on deck with results perhaps none bigger than Disney. We'll get you ready ahead of those reports with the action, the story, the trade, and the earnings exchange. The exchange is back after this.
The earnings, the trade. Woo! goodness. Do you think Netflix was 600 today? Oh, I don't know. I don't know about today. And I mean, this week, the drivers are going to be, it's going to be a weird stop and go for sure. If this is how we're starting off Monday, low volume and everything. So I hope you're ready for anything, but I don't know. The short term, like, expectations, I think are pretty difficult to, like, again, what stock's going to do this or that, you know? And then Boeing, man, that's been all day. RCL, UAL, and the other airlines are going up. Celsius pre-run. They're hyping up Disney now. Eli's always up there, too. My goodness. And then oil getting some dancing candles now. Israel says Hamas announcement appears to be ruse. That's the same headline. And we haven't heard anything else from John Williams except those comments. You will get Barkin Q&A a little bit. Israel studying updated ceasefire proposal. Okay, so now Israel says they're studying it. I don't know. What's up, baby? Finger to the sky, Zach. I hope you're living good, man. Good to see you, baby. Blessings, baby. All righty. Oh, Chatadonia. Oh, yes, it's time. PHILO, let's start it off, man. Monday. You know what I'm saying, man? I hope you guys had a good weekend. I'm glad you guys are here. I know the market, honestly, if the market ain't giving us much, I really hope we could focus on some things. And before I get into talking about anything, dude, it's something, I don't know. I've seen it, I've felt it, and I think it's always too, man. It's you guys have to realize there's certain things you could do individually, and it does ultimately have effect on everything around you. And that's why, dude, I do give a huge shout out every single time I'm doing these PHILOs as of late, because some of y'all have really not only encouraged others, but you've just shown and been that beacon itself, and it speaks a lot. And I'm just proud that some of y'all have given a real good effort to this. And honestly, I'm very grateful. And I love to see people try and make progress and getting on the plan and doing it soon and doing it with the seriousness that it will always go a long way. And it's better to see that. It's kind of like a sigh of relief, man. You know, so good work, Chad. Very, very proud of y'all, man, my PHILO warriors. And again, thank you for this time. I hope I hope you feel grateful for it as well, but I am too. And I think, you know, above all else, though, you know, we could talk about some good things. Just don't forget what I've told you, though, over the last couple of weeks. Every single one of these PHILOs, not everything is going to be for you. You know, I'm not talking to anybody specifically, but one thing, it has nothing to even do with the PHILOs. I mean, like, in every aspect of my life, I am taking another step back. If I could slow down, I will, because I want discernment. And I really hope all of y'all, everything you hear and see, you know, you're going to always have a natural reaction to things and you're going to feel a certain way. But I always encourage you to, like, think and sit. Is this really for me? Because not everything is for everybody. All right. That's a very, very big one. But I do want that discernment to shine through. So that being said, I got a good PHILO. And I really do think today, I really hope it can encourage you. And honestly, I was about to start it off hella weird. You know, I was going to talk this Monday. I have a PHILO. We could talk about, like, demons and other things. But I was like, you know, I don't think we should start with that on a Monday. I don't know if y'all want to wake up to demons like that. But, you know, some of you do already. It's okay. But the point is, I really hope today you could get some encouragement. But please, you know, attach this to some of the other PHILOs that we've been talking about. And, one of them, like I've been asking you guys, did any of you take time this weekend? Did you meditate? Like, did you give yourself 30 minutes? And I don't know what you were expecting or if you ever done it before, but did you notice anything? Did you give yourself the time, especially if you haven't? Because I've been telling people this, man, and I know it's, I don't want you to take my word for it, but I hope all of you can, kind of just see the reviews from everybody else. It's something universal. But for real, give yourself that time, man. Do not forget. Do not forget. But I do hope today encourages you with all that being said. So, Chad, we're going to talk about the journey. We're going to talk about success, the good stuff. And like I'm saying, man, I gave you all these other PHILOs too. Sometimes I have to give you the reality check, and I hope that when you hear certain things, focus on the full message at hand, not just the things we want. But you guys know Daniel in the Bible, Daniel in the lion's den, even Daniel got thrown in the fire. And then there's a story of David and Goliath, different person. I'm just giving you the quick background because I need you to understand. Daniel never prayed for the lions to go away. He never prayed for the fire to go out. David did not pray for the giant to disappear. Oh, Chad. You want to say that again? I love that follow-up question. He's like, did he pray for strength? Guess what? I don't care what he prayed for that he got. You know why? Because in these, he did not pray for the lion to go away. Lord, get rid of the lion. Lord, get rid of the fire. Lord, get rid of the giant. No. This is why I told you guys the other day, man, and it's like it made me laugh to a degree because I sat there and I'm like, man, low-key, I be getting like nervous what I ask for sometimes lately when I really think about it. Because you're going to ask for certain things and the thing that is developed is challenges. That's what really develops character. You want something, you want to really get it, you're going to take the scenic route, let's say. But why am I bringing this up, man? This is to remind you that in the battle of life, of anything, even a real fight, man, a lot of energy is wasted on hoping your enemy wasn't there. It's going to be there. You have to be able to rise to these occasions of it. And it's good. I know it's intimidating, but it's good. And there's something bigger at hand. And I brought this up the other day. I was speaking on this just because it came up naturally. But like success, we all want it. It's crazy. Honestly, it's something you got to find out. We were just talking about meekness too. And finding that balance is oh so difficult. But the thing about success that I think a lot of people overlook, it is always a survival story. I don't think y'all feel me, man. I'll start explaining success to people. You start looking at success that you've seen in life, whether it's inspired you or not. It's almost always a survival story. Do y'all feel me? If that wasn't the plot, would it, I don't know, maybe the success isn't as sweet. But really think about that. You become successful. Is it because you have talents and gifts? Sometimes, but it's what you survived. It's how that talent and all of that came to fruition. It's always a survival story. Honestly, it's kind of weird. Do you not realize how much of human life is built along this? It's all about surviving. That is nature, evolution, surviving, survival. But like you even see, bro, even how you work with people. Bro, y'all doubt people. Naturally, you just look at people. And you're like, nah, I don't, but they can't do it. We all doubt. And like, that's why some people, you ever been confused by it? Don't be. You know, there will be people in your life, my brother, that will literally, they may not be as religious as you think, but they are praying that you fail. And guess what? When you don't, they will turn around and trust you. Huh? Oh, I don't think y'all feel me. Do you get what I'm saying? That's how life works. You don't think that's weird, but it's true. Some of you right now, you have people in your life who trust you and they believe in you. But guess what? In the beginning, they actually thought you were going to fail, and they probably hoped you were going to fail too. But seeing your struggle and seeing like, oh, you're going to fail. No, he won't do it. You're not going to do it. And then doing it, it inspired something. That survival, you became you survived, you got something. So do you get it? That's part of one thing. I'm going to give you another philo on this down the road. That's why in a weird way, don't get too caught up in with what they say. We are human. And you know what humans do? That same person preying on your downfall will become right behind you the next turn in life. You would be surprised. But do you get the point? I hope you do. And this is what I was bringing this up last week. I hope you picked up on it. And I'm going to just give you something flat out right here, right now. There's a bar. This one's a bar, dude. Crisis and going through crisis. Crisis confirms what you said you are. Oh, no. I don't know if you feel me, man. Crisis confirms what you said you are. And I don't know if you picked up on the broad point with what I'm telling you. Don't pray for the lion to go away. Don't pray for the David. Don't pray for the fire to go out. The giant, no. You're going through something? Bro, this might be your opportunity to confirm everything you said you are. I'm a hard worker. I'm this, I'm that. I'm smart. I'm never going to quit. You say you're all of these things. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when you enter your moment of crisis, that is where we confirm it or not. That's it. That's why I'm telling you. It's always that's why real success is the survival story. You said, I'm this. They didn't believe. The crisis comes, and when there is crisis, you confirm. That's why the cliche, and we're always like, oh, it's an opportunity. Smile. But I hope this philo makes you understand it, because it really is. It's not as cliche, oh, I heard this a million times. Let me just, no. Do you get it? Are you really treating your moments like this for crisis to really say, yo, this is my opportunity to confirm what I said I am? Bro, crisis builds things that you cannot take away. It's actually crazy because crisis will instill some of the biggest things in your life, assuming there's a survival. Some of your biggest beliefs is based on how you survived something, a crisis. Come on. You know, let's be real. If I told you, a lot of y'all in here, I don't think you trust me because I'm a good trader. I don't think I'm that good of a trader. That's why people get mad and they get confused at me sometimes. That's not why you trust me. Above all, you could blame a lot of things, but at the end of the day, a lot of you have witnessed us through crisis. If I'm going to go back and say anything, I would put it on the crisis. That's it. Because that's where it confirms it all. You know, and even then, though, it's funny because, like, when I even think about that, I'm like, oh, yeah. Because I do like crisis has, in a way, how I've responded to it. It has I've done good at times, but like I told you, man, even the other day I was like, I don't know. There's something in my spirit though, and I gotta watch out for it. As much as I want to tell you I'm the crisis king, I'm not. And I would say I'd rather be a servant to the crisis. And in that sense, bro, it's just like even then, some of us are opportunity to help will be in those moments. But the point I'm saying here, man, is that these challenges, and if you are going through something in your life you're going to define as a crisis, this is your chance to prove everything you said you are about you. And even sometimes if you don't believe it, I don't think y'all feel me. Some of y'all, you keep telling yourself, I can't do this, I can't do that. Yeah, when it's easy, when there's nothing on the line, I don't think you can. But some of y'all, you just needed a crisis, I think might even show you a little deeper of what you have in you. So, Chad, I didn't want to start off this Monday too crazy. But for real, I think this is a pretty deep concept. Crisis is going to confirm who you say you are. You don't need to pray the challenges away, you know, and honestly, the thing you're looking for, it's going to materialize in there. So embrace it and just realize these are truly, it sounds cliche, and we want everything easy. I know, trust me, just if it was just can we skip that part? But there really is a real value in it, and that's what I'm telling you, man. Every crisis that you have gone, that some people to the level of the crisis you're facing, that's going to be the level of conviction you're going to feel, because you know, like if that crisis was bad enough and you survived through it, what you gain from that, it's very hard to explain. So Chad, it's time to start embracing these along with everything else we've talked about. You say this, you got the plan, you have the long term. Guess what? What's going to confirm your long term? Oh, come on. I'm going to walk away. Chad. You know, we had to talk a little bit today. We really did. We really, really did. And we were talking about the long term. I'm going to get a long term. I'm going to hold it for 10 years. I'm going to save this. I'm going to stick to this. Everybody says it. All it takes is crisis to confirm who's a Chad or not. All it takes is crisis to confirm who's going to have a long term. You said you're this. You said you believe in it. Everybody believes in it when it's going up. Everybody believes when there is no crisis. That's easy. Anybody could say they're anything when the environment does not challenge it. But you see what I'm saying? Like that, when the problems arise, when things are different, when it's outside of your control and things are going crazy, that's going to confirm if you are what you say you are. So Chad, you tell me who you are. The crisis will let us know. But take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch is the main channel. Third link for the Scream Alerts Boot Camp and Real Estate Calls. As always, of course, man. Of course. Take it to the bank. All right. Let's get you some Uncle. Some coke, baby.
All right, guys, listen to some blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired? Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership has set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for yeses, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets? I need you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, and what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold.
I love it. That's good, man. That's good. Amen. And now it's post PHILO. So welcome to Monday. That's it, man. It's kind of almost done. That's the crazy part. 142. Citadel Ken Griffin says service inflation is more concerning and more likely to persist. Citadel Griffin says we have to think long and hard how to make our Social Security work for the American people. Need some F-350. Well, hopefully, if all goes well, I think you might get. I don't know. You might get another country song soon. I don't know. It just depends. If all goes well, we'll find out. That song is on Spotify and YouTube too. Just search Uncle Answers. Palantir, New High. I covered. Oh, did you? I showed you. I put the words on it. And then Spy's coming up here. Yeah, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It's good, bro. I love it. I love it. I love it. But I don't know. It's just they have to approve it. So is that you or not? I don't know. Like I said, would you believe me if I told you it was me? But that's all. Egyptian mediators said they would guarantee that war would not resume in Gaza. Hamas deputy Gaza chief. Griffin, if Fed doesn't cut in September, it will in December. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We gotta get these previews. Where is Corinne? She don't come on till 11:15. Oh, that's late. Come on, where's Jonah Hill? BCO? Is that Brent? I don't know, Brinks? Oh, I don't know. I've not really looked into the armored truck business, to be honest. Why did I think they were? I thought they were linked up with ADT. Maybe I'm tripping. The country song. Well, hopefully, if all goes well, it should be out very soon. But it has to get approved. So like, if they don't like the song, it can't. Like, I don't know. There's like a little bit of like beat at the end. So we'll find out. SPY breakout inbound. It actually is. And bonds, too. I think that's a nice, pleasant surprise there. But you did just hit a high. Snap is even... Dude, Snap's almost back at 17 again. That one's kind of wild. The covered calls are decent. I'm kind of considering it, but I would like it unencumbered for now. The ball is in Israel's court. I think this agreement satisfies all parties. Hamas deputy Gaza chief. Zim doesn't even have a dividend. So whatever you think Zim has on dividend, I'm pretty sure they eliminated it. I don't know. Can anybody confirm that? But I don't. I'm pretty sure as of like maybe 6-9 months ago, a little longer, I don't think there is any I don't think there's any like divvy. I think they've cut it entirely. They're bringing it back most likely on 5/19. That's what Chad's saying. But yeah, there's no dividend declarations or anything. They have benefited off the Red Sea stuff. Bro, Disney, man. That sucks because Disney, I think they were pricing in 6 or 7, and then if it moves 3, OpenFace was saying Palantir did that. Palantir was pricing in 14. And then it moved up 7% this morning and still pricing in 14. So keep that in mind. Some of these are low-key already making their moves. Well, Palantir, we went over the preview. I think I could go over that one a little later. But generally, I mean, I think if they could surprise and do good. The one thing I like about Palantir when I go over their preview, they have a really good margin. So, I don't know, creating like AI war machines or whatever they do. It's good margin, Habibi. Good margin. FIW on the high, 52-week high. You love Palantir. You have average 14. Should I wait to buy more? How much do you love it? But straight up, you got to, like with plays like that, you either let your long-term speak to you or you love it and you load up on it. If that makes any sense. So like for me, I mean, the long-term, even to this day, the long-term is telling us where to invest. It's showing you what is trading down, your balance, whether you are overweighted in one industry or not. So it just depends if like you really like it. You know, some names you could stack up on and you could either break out of the balance or you could just, you know, let the long term communicate it. Serious delinquency rate for home office loans reached 7% in April, highest level since early 2017. Live, laugh, load up. All right, more Israel headlines. State Department says discussing Hamas response. Israeli army spokesperson asked about Hamas announcement on truce, says we examine every answer and respond seriously and are exhausting every possibility regarding negotiations and returning hostages. I don't know. Maybe they do it. They've been, you know. Oh, this guy
that has come in, and because we were working on this in real time and trying to reach.
Let me get these previews, but this is kind of important considering these back and forth today.
We're going to be
that's like your only real headline
with our partners in the region in the hours ahead. It remains our top priority to try to reach a ceasefire agreement that will lead to the release of hostages, that will allow a surge of humanitarian assistance both into Gaza and allow it to move around inside Gaza. But I don't want to comment on any of the various reports about what they might have been responding to until we've been able to go through it in detail and come to a full understanding and discuss it with our partners.
And can you say at this point, maybe you can't, but Hamas's political wing and their militant wing, are they on the same page here? Do you feel like this is a response that at least indicates where the entire group is?
I'm just not going to speak for Hamas at all. As we have said for some time, there has been a significant offer on the table. The ball has been in Hamas's court. We have made clear that they should accept that offer, that Israel made significant compromises, showed that they wanted to reach an agreement that would lead to the release of hostages, that would bring an immediate ceasefire, and we have hoped that Hamas would take the deal that was on the table. Now, as to what's in their response, what it looks like, we're going to review that and withhold judgment until we've had a chance to conduct a full review.
Can I ask about the threatened Israeli offensive in Rafah? In the hours before this, there are lots of reports about evacuations, not just reports, but Israel is talking about evacuations from Rafah. How does this, what's the U.S. message in this now? Do you think that Israel should hold off on any operations in Rafah as we discuss this response?
Of course we do. We've made quite clear our position on Rafah for some time, which is that we cannot support an operation in Rafah as it is currently envisioned. We have made clear, the Secretary made this clear in his conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu and other members of the Israeli government last week, that we have not seen a humanitarian plan that is credible and that is implementable. And we believe a military operation in Rafah right now would dramatically increase the suffering of the Palestinian people, would lead to an increase in loss of civilian life, would dramatically disrupt the delivery of humanitarian assistance, all of which is coming through, I shouldn't say all, but the great majority of which is coming through Kerem Shalom or Rafah and is being distributed inside the Rafah area. If you think about what it would do when you have people moving north to places where internal distribution lines are not currently set up, and you're going to have to try to reestablish those in the middle of conflict in Rafah, we think that would be very difficult, if not impossible to do. So even absent this latest response, we have made clear that we do not support Israel launching a full-scale military operation in Rafah.
Sure. I mean, you just said it in terms of that's the standing U.S. position on this, but has there been any communication with the Israelis about, I mean, in the past hours or so, about the response from Hamas and how this affects the situation in Rafah? Is there a message?
I'm just not going to get into our those conversations. As I said, we just literally in the past hour, 90 minutes, received that response from Hamas in the first place. Of course, we will be discussing it with Egypt, with Qatar, with Israel, the three countries with whom we have been working throughout this negotiation process. But I don't want to get into the timing of those. But obviously, if those conversations have not already started, they will be ongoing in the next several hours. Mara.
Matt, under the current circumstances, do you still think a ceasefire is achievable based on what you know coming here?
What do you mean? Is a ceasefire achievable?
Like
a ceasefire is what we are trying to achieve.
Yes, but I mean, over the weekend there was a quiet impasse, and right now Hamas has accepted it. But from Israel, we're hearing that that's not the proposal that we've sent. That's a softened version that throws into the whole thing into doubt.
And I think
I'm just wondering, what's your sense?
A ceasefire is absolutely achievable. There has been a deal on the table, a proposal on the table that would achieve an immediate ceasefire and the release of hostages. Now, as for Hamas's response, which I think gets to your question, again, I don't want to characterize it in any sort of detail until we've had a chance to review it in depth and talk with our partners in the region about it.
And one thing on the humanitarian aid, last week when Secretary was in Israel, there was an increased emphasis during his trip on the delivery of humanitarian aid. We visited Kerem Shalom, which got shut down over the weekend after the Hamas attack. But can you give us a sense of what a Rafah offensive, how that would impact all of Gaza? Because there are issues with distribution in the north. If we have a Rafah offensive in the south, could there be any meaningful humanitarian aid delivery in the north?
So let me just speak broadly to all of Gaza first, and then I'll come to the north. So certainly, a Rafah operation would make it incredibly difficult to sustain the increases in humanitarian assistance that we have been able to deliver over the past few weeks since the president's call with Prime Minister Netanyahu on April 4th. You have seen an increase in the number of trucks going in through Kerem Shalom. You have seen an increase in the distribution inside of Gaza, including inside southern Gaza. All of that would be put in jeopardy by a Rafah offensive, because obviously, just look at what happened in the past 24 hours when you saw Hamas rocket attacks on Kerem Shalom that led to the death of 3 IDF soldiers and led to the closure of Kerem Shalom. If you had an ongoing kinetic military operation, it doesn't take a genius to figure out the impact that that would have on the delivery of humanitarian assistance, not just through Kerem Shalom, not just through Rafah Gate, but of course inside all of Rafah and all of southern Gaza. Now, separate from that, we have been working on standing up additional
Herbalife
mechanisms
pop,
to get
4%.
aid directly into northern Gaza.
Bring it back to
without having
MLMs?
go through Kerem Shalom. Not because we anticipated an upcoming Rafah operation, but because it's so difficult to get aid through Kerem Shalom and then move it all the way to the north of Gaza.
No
that's why you
crowd.
saw
Again,
the
high
opening of
ticker is
Erez
fully
Crossing,
gassing. You
which
are
is
near a
something
high.
that the president insisted on, and something that we achieved last week when the secretary was there.
And then
first
oil
in
is about to
Jordan
break
and
down here.
Then in Israel. So you can have trucks move directly from Jordan through Erez Crossing in the north, not have to go all the way to Kerem Shalom, come back up north. You saw Ashdod port opening, so goods can come directly from Ashdod and go in through a northern crossing, and it's why we're standing up the maritime operation. So there will be ways to get humanitarian assistance into northern Gaza
This is
directly.
the
We have
State
been working
Department.
on those.
So like low-key, these
because
quotes,
it's important to
all
do
of
so
these
because
headlines
we've
are
seen
hitting
how
the
difficult
wire.
it is to
So
get
we're just
aid
listening to it.
from southern Gaza into northern
And then again,
Gaza.
everyone's
It's
kind
hard to
of
speculate what the
trying to
impact
feel as if
of
this
a
deal
Rafah
will actually
operation
go
would have
through.
on the delivery of that aid to northern Gaza, but certainly you can say without a doubt that it would dramatically impact the delivery of humanitarian assistance in southern Gaza.
Just going off of that for a second, you said earlier, reiterated that the U.S. doesn't support a full-scale invasion into
Israel
Rafah.
said they're looking
What about
over
a
it, but
limited
it is
invasion into
somewhat
Rafah?
different, but we still
I'm not
don't know
going to
yet
speculate on
fully.
the types of military operation.
It's not speculating. The Israeli government has said limited.
I'm about to answer, Kylie. So there are proposals that we have put on the table, and this is why I'm not going to talk about some of this publicly. There are proposals that we have put on the table to the Israeli government that we have discussed with them that we think would be a much more limited, much more targeted, much more effective way of achieving their legitimate military objectives, which is taking on the Hamas battalions that are remaining in Rafah.
Bond's still going up. Now Microsoft. High ticker is still very active right here.
Publicly by the Israeli government, and I think I'll leave it at that.
So just to be clear, what you've proposed to them isn't your understanding of what they are planning to go ahead with in the near future?
I'm not going to speak to what they might be planning to go ahead with. I'll let them speak to that. We've seen the announcement they made today.
They have
about
earnings. I'm not going to go over that preview though. I don't.
Not the entire
Lucidian, but they are earnings today after the bell.
Gaza, not the entire Rafah area, but for a significant portion of it, 100,000 people. And of course, we have concerns that any evacuation at all in such a crowded area, if you see 100,000 people move, you're going to see other people in the next area move as well, which of course is something that you want to see happen if there's a military operation. But the problem now is there's such limited places for them to go inside Gaza, and there is no effective way to distribute aid to them and make sure they have access to shelter, access to sanitation in the places that they would go if, say, you had hundreds of thousands of people moving from Rafah.
And then without characterizing the Hamas response, given you guys are still reviewing it, would you say it's a hopeful sign that they have given a response here?
I think that would be characterizing it, so I'm going to decline to do so until we have completed that review.
And when do you think you'll be able to complete that review? When should we expect an assessment from the administration?
The Director Burns, as I said, is in the region literally working on this right now. I don't want to put a timetable on it, but it is something that is a top priority for everyone in this administration, from the president on down. You saw that the president had a phone call with Prime Minister Netanyahu today. Achieving a ceasefire deal that would lead to the release of hostages was one of the top priorities of the Secretary's trip when he was in the region last week. So everyone is focused on this. Everyone is trying to get a deal over the line.
you. Last week there was some reporting that the Biden administration had put a hold on a shipment of US-made ammunition to Israel. Have you seen that report? Can you comment on its accuracy?
I have seen on that report. As is usually the case, we don't comment on specific cases of arms transfers, and I'm not going to do so here.
Thank you.
Yeah, Saeed.
Just to clarify on the offer that you said was generous and on the table and what seems to be accepted now. Does that mean that the ball is no longer in Hamas's court?
Saeed, it's impossible for me to answer that question without characterizing the response that Hamas has given, which I'm not yet willing to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
The slews are coming out now.
Now we know that Israel is accusing the correspondents of Al Jazeera, our colleague, who are Israeli citizens, by the way, accusing them of incitement that goes back many years and all these things, a crime that is punishable by imprisonment. Are you worried that these correspondents might actually be imprisoned by the Israelis? And if they are, what would the government?
I don't think anyone's going to react to it.
So I'm not going to speak to those specific allegations. It's not something that we've reviewed in detail. We would have to do that. I'm certainly not going to speculate about.
So the SLU's April loan officer, I don't know if I could probably put this in the thing, but addresses changes in standards and term regarding loan and business. Banks responded to a special set of questions and changes in lending policy. Where is it? Major net shares side. All right, let me find the summary to it, but it's out now.
Conducting
their operations everywhere in the world.
Yeah, I think most countries have had an issue with Al Jazeera. Let me ask you about Rafah. Now, the movement, 100,000 people and so on. Now, how many would need to move before Israel can go in and legitimately go after Hamas's position? I mean, the area is so small. Al-Mawasi, where they are moving and so on, just meters, maybe kilometers away. What would prevent, let's say, Hamas fighters or Hamas leaders and so on to actually move, to another place? They allegedly have a network of tunnels that would allow them to do that and so on. And then, we have the same kind of situation. We see the Israelis saying we want to go after them in that area. I mean, how do you read this whole situation?
So that is not really a question I can answer. I will just make clear, as I have already, and as others in the administration, including the president, including the secretary, have on a number of occasions, that a major operation in Rafah is not something that we can.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, here it is. If you go to the Fed website, just search Senior Loan Officer Survey. But then just go to every heading and it'll tell you there. There's a couple of ones. Troy posted one of the headlines. They're saying CRE categories have tightened all query lending policies, including spread of loan rates over the funds, maximum loan sizes, and interest-only periods. So honestly, I don't think it's anything moving us right now. They're saying it's tighter conditions, but it sounds the same. Last time we cared about the SLUs was the, the banking crisis. So that being said, Chattadonia, you're hitting a new high right now, and I think it's a good time to begin our earnings previews. So, unfortunately, I already did the previews for Palantir and what was the other one? HIMS. So we're going to skip those. All I have for today after hours, the ones I'm interested in, are going to be SYM and RKLB, and then I'm going to do the ones in the morning. I have Disney, Celsius, Datadog, Crocs, and I think that's it. We're going to boycott oil. We'll look at Ferrari, but there wasn't a preview. But even then, I think they're going to be a little bit too expensive. So if there's any other ones, you could throw them in afterwards if we have time, and we'll get to them. Other than that, if you're not aware, what we're going to be doing is going over some of these companies that report today after the bell, as well as tomorrow morning. And then I'm going to go over whatever information, if I have them, their past earnings, how they've played, and all of that. And then we are going to go see what the option chain is pricing in. And from there, you can figure out what strategy you want to do, whether it's ghetto standard deviation, whether you want to sell a spread, you want to play one standard deviation. It is all up to you, but you will have that info. So that being said, you're going to go get a lot of info right now. I will let you know if I end up making a play. Actually, I won't, and that's a special circumstance today. It's a long story. We did not get an agreement in the morning, so we have to push that back. But pretty much, I don't even think I'm going to play anything, though. We're going to find out. But other than that, be wise and do not gamble. I mean, low-key. all of the earnings thus far, there's only been a couple of them that have hit. So compared to what we did at the beginning, it just really, I don't know, this season, you got to kind of be a little picky here. Starbucks was good. We did hit that in the post earnings on Tesla, but, comparatively by this time last quarter, we were like 10 plays deep, but it is definitely, you got higher premiums this time around. So we'll see what happens. But Chattadonia, here it is. Let's start with our first one. Like I said, I already did Palantir and the other ones on Friday. So you guys wanted me to do it then, but unfortunately, we've already covered that. So I'm going to start with SYM, Symbiotic. Symbiotic Class A. Oh, I closed that out. Play earnings run up. Yeah, even then though, it's been very stop and go. If you play the run up and you get at the wrong time and then the market gets that whatever data volatility, it'll get clapped. I'm 50, right? 50-50 pretty much, or a little bit below, I think, on the pre-earnings. Where is it? All right. So, Symbiotic, that's going to be our first one. They're expecting revenue of $412.9 million versus guidance of $400 to $420 million. Gross margin 18.6, systems 19.1, adjusted EBITDA margin 3.5 versus guidance of 3 to 3.6, EPS of 3 cents a share. Next quarter, revenue expected to be $447.2 million, gross margin of 20.2, adjusted EBITDA margin of 5.9, EPS of 4 cents. Since last quarter, Symbiotic is down by 22.5, S&P is up by 1.5, and XLI is up by 5.5. Near-term options imply 19% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 24, gain of 40, gain of 51, and loss of 13. Revenue has beaten 7 of the last 7 quarters. EPS has beaten 6 of the last 7 quarters. Short interest 25%. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 1 of the last 2 quarters. Excuse me. Get you a GME for some of y'all. That high. So Symbiotic, I don't know. This thing kind of moves a shit ton. So you could play that accordingly. But I think you might need a 40%er for 2 standard deviations. So this one might not be it. But they've moved a lot. I don't know. Maybe shares if you have a gambling bone in your body. But other than that, I think it's going to be high. 830. Yeah, that's 20%. Yeah, it's pricing in about 20%. That one's a lot. So that's Symbiotic. Good luck if you want that one. About $8 priced in. Market maker thinks it can move $8 either direction. Okay, RKLB. This one's a smaller one of the space plays. Revenue $95 million versus guidance of $92 to $98. Adjusted gross margin $29.3 versus guidance of $29 to $31. Adjusted EBITDA loss at $29.1 million versus guidance of loss of $30 to $28 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of loss of 30.7%. EPS loss of 9 cents a share. Next quarter expecting revenue $106.2 million. Adjusted gross margin 31.1. Adjusted EBITDA loss of $27.6 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 26.1 and EPS of loss of 9 cents. Since last quarter, February 7th, they're down 16.1. SPY is down by 0.7 and XLI is up by 0.3. Near-term options imply 10% move, but last 4 quarters, loss of 3, loss of 2, gain of 1, loss of 3. Revenue is beaten 7 of the last 10 quarters. EPS beat consensus 4 of the last 10 with 2 in line. Short interest is 20%, and forward quarter guidance has beaten 3 of the last 10. That one is weird because you would think as like a small company and like one of these smaller hype type beats, it would move a lot on earnings, but they don't move at all. So I thought 10% would have been pricing in a little bit, but surprisingly it's pricing in 10, but you haven't moved like that in a year. Fisker closing down the Manhattan Beach headquarters. No. So, interesting. I think we're going to skip the pricing on that one because that one just goes shares, but they don't even have a good history. All right, that's it for after hours. I don't know. Is there any other ones after hours? Because, again, we already did Palantir, HIMS. I know someone said microchip. I think you guys want that one. Oh, but real estate ones, again, it's not like it's going to beat or, like, miss too heavy. Usually it shouldn't. But MCHP, I think, will be the only other one. Let me see if I have that preview. I do. Celsius tomorrow morning. These are just for after the bell. So I already have Celsius ready to go. Don't you worry. Yeah, microchip near the high. They're expecting $1.33 billion in revenue versus guidance of $122 to $142 billion. Gross margin 60.2 versus guidance of 59 to 61.6. Operating margin 31.5. EPS 57 cents a share versus guidance of 46 to 68. Next quarter expecting revenue of $1.34 billion. Gross margin 60.2%. Operating margin 31.9. EPS of 58 cents a share. Since last quarter, February 2nd, MCHP is up by 5.3. S&P is up by 1.2 and XLK is down by 3.9. Near-term options imply 8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 4, loss of 7, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 with 2 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 12 of the last 19. Forward quarter EPS guidance has beaten 11 of the last 19 with 2 in line. HXL is popping. Hexel. Oh, didn't they have news? But MCHP. So, again, their biggest move in a year was loss of 7. So, take it with a grain of salt. They don't have weeklies either, so this one will be a little hard to price. $6.80, $6.90 now. Divided by 7.2. So I don't know. Unless you want to get it. They're doing well. They're outperforming the tech. That's what stood out. You know, you've had a lot of these chip companies here, so they could be involved in it. That's up to you, and it's still not like a crazy price stock. But it hasn't made a 7% move in a minute. But then that's why. If they have a blowout chip earnings, maybe they could. So, yeah, that one will be tough. Then Fed Barkin, you're getting more comments from him. Okay, now let's get to the morning. So the first one, baby. Oh, I should have drew you guys a picture. Instead, I wrote it in Arabic. It kind of looked like an Aladdin bottle, if you have an imagination. But Disney, shout out to the long term. They have their earnings now. I mean, quite an interesting chart. Isn't it crazy if they do good on this earnings, they could break out of this 5-year range and maybe get back to some of those other levels. So let's see what is expected for Disney. They're expecting $22.1 billion in revenue. Operating income, $3.61 billion. EPS, $1.10 a share. Cash from operations, $3.71 billion. Free cash flow, $2.33 billion. Total DTC subscriptions, $229.35 million. 154.97 Disney Plus. 26.3 ESPN Plus. 50.14 on Hulu. Average revenue per user, $5.69 on Disney. $5.99 on ESPN. Hulu S video only, $11.86. And then Hulu Live TV plus video on demand, $96.01. Full year guidance, September 24, EPS, $4.60. Price history since last quarter, Disney is up by 2.4, SPY is up by 2.3, and XLY is up by 0.2. Near-term options imply 6.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 11, gain of 7, gain of 5, loss of 9. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. So Disney's already moved up a lot, sadly. It's pricing in the same, but you already went up half of the move already. But they have moved pretty decent. The fact is they're going through that like recovery story. So pretty much every earnings has a little bit more weight. So Disney is pricing $6 move. If double is 12, you're saying it already did it. I'm not saying it already did it. I'm saying it, you know, we priced it in, and this is why we price it ahead of the earnings, because the stock could move beforehand. So otherwise, just watch what I do right now, and if maybe that could answer some of your questions. If that doesn't answer it, so we're gonna take the at the money straddle price. So it's that 160 right in the middle. 330 plus 395. That's like what? Say 4. It's like 730, 715. We'll go with this number. It says 716. So market maker thinks Disney will move $7.16 either direction, even though it's already moved $2 today. It's saying an additional $7. That's why we do the pricing here. Now divide that by 115 or 116.15, about 6%. So market maker thinks they'll move 6%. We hit Disney last time. So if it moves like it did 12%, I think that one will actually hit. But, you know, the premiums, it would have been easier to hit without today's move, essentially. So 716 is what's priced in. So if you double that, that's 2 standard deviations. But if it was pricing in 716, the thing I'm saying is that the day of the move, it's already moved like 280. That's like half of it. So you're pretty much just tacking on another 3% to the move essentially, but it's still pricing in 7 from the price it is now. All right. So that one is Disney. The next one, let's see if you guys can figure this one out. I drew a picture for it. Do you know which one this is? I think it's a pretty accurate picture. I think I drew it like with heavy detail. I could have done more shadowing, but other than that, I think you could see what company it is. Celsius. Yes, your eyes do not deceive you. Yeah, Lucid's been popping here. You want me to switch out your GME? Because Lucid reports after the bell today. Yes, Celsius. So they're expecting revenue of $390.3 million, gross margin of 46.8%, adjusted EBITDA of $72.8 million, adjusted EBITDA margin of 18.7%, and EPS of 20 cents a share. Price history from Q1, February 28th. Celsius is up by 9.8. S&P is down by 0.1, and XLP is up by 1.4. Near-term options imply 13.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 20, loss of 2, gain of 20, gain of 20. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line. Short interest is 12%. EBITDA, earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. So they're pricing in less than what they've moved, but 2 standard deviations would be under that. But they move big. I think we hit Celsius pre-run-up last time, and we played afterwards. But I did not play the actual earnings. So let's see what that chart says. Mm. 78, we'll go to 79. 580 plus 570. What is that? 1050? Oh, 1150? 1152? Yeah. So 1150. Oh, no. So market maker thinks Celsius will move $11.50 in either direction. 14.5%. We're not hymns in Palantir we did on Friday. So we've already gone. We're already into the morning. So yeah, 14.5. I mean, you're going to need like a 28% move for double. So I don't know, Mike. I don't know. Like I said, I think last time on Celsius, we hit the pre-run up and the post, but I sold out for the actual earnings. But then again, I mean, they've been killing it. I've actually liked their earnings a lot. All right. Oh, I don't know if you guys will get this one. Can you guys figure out this earnings? Here's the next one. I don't know. Can you guess what that one is? We got to go to the logo. I'm going to just go to the logo so you can't cheat. Official briefed on ceasefire talks as Qatari mediators had meeting on Sunday and Monday with Hamas about Israel proposal. Oh, they got it. Look at you guys, dude. Like, is it a horse or is it a kelb? It is a kelb, habibi. Kelb, data kelb. يا ولد. امشي. اسكت يا حبيبي. انت افهم عربي. A data kelb. This is a data kelb. You thought it was a deer at first? Dude, honestly, like, it's crazy because, like, you know, I'm a very creative individual at times. I have zero artistic ability when it comes to drawing anything. It's like God gave me a curse. It's like, I don't know, like, if I try to draw anything, bro, like, I don't even know what this looks like. It looks like a dog, but in my mind, it worked. That's an ear, dog. It's not an antler. It's an ear. This is like a German Shepherd. I think you know, the pointy ears? They have that look. Anyways, data kelb, data dog. Data armadillo. So, data kelb, they're expecting revenue of $590 million versus guidance of $587 to $591. Non-GAAP gross margin 81.8. Non-GAAP operating 22.1 versus guidance of 21.8 to 22.3. EPS 34 cents versus guidance of 33 to 35. Cash from operations $177 million. Ending deferred revenue $815.8 million. Billing $618.3 million. Next quarter revenue $617.2 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 81.7. Non-GAAP operating 21.1. EPS 34 cents a share. Cash from operations $184.2 million. Ending deferred revenue $831.3 million. Billing $631.1. Full year guidance EPS of $1.38 to $1.44. Revenue $255 to $2.57 billion. Since last quarter, February 12th, Datadog is down by 7. SPY is up by 0.8 and XLK is down by 4.5. Near-term options imply 11.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 28, loss of 17, gain of 15. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 18. EPS 18 of the last 18. And forward quarter guidance 7 of 14. Forward quarter EPS 10 of 14 with 1 in line. It is a schnauzer. I could see it is a schnauzer. Yeah, data. Okay, I could see that. I was thinking more German Shepherd, but that does have schnauzer vibes. So data kelp. This one kind of pinned. I don't know. Pricing in a lot. It has the ability to move. It might be there. Might be there. Let me see. Load. That was the right one. I thought it was the wrong one. $125. What was that? 1370, 1330. We'll go 1340. So market maker thinks Datadog will move 1340 either direct, about 10%. Oh, not too bad. $13.40. Data schnauzer. All right. So that's in. Then here's the last one for the day, baby. Last one for the day. Let's see if you guys could get this one. This one might be tough, man. This one might be tough. What logo is this? This is the logo of the company. I don't know. Do you know what it is? Godzilla? It could be Godzilla. I don't know. Well, I could draw, honestly, if I drew you guys pictures, it would be like your children coming home from kindergarten. I'm like, look at what I did. This is my interpretation of Crocs. Yes, Crocs. Yeah, that's an alligator. I thought it's kind of accurate. I know someone said Godzilla, but, you know, I do think Crocs is look at it. It's I don't know. You tell me, man. If you guys want to buy these, I will be NFTing them. Just in case anybody still has residual income. and is into that, maybe, I don't know, maybe if you want an NFT of it, that's artwork. That's a 101, man. That's a 101. Prove it on the blockchain. Prove it on the blockchain. 5-year-old says T-Rex. This is a good opportunity to teach him about Crocs. Say you know the shoes. Because, dude, I learned about Crocs when I was very young. I'm mad. I could have bought the stock then. But you say, no, that's Crocs. Say, Josh just doesn't know how to draw. But it's related to a stock. All right, so Crocs. They're expecting revenue of $884.3 million, implies 0.01 year over year versus guidance of loss of 1.5 to gain of 0.5. Gross margin 54.7%, SG&A 32.3, operating margin 22.4 versus guidance of 22 approximately. EPS 225 versus guidance of 215 to 225. Full year guidance EPS 1205 to 1250. Revenue growth 3 to 5%, adjusted operating margin 25%, capital expenditures 120 to 130 million. Price history for quarter 1, February 14th. Crocs is up 16.9, SPY is up by 1.3, and XLY is down by 0.7. Near-term options imply 10.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 12, loss of 5, loss of 15, loss of 16. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Wow. So they have moved a lot, but just like Datadog, they're priced below their biggest move, but 2 standard deviations still wouldn't capture it. So I don't know, man. You got to deal with that one a little bit, man. You got to deal with that one a little bit, man. Croquet. SPY still going up, man. High ticker is just gassing. Yeah, you're getting a little launch there. I mean, how much time we have? We got an hour and a half still, but you're running. I mean, Crocs is always expensive. And then officials briefed on ceasefire. So Crocs 7 plus 650, 1350, 1360. We'll go with 1350. Yeah, it's more than 10%. I think that's because of the move here today. Yeah, they're 10.6. Little bit more. Watch, crude is holding. I could get in, I think, what? 78.31. It's 10 cents higher than where I sold out today. So Crocs, market maker thinks they'll move 13.50 either direction. So not bad. All right, that's all of them. Let's go run through plays and see what we come up with. All right. Yalla. No Israel response for now. I mean, everyone's just debating whether or not it's there. Then, yeah, your girl Corinne should be popping out soon. Yeah, there's a couple I'm going to look at, but I don't really... I mean, a lot of them, the ones we'd want, like Disney is right there on the middle. But remember, Disney hit last time, but it's just like it's right at 7%. It's up 3% today. Those contracts all went up 40%. So unfortunately, that is the problem. But let's see. Oh, wow. Some of these are really expensive. One was it? No Lucid plays. If you were, I'd do it with shares, though. I don't think options. Again, Lucid, it's a tricky one. But any of these cheaper ones, even like RKLB, I would be more inclined to do the shares above all else. Yeah, Disney is wild. That one we ride for the long term, baby.
What the Israeli
Kirby.
reaction
All right.
to it is, I'm just not going to get ahead of the process. We want to get these hostages out. We want to get a ceasefire in place for 6 weeks. We want to increase humanitarian assistance. And the last thing that I want to do is say anything at this podium that's going to put that process at risk. Regardless, as we've said before, we still believe that reaching an agreement is the absolute best outcome, not only for the hostages, but for the Palestinian people. And we're not going to stop working to that outcome. Now, as you know, the president talked with Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning. The call lasted about 30 minutes and was constructive. The president reaffirmed his message on Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day. The two leaders discussed the shared commitment of Israel and the United States to remember the 6 million Jews who were systematically targeted and slaughtered in the Holocaust, one of the darkest chapters in human history, and to forcefully act against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate-fueled violence. Now, of course, the two leaders spoke about our efforts to secure the hostage deal, including through these ongoing talks today. During the call, at the president's urging, Prime Minister Netanyahu agreed to ensure that the Kerem Shalom crossing is back open for humanitarian assistance for those in need. And I also want to take a moment to address the latest reports now out of Rafah, which was also a topic of discussion on the call. I'll reiterate again that we cannot and we will not speak for IDF operations, but we've made clear our views about operations in Rafah that could potentially put more than 1 million innocent people at greater risk. During his call with Prime Minister Netanyahu, the president again made this clear. He also made clear that we continue to believe that the hostage deal is the best way to avoid that sort of an outcome while securing the release of those hostages. And as I said, those conversations continue. Just one more thing. President Biden hosted His Majesty King Abdullah II of Jordan for lunch at the White House. That probably wrapped up here just recently. They discussed the strong partnership between the United States and Jordan. They also spoke about the situation in Gaza, of course, including efforts to secure the hostage deal and to get more humanitarian assistance into the civilians of Gaza. Now, we're going to have a more detailed readout of that conversation here very, very soon. Just don't have it right now, but you'll be seeing it shortly. Thank you.
As far as you can tell, which proposal did Hamas accept?
I'm not going to get into that, Steve.
And is the issue over how long a ceasefire would last?
Again, you're asking me for the parameters around the response and the deal itself, and I'm just not going to do that.
Lastly, Israel has called on people in Rafah to evacuate. Does that presage a full-scale assault? What are we seeing?
As I said in my opening statement, I'm not going to speak for IDF operations or their military intentions and plans. They should be the ones to answer those kinds of questions. What I can only reiterate is that we've been consistent, and the president was consistent again this morning, that we don't support ground operations in Rafah that would put the majority or even any of the civilians there at any greater risk. We want to see their safety and security allowed for and factored in.
Noting your caveats at the top, are you able to say whether Hamas was agreeing to something that had been discussed over the last several days?
Again, without getting into the details of it, and Director Burns is still talking to partners about this, there have been ongoing negotiations and talks here for weeks. And the director traveled recently to see if we can't bring this thing home. And again, without speaking about the details of the response by Hamas, I think it's safe to conclude that that response came as a result or at the end of these continued discussions that Director Burns was part of.
And when do you think you'll have a better sense of what is happening? When will you get a readout from Director Burns? Later today, early tomorrow?
I don't know. The president has been briefed on the response. He's aware of where the situation and where the process is. What you're asking me is like, when are we going to get like a final,
What is the answer?
final table slap here. There's a process that has been worked in the past and will be worked this time. You get a response by Hamas. We're going to have to evaluate that. We're going to see what's in it. Certainly, the Israelis must have a chance to look at this and to evaluate it. And Director Burns, as we speak, literally as you and I are talking, are having these conversations with partners in the region. It would be great. I'm sure we'd all like to have an answer as soon as possible, but I just don't want to get ahead of that process.
And a quick follow-up on the readout. When do you expect the Kerem Shalom crossing to reopen, or is it already reopened?
It should be open very, very soon. Prime Minister Netanyahu committed to opening it on the call this morning. So at 2:30, is it open? I don't know. But he assured the president that it would be reopened. It had been closed for several days.
And one more. Cindy McCain, the executive director of the World Food Program, said over the weekend that northern Gaza is in a, quote, full-fledged famine. Is that the assessment of the U.S. government as well?
The UN has not declared a famine in Gaza writ large, not declared a famine in Gaza writ large, but I don't want to understate the degree of need here and the dire situation that so many people in Gaza are in, particularly with respect to food and water. So it is not a great situation, clearly, and that's why, again, we're working so hard to get this deal in place so we can keep that humanitarian assistance up at a higher level.
I understand you don't want to get into the specifics here, but is it your understanding that this is Hamas's final offer? I mean, is there still room to negotiate here?
I think it's going to depend on our evaluation and the Israelis' evaluation of the response and where we go from here.
And as Steve mentioned, the Israelis are already warning people to evacuate Gaza. If they do go through with this operation, is the U.S. willing to consider putting limits or conditions on aid to Israel?
I won't get ahead of where we are right now, Mary, in the process here. And I'm certainly not going to speak to hypothetical operations that haven't happened yet. So I think we just have to see what transpires. The president was very direct and consistently so this morning, that we don't want to see major ground operations in Rafah that put these people at greater risk.
But a month ago, the administration did make clear that the U.S. would change its approach, right, if Israel didn't take significant steps to address the humanitarian crisis. Does that still hold? Is it possible that the U.S. could change course if the humanitarian process isn't improved?
Of course. We always have the right to adjust our policies as appropriate, and that has not changed, no.
And presumably an operation in Rafah would jeopardize steps to address the humanitarian.
All I can say is we've been very direct and very consistent in our views of concerns about operations in Rafah.
Does the U.S. currently have any sense of whether Israel is inclined or not inclined to accept this deal?
I won't speak for the Israelis.
When the president and the prime minister spoke earlier today, was this specific framework discussed, and did the president encourage or pressure on the prime minister to accept this framework?
You're talking about what Hamas says they responded to. So just so you have the tick-tock here, when they were talking this morning, we did not have news that Hamas had responded. So that news broke after the call. That said, as I mentioned in my opening statement, of course they talked about the hostage deal and the importance of getting it secured.
So you're saying when the two leaders spoke, Hamas had not yet
it would be wrong.
This framework,
yeah.
the president would not have specifically asked the prime minister to potentially.
It would be wrong for you to conclude that the call this morning was about having the Israelis accept the Hamas response. The Hamas response hadn't happened yet.
Did he broadly encourage the prime minister to get yes to some sort of deal?
As he has consistently with Prime Minister Netanyahu, urged that we get this deal secured. But it wasn't a pressure call. It wasn't about twisting his arm towards a certain set of parameters. Director Burns is in the region having these conversations with the Israelis, the Qataris, the Egyptians, as we speak, and that's the forum for working out the parameters of it. But the president clearly talked to the prime minister about the importance of getting a deal done. Yeah.
And John, what is the president's position on a limited operation into Rafah?
I don't think I can answer it any differently than I did with Mary. We've been very clear that we don't support a major ground operation in Rafah. Operations in general that put at greater risk the more than 1 million people that are sheltering there. And the question right now is a hypothetical. I mean, we're aware they dropped leaflets. We're aware that they're warning people to evacuate. I let them speak to their operations and to their intentions. Nothing's changed about where we are with respect to operations in Rafah that could put those people at greater risk.
Right, but you know that they are asking people in the area to evacuate, and the possibility of a limited Rafah operation is on the table. So I'm asking, does the president believe that Israel can execute a limited operation into Rafah while adequately protecting the lives of civilians there?
The president doesn't want to see operations in Rafah that put at greater risk the more than 1 million people that are seeking refuge there.
So you wouldn't support a limited operation into Rafah?
I think I've answered the question.
Francesca. Picking up on the timeline, so prior to Hamas saying that they accepted this proposal, what, as you understood them to be, were the sticking points for either Hamas or the Israelis in the deal that had been on the table?
I'm not going to get into that.
Okay, did it involve Rafah in any way?
I'm not going to talk about the parameters of the proposal that was
Compound
for this Hamas response.
Oh, man,
certainly
God
not
bless
gonna
you,
talk
bro.
about the response right now.
A new
I mean,
U.S.
I do understand
soldier
the
has
curiosity,
been
and you guys
detained
are
in
all asking
Russia.
Exactly the right questions, all very
Or-
fair. But I really do hope you understand that the last thing
U.S.
I would
soldier
ever want to do
accused
from
of
this podium is
stealing.
say something that
That's
could
after
put this
all
very
of the.
sensitive process at greater risk. We are.
Remember, there was
at
those headlines this morning in relation to they were like, we're going to attack UK if they have the weapons and all of that. So that's not good. But that is coming out now. They're saying a U.S. soldier has been detained in Russia.
Of Rafah at this time.
You'd have to talk to the Israelis.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thanks, Green. Thanks, Admiral. You've previously said several times that the ball is in the court of Hamas at previous stages of negotiations. Would it be fair to say now that the ball is in Israel's court?
It's going to depend on what the response actually says and the conversations that we have with the Israelis about where we go from here.
And just one other thing, if I can ask, I mean, do you have any sense that Israel is currently using this threat or the start of an operation in Rafah as a means of putting pressure on Hamas at this stage of the negotiations?
Again, you have to talk to the Israelis about their intentions.
Frank.
You said that you did not know the news during the call, but were you surprised was the White House surprised by Hamas saying that they've reached a deal or agreeing to the agreement?
It wasn't like we had a heads up about it. We knew that, as I said publicly, they had a proposal in front of them, and I was just reminded of the fact that I said many times it was ball was in Hamas's court. So we certainly knew that they had it before them, and we were waiting on word. We had hoped that there would be word very, very soon. We certainly hoped that there could be word today, but did we know the exact moment that Al Jazeera was able to break the news that Hamas had a response? No, we didn't predict that particular moment.
Are you encouraged that you are at this sensitive point? You've been talking about it's a very sensitive point, it's important.
We'll be encouraged when we get a deal in place and we can start seeing hostages get back with their families. That'll be encouraging.
And if I can, what role, if any, do you feel like the leaflets and the pressure of an evacuation or the announcement of evacuating, do you think that had any role in triggering Hamas to do?
I don't think we know that.
John, can you talk a little bit about the timeline as the administration understands it of those evacuations? How much time do people have to leave? Did you guys put any demands on the Israelis in terms of how those evacuations are to take place under the parameters that you guys have talked about?
We're asking questions of the Israelis about what their intentions are here and what the larger purpose of this evacuation is, and sort of where they're wanting to go. I think to answer your question, though, you'd really have to go to the Israelis and to speak to their military operations and plans. I'm not going to get ahead of that. But are we curious about the timing and the intent and where they're going? Yes, absolutely. And the president expressed our curiosity about that on the call today.
But more than curiosity, are you expressing what you want to see happen in terms of those evacuations, how they take place, whether Israel is prepared for people moving around within?
I would just say, again, without, I don't want to get ahead of operations that haven't happened. I don't want to speak for the Israeli military. I can just say that we don't want to see operations in and around Rafah that make it harder for the people that are seeking refuge there and shelter to be safe and secure. And we have made that case privately to the Israelis. The president did it again today with the prime minister directly. We certainly made it publicly. We've been very, very consistent about that.
Good, Jackie. Hey, Ukraine. John, noting everything that you've said about the concerns expressed by the U.S. about the risk to Palestinians in Gaza with a full-scale operation, is the U.S. still aligned with Israel in its intention to eliminate the terrorist threat posed by Hamas?
Of course.
And is there any feeling that Hamas may be trying to trick the public in some way? You heard Israeli officials commenting on this latest proposal as a trick, and there's been a lot of pressure to. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead, sorry. I'm listening.
Well, there's been, pressure on the administration to make sure that the needs of Palestinians are being served, and that the U.S. support for Israel isn't, overhanded. And you had the report come out earlier today, or maybe yesterday, that the U.S. was potentially weighing withholding an arms shipment to Israel. Is there any concern that Hamas was trying to capitalize on that public pressure and, play a trick, as Israeli officials put it?
I mean, I don't think there's any possible way I could answer that question unless I got between the ears of Mr. Sinwar, and that's a place I really don't want to be. I think that is a great question for him. It's interesting. I stand up here and answer questions. Karine does. Matt Miller at the State Department, Pentagon colleagues, the President does. Prime Minister Netanyahu does, and the IDF military spokesman does. You know who hasn't answered a single question about his intentions and what games he might be playing or where he intends to take this? Mr. Sinwar, the head of Hamas. And I think it's high time that he answers some of these questions and he come clean about what his intentions are. I don't know. All I know is we've got a response. Bill Burns is looking at that response. He's talking to the Israelis about it.
And then
we'll
Holden Bonds
goes.
came down
Hopefully.
Power hour
Whatever's
in
in this
15.
Hopefully, it can lead to those hostages getting out real soon with their families where they need to be. And as each day passes, their lives get further at risk. So time is really of the essence here.
Noting your answer, is it still a good idea to try to negotiate with terrorists then?
It's not like we sit down pie in the sky and say, hey, today's a good day, let's negotiate with terrorists. You got to negotiate with who you got to negotiate to get people back with their families. So frankly, if there's a better idea to get those hostages home with their families, I think we'd love to hear them. I just don't think there's another way to do it. There's no other way to do it, quite frankly. You got to negotiate through Qatar with Hamas to get those folks back with their families. I mean, that's the hard work of diplomacy. Sometimes it means you got to sit across the table from some really bad folks that you'd rather not have to talk to, but they got those hostages and we want them back.
But the U.S. backs Israel's intention to eliminate Hamas.
We, of course, back their right and responsibility to go after the Hamas threat, to eliminate that threat. Now, look, Jackie, I've said many times here, you're not going to eliminate an ideology through military operations. But does Israel have a right and a responsibility to eliminate a threat that they suffered on the 7th of October? 100%, absolutely they do. And we've been nothing but very steadfast on that.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks, John. Speaking about a TikTok, what prompted this morning's call?
I think you've heard me say many times they talk as appropriate. And given where we were in the hostage deal negotiations.
Yeah, I guess we do. I guess the long-standing policy of not negotiating with terrorists. I guess we do negotiate with terrorists.
For several days, certainly given
Depends
where
on the
we
situation,
were with expectations in Rafah. This made all the sense in the world for today to be the day that the president and prime minister.
But they did change some laws like that back in like a few years ago.
This morning, was it yesterday?
Like the ransom laws and all that.
The 3 Israelis, or what?
I would tell you the initial planning for the call took place late in the weekend, is about what I'd say.
And one more on a different topic. Why did the U.S. halt an ammunition shipment to Israel last week?
Yeah, look, I've seen the press reporting on this. All I can tell you is that, to Jackie's question, our support for Israel's security remains ironclad, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of one shipment over another.
Our NBC is reporting that it included 2,000-pound bombs that may have been used in Rafah. Did concerns over Rafah and what the Israelis could use this ammunition for, did that play any role in halting that shipment?
Don't have a better answer for you other than the one I just gave you.
I just want to go with that question one more time. Did the United States put a pause on an arms shipment to Israel? Is that reporting correct?
I'm not going to confirm that reporting.
Okay. Just on another topic. Well, same topic, different question. Over the weekend, the Queen of Jordan said in an interview that the United States is giving the world mixed messages, and offering both expressions of concern and support for Gaza, in addition to providing arms to Israel. Can you comment at all on this, on her criticism or her critique of the United States position?
I'm not going to I don't think it'd be appropriate to get into a back and forth here from the podium on this. We have said that two things can be true at once, and they are. Israel has a right and a responsibility to defend itself, and we're going to continue to provide for their security and help them with that. And at the same time, they have a right and an obligation to be careful about civilian casualties and getting more humanitarian assistance in. And that's why we're working so hard on this hostage deal. And that's why the President and the United States continue to lead the world in terms of actually making a difference in that outcome, making life better for the Palestinian people. No other country is doing more than the United States to try to increase that assistance and get this ceasefire in place.
And just really quickly, the Israelis stopped broadcast of Al Jazeera over the weekend. Can you comment on whether that's an appropriate action for a United States ally?
We don't support that action. As we said very clearly on World Press Freedom Day on Friday, I know Karine talked about this, the work of independent journalism around the world is absolutely vital. It's important to an informed citizenry and public, but it's also important to help inform the policymaking process. So we don't support that at all.
And did the President bring it up at all in his call?
The focus of the call was on the hostage deal and on Rafah.
I'm going to give it to
But you saw I think I put a statement out this morning on that, so we have officially reacted to it. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Karine. Thank you, John. Is the administration planning on discussing the banning of Al Jazeera in Israel with the Israeli government? We just celebrated the freedom of press here in the United States and across the globe, and then this decision came, and it was really a big shock.
As I just said, we don't.
Issue with the government of Israel.
We have raised this issue, and I made a public statement about it.
And on Rafah, has Israel presented or provided the administration with a comprehensive
So another update.
plan?
I don't think he's getting it yet. Israel Prime Minister and War Cabinet ministers will hold a telephone consultation tonight after the negotiating team finishes examining Hamas's response. Israeli official says, Axios. So, guys, hopefully you guys realize it. I mean, from tonight till tomorrow, one of your headlines, it's essentially going to just be whether or not we actually get this deal. So think about it. That already started moving oil and all that later. So this will be something we're going to get here probably in the next 24 hours. But that's why it's kind of heated. They're talking about it, and then we're waiting for those updates. And just got one right now.
All right. What is the definition of a assault or attack on Rafah? In the view of the White House, that would be seen as impermissible?
There hasn't been an assault or an attack in terms of a ground operation at this time, so let's not get ahead of where we are.
What kind of death would you define as death?
Concerns about operations in
if you had to define it, what type of operation? Like if they a bit, was there?
I think it would be a futile exercise for me to get up here and give you a laundry list of what would or would not compose some kind of ground operation in Rafah. We have to, let me put it another way. The IDF has to speak to what their intentions and their plans are.
But
Let me put it another
ground operation versus
well, they have, not us,
landing
but,
over Rafah.
well, they, it's,
what we're hearing.
okay, they have to.
Well, it doesn't matter whether it's missiles or rockets.
Meta's breaking out here a little bit.
That's not okay. And again, the president made it clear that we don't want to see operations in Rafah that put at risk those 1.5 million people that are there.
How does the president assess Bill Burns' ongoing attempts to make sure this deal comes together?
It's a nice side way of getting at sort of talking to the parameters of the deal. I appreciate that. He's very grateful for.
I was more genuinely interested in what he thinks of CIA director's work on this. Yes.
Excellent. Really? I'm sorry, I impugned your question. Look, I think he's very grateful for the work that Director Burns and the whole team has been doing to try to get us to this point. But it only really matters if we can get the deal in place, and I'm sure Director Burns would agree with me on that. And those hostages can get home. But he's done terrific work thus far, and I know that he wants to see that get this across the finish line just as much as we do.
Thank you, Karine. Admiral, on a different topic,
reports breaking just the last few minutes that a U.S. soldier has been detained in Russia. This apparently happened in the last few days. The reporting is he had been stationed in Korea,
that one.
traveled to Russia
And then
on
snap
his
out
own.
hit
He's been
17.
accused of some sort of theft. Is the administration aware of this report?
Yes.
What can you tell us about what happened?
I can't really say much about it right now, Jonathan. I hope you can understand that. And certainly it's a better question put to our DoD colleagues, but we are aware of this case.
And another matter just related to Russia, there's been threats from Moscow in the last couple of days.
I made one play.
Striking British military
I made
facilities.
one play for earnings,
Because
that's
of and also simulating nuclear drills.
Other than that, no.
As it sharply rises tensions because of weapons manufactured in the UK being used in the conflict. This says it could potentially apply to other allied countries as well, theoretically the United States. Do you have a response to that?
Well, what I'd say, number one, is it's just reckless and irresponsible for the leader of a major nuclear-armed power to be saber-rattling the way that he is with respect to potential use for nuclear weapons. Obviously, we monitor this and have continued to monitor this very closely. I can tell you we've seen nothing, even despite the reckless rhetoric, that would cause us to change our strategic deterrent posture. And look, lastly, if Mr. Putin and Russian officials are worried
Bro, Meta, $4 in the last like 15 minutes here.
Getting hit with weapons from other countries.
I do
then
think, is this the lower
easiest
end?
thing to do is just take your troops.
480 or 476 gets you back to some of the pre-earnings moves.
AFP right now that Israel is committing airstrikes on Rafah, intense airstrikes on Rafah right now. What would that timing mean to the relationship between President and the Prime Minister?
Well, sir, you know something I don't know. I haven't seen those reports. I can't confirm it. I'll just go back to what I've said. I don't
Sound
know,
like a
half
cowboy.
dozen,
You
if
know
not more
something I
times,
don't know.
Today, we don't
Yeehaw,
support
we're gonna
operations
get him
in
up
Rafah
and
that
rod
put people at greater risk.
make the chicken go out the coop.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank you, John. I just wanted to make it clear that regarding the limit on the refined petroleum provided by Russia to North Korea, the annual refined petroleum limit under UN sanctions against North Korea is
NVIDIA
500,000
and
barrels.
Crowd and Snap.
Last week you said that the limit was exceeded at 165,000 barrels in March alone. So how many barrels were supplied in January and February?
I will have to take that question and get back to you. I didn't bring the barrel data with me today.
One more quick question again. State Department spokesperson Miller said that the sanctions against this will be imposed this month. And North Korea oil tanker sanctioned by the UN is currently staying in Chinese water. So is China?
Yeah, VIX, I mean, it's still somehow holding green, but VIX is, we were talking about that getting neutered today.
And sanctions against China altogether?
I will admit that I will owe you now yet another answer. I'll get back to you with something more detailed. I will only just say, to exit myself from this question gracefully, that we want everybody to enforce the sanctions that are against North Korea appropriately and consistently. And not everybody does. And North Korea has benefited from sanctions evasions by countries in the region and beyond the region. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. We're going to start wrapping up. Thank you very much, Colleen. Thank you very much, John. I had a question on Russia and growing ties between China and Russia. Putin is reportedly visiting China this month, and right before this visit, just last week, we learned that Russian police raided the homes of Falun Gong practitioners in Russia. This is a group persecuted in China, and detained several of them. Does the White House have any reaction to this? And I have a follow-up on time.
I haven't seen the reports about the detention of these individuals. If they're true, certainly that would be concerning to us. But I'd probably refer you to the State Department to speak a little bit more about that than I can. Just again, writ large, we have seen China and Russia try to grow closer together. We believe a big reason for that is, frankly, the
weed
United
stock's
States,
kind of getting clapped. CGC, Tilray,
themselves in positions
they're like getting murdered.
To either oppose our foreign policy objectives or to
I guess the
try
weed
to be an
ETF's
obstacle
green,
to
but
them
that
in
might
many,
flush.
many different ways.
FFA probing
So
Boeing
it's
787
concerning to us.
inspection. Yeah, this isn't exclusive. It's on the
most
wire.
specific concern that we
Boeing.
have right now is the fact that some
Boeing,
Chinese companies
another
are providing
probe.
microelectronics and components so
Oh
that
my
Mr. Putin
goodness.
can continue his defense industrial base improvements and developments and put weapons in the field that just kill innocent Ukrainians. And again, we've been we've made those concerns clear directly to our Chinese counterparts and at the UN.
Oh, did I get him?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did want to ask, just a clarification
I
first
think
on
so.
McCain's visit. Is he meeting with any other senior administrators?
Yeah, I made a snake on the Boeings there.
Not that I'm aware of.
So this wasn't like a broader bilateral kind of...
No, the president hosted them for lunch. They've done
But
this
it's a
before.
big, it may get clapped there. Be careful.
I can't, but look, I can't speak to this
Again,
whole schedule
Boeing
as
news
in
right
time,
now.
so
It's a
I'm not aware of
probe.
any other meetings
787, whether company employees falsified records.
And on the pier, the temporary pier, if you could give us an update on that and whether or not like a ceasefire would need to be in place for that to be fully implemented in operation.
Oh yeah, check
A
SPR
ceasefire
too.
doesn't have to be in place for the pier to operate. Now, obviously, it's a whole heck of a lot easier if there's no fighting going on, but it doesn't have to be. In fact, one of the big issues that we are still working out is what the force protection laydown would look like and how the not just the people operating the pier, but the material itself can be safe from any attack. As far as I know, and again, you should go to the Pentagon for more detail. Essentially, the pier itself has been constructed. It is not in place because last week they had some weather issues in the Eastern Med, so they weren't able to put it in place. You should go to the Pentagon for like where it is right now. As I understand it, is still not being put into place. Then you got to anchor it, and you've got to make sure you build a causeway so you can get to and from it. And
All
so
right,
there's
I already
still a
made
lot
my
of work that
place
has to be
free.
done
There's no
to
point. I
get it
just snaked the shit
operational,
out of
and
that.
would include the
I
force
got 5
protection
free
laydown.
contracts at Boeing.
No, the short
I got them for
answer
like
to your question is
5-10
you don't
cents.
have
They're
to
going for like 50 now. But I made it all. I didn't even have time to even stream alert that or anything.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
but we got that shit early, man.
All right, I do have a couple
That was right
things
there
at
on the
top.
screen.
We wanted to get to the admiral at the beginning.
Yalla.
So tomorrow, the president will deliver remarks during the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum's annual Days of Remembrance ceremony. You can expect the president to make clear that during these sacred days of remembrance, we honor the memory of the 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust, and we recommit to heeding the lessons of this dark chapter never again. He will speak to the horrors of October 7th, when Hamas unleashed the deadliest day for Jewish people since the Holocaust, and he will speak to how since October 7th, we've seen an alarming rise in anti-Semitism in the U.S., in our cities, our communities, and on our campuses.
Making it free. Eric,
The
do you just want me to say
president will
hello to
touch
you?
on how his national
Your last
strategy
like
to
5
counter
comments are all things you are aware of.
anti-Semitism is
How
putting
are you, man?
the
Good
full
morning.
force of the
I
federal
hope you're doing
government
good.
behind protecting the
What's
Jewish
up, man?
community,
Good to see you.
and that all
Good to
Americans
see you,
must
man.
stand united
You could get
against
attention being
anti-Semitism.
serious. You don't
He
have
will
to just ask me
reaffirm
stuff,
that
you
we
know?
respect
What's up,
and
bro?
protect
I hope you're doing
the
good.
fundamental right to free speech, but there is no place.
Yeah,
on
I
any
can answer
campus
questions
or
on the
anywhere
watch list
for
too. If you have any
anti-Semitism.
too, I'll add them.
There is no
I can put up
place
on
for
there.
hate speech or threats of violence against the Jewish people. Next today, as part of the Economic Opportunity Tour, Vice President Harris is traveling to Michigan to announce $100 million in funding and resources for small and medium-sized auto manufacturers and auto workers. The Vice President will also announce actions to expand workforce training and improve job quality in the EV supply chain. For decades, trickle-down economics drove manufacturers overseas. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration's Investing in America agenda, companies are making historic investments in EV battery supply manufacturing. More than 20 auto and battery plants have been announced. After
I'll turn it off in a
net
little
new
bit, but
plants
those again,
opened
those
under
war
the
headlines
previous
going this back and
administration.
forth has been a little
Historic contracts
tricky
secured
here.
by the UAW
But
and the
I'm gonna
big
go
three
pee and then I'll come
automakers in
back,
Detroit,
give her like
as
another 2
well
minutes, and
as
then that's
recent
it.
organizing victories like
The early
Volkswagen
shout out. Hey man,
in
that was it.
Chattanooga,
That was a good one on
Tennessee,
Boeing.
ensure that these
That was
jobs
great.
of
But
the
we'll see.
future will provide
Whoa.
comparable wages, retirement security, and respect at work. These actions build on the Biden-Harris administration's ongoing work to ensure that the workers and
I hate
businesses
it.
that
I can't.
built the auto industry
I just keep
remain
thinking
community
JoJo
anchors
Siwa.
for generations to
bathroom.
come. And finally, I want to acknowledge some important news. While the previous administrations oversaw the largest one-year increase in murders ever recorded under this president's leadership, President Biden. Violent crime is at a nearly 50-year low. Thanks to the extraordinary efforts of law enforcement and community leaders, Americans are safer from violent crime today than they were a year ago. Violent crime declined across every category in the first quarter of 2024, and murders are down 17%. Let me be clear here, this reduction in crime is no accident. President Biden and his administration are taking historic action to make our communities safer and give our law enforcement officers the tools they need to protect and serve. We are stopping the flow of illegal guns and making the largest ever federal investment in fighting and preventing crime through the American Rescue Plan, which every Republican in Congress voted against. But we can't stop now. Through the Safe America Plan, the president is calling on Congress to invest $37 billion to support law enforcement and crime prevention. Every family deserves to live in a safe community. With that, Songmei.
You had another school, Columbia University, announced this morning that they're canceling commencement ceremonies. I'm wondering if the White House is concerned that the situation on college campuses is not calming down, despite what the president said last week.
So I want to quote what the president said from last week, as you laid that out for me. And here's a quote: "Peaceful protest in America, violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest." And it is unfortunate that a small group of people went too far and cost their classmates this important event. We've talked about it many times from here. When it comes to commencement day and when it comes to speaking at commencement events, this is something that the president has done for some time now, and he understands that this is a moment of joy, a moment of celebration, and we feel for them. We feel for each of the graduates, and we're going to continue to reiterate the president's comments and statements and what we've said from this podium to call for protests peacefully, and that's what we're going to continue to do. But we do feel for them. These are graduates who are going to miss out on an incredibly important day of commencement.
Quick follow-up: does the White House anticipate any issues, or how are you preparing for any potential issues when he delivers the remarks at Morehouse later this month?
So look, I'm not going to get into, I'm not going to speculate on what might happen, might not happen. Obviously, when it comes to any type of, when it comes to events and security, that's something that Secret Service obviously is going to deal with and figure that out on their end. But I'm not going to get into speculate from here. I'm just going to reiterate what I just said about how the president truly enjoys doing commencement speeches. He understands how important, not just for the graduate, but the families and the loved ones that are there to celebrate a really, truly important day. And so that's what we're looking forward to. As you know, the president's also going to go to West Point and honor those who serve to protect our country. And we'll continue to do that, obviously. And so that's what he's going to look forward to, really being there for the graduates and lifting them up in this moment.
Thank you, Corinne. Congressman Ro Khanna said that the president should and will be out visiting these campuses amid the protests. Is there any plan for him to get out there and talk to students right now? Okay. And then separately, GW's president has called for Metro Police in D.C. to intervene to dismantle what they've deemed an illegal encampment. And D.C. police have so far refused to respond to that call. It's happening in the president's backyard. Is there any reaction from the White House on what should happen?
So that is something that I'm going to leave to the local law enforcement and the universities. That's for them to figure out, for them to work it through. They know what is happening on the ground, and we've always been very clear about that, and we'll continue to be clear about that. We're going to continue to
Boeing's on Bloomberg right now, too.
Peaceful
so everybody's redropping that news. I think the play's done. You either got in or not, and then you either made it free, but now it's just going to do the back and forth dance until tomorrow morning.
So many of us here in this administration has been.
Any idea why D.C. police would not respond to this call?
I would refer you to the D.C. police. That's something for them to speak to.
The back.
And then, just lastly, on these reported plans for the U.S. to bring over Palestinian refugees potentially, is there anything you can tell us about where we are in the works with that? And what I know it would depend on coordination with Egypt, which so far has been resistant to cooperate on this. What can you tell us about those plans?
I don't have anything further to announce. I know I was asked this question a couple times last week. Just don't have anything else to share.
The speech tomorrow, is it a broad brush speech, or will he get into some of the specifics of the Gaza conflict?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president too much. Obviously, it is a day of remembrance. You know the term. We, as I just stated at the top, never forget or never again.
Boeing News is
And
another
so certainly the
investigation. They're saying
talk about
FAA
that
is
day and
probing
how
if
horrific it was,
employees
for the
falsified
Jewish
records.
Americans, Jewish community. I just don't want to get too far ahead, but obviously it's an important day for not just Jewish Americans, but Americans more broadly.
31, dude, super low volume.
Thanks, Corinne. Given the key role that Jordan has played over the last several months in the Middle East, especially on humanitarian aid and the day's developments, there was obviously a lot of news value to the King's visit today. Why didn't we see the President and the King together for a photo op? Why was that close press?
So look, we try to do everything that we can,
all right.
obviously, to give.
Israel War Cabinet has unanimously decided that Israel is continuing its operation in Rafah. Axios. That's coming out right now. So see if oil moves. If you get oil's already back up low key, but if you get oil and anything else moving, you're getting, again, this whole thing, if you haven't listened, I know some of you are getting mad by Corinne, but if you were listening to Kirby ahead of it, this has been the only news driver. This has been a back and forth since we woke up. So we are hearing a little bit. I don't know. Maybe someone will ask her, but I'm going to give her a couple more minutes and then we're done. It's already power hour, baby. 50 more minutes left.
We try to also accommodate the visiting countries.
Israel will proceed with Rafah with aim of exerting pressure for the release of hostages and advancing other goals of the war. Sources.
I don't have anything of note or any changes to the president's schedule at this time. Obviously, if there are any changes, you all will be one of the first, if not the first, to know. I just don't have anything at this time. The president was going to speak tomorrow, so stay tuned. Okay, go ahead, Andy.
Thank you. I just wanted to go again at the speech the president is giving tomorrow. I mean, just given the context in which he's giving it, where there's 34,000 people have died in Gaza. He's going to be talking about never again and a genocide, and he's protested almost everywhere he goes. With that moniker of Genocide Joe, and it's I'm just wondering how is he going to sort of threaten
She's getting nervous.
of addressing a genocide that happened quite a while ago. While
You said his nickname is Genocide Joe.
Right now, that he bears some responsibility for, and I understand that that's not the view of the administration, but it's still a very tricky line to walk. And I'm just wondering.
Damn, they let Genocide Joe get airplay? That's crazy.
Trying to send us
Corinne's pissed. That shouldn't have been said on TV. Genocide Joe? This ain't Fox News.
So I'm going to let the president speak for himself.
She's like, I'm going to let you slide on this because you seem clearly nervous. No idea what you just did.
For the president to speak on this
She's like,
day
damn,
of
why'd you say
remembrance,
that?
ceremony. So just going to be really mindful there. On your broader question, look, the president understands that this is incredibly
It's a hard question to answer.
And,
You don't want it.
said that
And the
over
words
over again, and
itself
we
are just
understand
awful. Just Genocide
and
Joe. You
he
don't.
also respects the right of all Americans to peacefully protest. And also with the understanding and the knowledge of having those conversations, those sometimes really tough conversations with community leaders. And we have done that on the White House. You've heard from senior White House officials, or you've heard us talk about senior White House officials going across the country having those conversations with Muslim leaders, Arab leaders, Palestinian
It's been
leaders,
something people have
in
said. I've never
talking
heard that
through
on a
this
press
painful
briefing.
moment. And I would also say that this is why this hostage deal is so important. This is why we continue to work around the clock. This is why Director Burns is there, continuing to meet with partners in the region to try to get to this deal so we can get that all-important humanitarian aid, get that ceasefire that is much needed, and also make sure that we get the hostages home, which also American hostages are part of those hostages, and we need to get them home to their loved ones. So that's what we're going to continue to do. The president will speak for himself tomorrow, so I would say tune in, listen to what he has to say. But we understand how painful this is for many, many communities across this country.
That was a long
Thanks.
answer to the genocide
Communities that you
question.
mentioned, like as he's been sort of wrestling with the speech and working on it, have any of those communities had any input into what
Look,
he should say or what to?
I can't speak to that question about input from communities, but the president understands how important this moment is. And I would say this is a president that tends to meet the moment when it comes to speeches and remarks like these. He understands what's going on, has his fingers on the pulse as far as what people are feeling. And so just not going to get beyond that, and I would say tune in. Go ahead, Gabe.
Just really quickly, what's your response to Kristi Noem's comments implying that commander should be put down?
Look, you know, when we learned last week, obviously, like all of you in her book, that she
Boeing
killed her
comments via
puppy.
email from 7 program.
You heard me say that was
Lead
very, very
Scott Stalker.
We find her
Boeing employees violated company policy by skipping tests. Boeing saw apparent irregularity in required conformance tests issued to impact customers, factories, and factory teammates. So Boeing's responding to it?
to say. I would say to.
I don't know.
would
That
say to
Boeing
her
statement
is she
sounds
probably should
different than
stop
the
digging herself
WSJ
in a hole.
allegation.
Thanks,
Sounds
everybody.
interesting.
Where is Commander now?
Oh.
Where is the dog?
So, Commander, we said this back in the fall. Commander is living with family members.
Where? Delaware?
In Delaware. Yeah, in Delaware. Yes.
They
we
got
said
the
this before.
They got
All right,
they
thanks, everybody.
evicted the White
See you
House
tomorrow.
dog. That's crazy. The White House dog got evicted. He's moved back home to Delaware. But yeah, so Boeing earlier, we got that news within seconds. It was FAA reportedly opens new inquiry into Boeing after it may have missed some 787 inspections, and now the company's responding, and I guess they're saying there were some irregularities. There was something on employees too, on whether company employees falsified records. FAA says Boeing told the agency it may not have completed required inspections. But that's all we have for now. And then it's Power Hour, so we got 45 minutes left. You are going down here a little bit, but still overall holding up, doing good, continuing the 2 weeks of gains we had. And, I mean, 51.71, it's right below one of those baby levels there. So not too bad. No, the Boeing news is real, but it just seems like the company's giving some explanation on it. I don't know. It's hard to describe. I mean, the stock is down 1.6. All the other news agencies have reported on it, but there's a potential. It's, again, FAA reportedly opening up a new inquiry. So until we hear on that, that'll probably be the next step. Like I'm saying, into tomorrow, it'll give it some time. But I think the options already moved. We got a nice play, a couple 100%. They came back down, but I already made them free. Sounds like they're blaming the employees. Well, I still think it's there. That's a big claim, though, falsified reports. And then Netanyahu says war cabinet decided that Israel would continue operation in Rafah to pressure Hamas into releasing hostages. So oil's pretty much still within the first candles of dropping on there, but my goodness. Disney's still climbing up. That's been in the bottom right, but Chad, day's almost over, man. Day's almost over. Boeing is re-inspecting all 787 airplanes still within production system and must also create a plan to address the in-service fleet. Oh, wait, does that mean there's planes that they delivered that fall under this? So again, they're saying they're going to inspect the ones that haven't been there, but there might be planes that fall under this category that are flying in service. That's the headline. They said, create a plan to address the in-service fleet. We'll see. I mean, if anything, I think this is already like, it might even bounce, but I just think you're going to have to wait till like tomorrow, after hours type, gap up, gap down, news type beat. That's terrifying, man. I told you I've been driving, bro. I'm driving. I'm not Trying to fly nowhere on a Boeing. Netanyahu says that although Hamas' proposal is far from meeting Israel's demands, Israel will send working delegation negotiate. So, I don't know. So, they're still going to be negotiating in Egypt, but then Netanyahu's saying he's fully committed to continuing the Rafah stuff. Tornado activity in OKC. Oh, man. Yeah, prayers for sure. After seeing that other one, bro. Nah, man. Those tornadoes. Be careful, man. Dollar's been creeping up all day. It is trying to get a pop there. And then Disney, man, really has moved to half of what it's pricing in so far. Wicked wind in Colorado. It was pretty windy in Cali, though, this weekend. But it's almost summer. Meta's on the high. Yeah, I think 472 on Meta. That's like the lower end of the earnings range. Palantir on the high. What about Palantir? Still holding 7. Again, SPY still near the high. 3/4. NASDAQ 0.8. Russell 1.12. So Russell just gapped up in the morning, been holding all day while NASDAQ caught up. Yeah, the Tom Brady roast. It was funny. I felt bad for the dude. I think he cried. The earnings play. I only made one earnings play. I'll go over it on the watch list. I think that's a better time to do it. Meta's on the high. Still. Oh, hub, not chib. What is it? I don't know, CB. No news on the weed stocks. They were just trading lower. It was kind of, I saw CGC and Tilray selling off. The weed stocks had a little pop, but I'm surprised. It kind of faded that DEA news from the other week, or it's like right there in the middle. So kind of good, but till then, until it drops to like 7s or 8, I'm probably not going to touch it. Tom is incapable of crying. I don't know, man. That was just, I don't know, just certain jokes. It was funny though. Have you ever seen, for some of you guys, whether you like Donald Trump or not, have you guys seen the Donald Trump roast? That one's always a classic. That one's hilarious, actually. Especially if you don't like the president or you do like him, it's pretty funny. You know, that was before the media, like, that was when, like, everybody was allowed to, like Donald. Israel military says it's currently conducting targeted strikes against Hamas in eastern Rafah. Statement. No. There's a real roast. There's, like, the roast of Donald Trump on Comedy Central. I don't know if y'all remember, but most of the Western world in the media, they loved Donald Trump until he ran for president. So he had a Comedy Central roast. He had an official one. All the celebrities came out. They sat him down, and they made fun of him as a friend at the moment. But there were some good ones, bro. Yeah, it was brutal. That's why I'm like, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Kevin Hart. I like the Kevin Hart jokes on the Tom Brady roast. That shit was hilarious. Kevin Hart actually made me laugh. I was like, you know what? That was funny, Kevin. That was funny. Square back on the high, 4.6, so came back. And then airlines all day, UAL 4.3, that's continuing. PayPal not up. And Zillow, they're running. Airlines doing good. Disney chilled out. Meta was already on that. Where's Tessie? It's not bad. 180, but not, you know. Good chat. You got 37 minutes. I've seen ADM on the high ticker all day. And then let's see. Where's the 10-year yield at? I only played one play for earnings. Not going too crazy. We'll cover it on the watch list. And then the 10-year, 10 years back to 4.5. So this was the first. This is literally where the craziness in April. So it could still wake back up again, or you need another clapper. Man, we chilled. Yeah, this is going to be a slower week. I'm sure you've got to feel it by now. Stocks rise for third session. Square's still going. That thing was up 5. I have the dollar up here. That might creep up. I don't think it'll do anything by the end of the day. I think at this point we see where we gap or not. You'll have some Boeing news with the overhang. That one's still holding down there. And then SPY's holding. A couple names on the high. Below ticker got a little active. And then bonds are just doing decent. And SPY is 5 points below its other high of the day. Oh, I love you too, Alex. God bless you, baby. I hope you had a good Monday. I can't believe this Monday is already over. It's been a wild one, but wild in terms of, I think, PHILO and other excitement, but we did nothing. But it's good. It's good that it flew by. Good that it flew by before we know it. We get through this week. We're going to have to fight a little bit with depending on what catalyst it gives us, but after that, we're just going to go straight into the big data. So maybe embrace that this week is calm because, you may look back and be like, wow, it's crazy. That's on CPI and NVIDIA week. So enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasts, baby. Enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah, BA was great. It was very, very good. It's very, very good, Habibi. We did it, Joe. We did it. Oh, Starbucks too. Yeah, 30-year, even Wednesday, you're going to get a 10-year bond auction. There's still a couple of events, but if anything, these weird earnings stop and goes and lack of data will do its thing. No, we haven't. We actually haven't negotiated a pump it up, believe it or not. So we'll have to see. The Intel. We covered that one last week, but if you are interested, I will throw that on the watch list for you. I got a couple good watch list questions for the day. A lot of play ones, and then I like the mortgage one, but y'all let me know if you have any more. Talked about the yen in like 2 to 3 days. You might have missed the watch list then, because we were talking about it Friday, because part of our expectation came true. But there's a lot of good yen breakdowns on the last week's watch list. I think on all the last 3 of the week. $5,500. Bradley Frizzle gets to represent Chad decisions. You know what? I'm kind of down with that. I think that could be a good elected official. All right. Well, next time I see Bradley Frizzle, I'll talk to him. So we could see. Disney to one. I think 130 is 2 standard deviations, right? I see you, baby. I see you. That's what's up. But I think, man, if it can do good, that'd be nice. It was at 122, and then, I mean, if we do hit 130, I think that does take you to that. That's like 2020 support levels, pretty much. The lows. That's where you even rent after the 2019. I think this is when they started. No, this wasn't even Disney Plus then. This was just straight Disney. They didn't do Disney Plus till like 2020-ish. Yeah, we'll make him the speaker of the Chad. So next time I see him, I'll ask him. If he agrees 5,500, then we will be able to get that. It will be good. Is Disney after close? No, it's tomorrow. You should know that. You have a good chat history. You have a brand new account made. So I am suspicious of you, my friend. So I'd hope you were paying attention. But your other comments insinuate that you know a lot about the market. But yeah, Disney earnings is tomorrow. We've already covered that one. Tomorrow pre-market. And then Microsoft had AI news from the morning. There's a stream alert out from that. That one's still up $5 since then. I didn't make a play on Disney, but it is pricing in, I think $7 is 1 standard deviation. Disney, I would have taken it if it didn't go up 50%. Some of them did calm down on 2 standards, but I'd wait. I think Disney, we actually ended up holding that one and it hit. You're back. Timeout was necessary. Well, good to have you, man. I'm glad that's your first message back, you know. So, amen, bro. Like I said, I ain't trying to ban people. I've been doing like 24-hour timeouts. If I would have banned you, but you know, I found the graciousness. So 24 hours at a time is a good way to work on ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So I'm down with that. So good to have you back, baby. So the spokesperson would be BFP, Bradley Frizzle Peach, kind of like KJP. Yeah, I think Bradley Frizzle though. I don't know if he's like press director. I think he's like speaker of the Peach, you know, or Peach of the House. Yeah, I do love Disney, but not the early move up. I could definitely agree with that one. On the watch list, can you explain why you think Drake is winning the beef? If I have enough time, if the other questions don't take me too long, I will include a Drake and Kendrick segment if there's enough time. Otherwise, that's it. The Prime Minister of Peach. Well, the earnings have been different. I mean, just flat out. Last quarter was a lot of fun and there was a lot of craziness. But then at the same time, it was like this time around, there hasn't been that many moves and the prices were higher. So that's the other thing. Battery Enovix cuts a third of its staff. Information, ENOV. How many companies have the name Enovix? Or that's Enovis? Or is that the right one? Because there's Enovis and then Enovix. And Enovix is the one getting clapped. It might be ENVX. Yeah, I showed my girl all the diss tracks, but by the end of it, she got mad. Because I kept playing the Kendrick song. They not like I listened to that song like 100 times. It's just a banger. Even, it's like one part diss track. The other part, I was just like, oh yeah, it's a banger. That's it. She got so mad. She was just getting annoyed by it. I'm like, nah, I'm sorry. They not like us. How many stocks do I got in stock? I'm telling you, I got crazy tin on there. You're gonna see, but you know, right time, right place. You know. A Forrest Frank track, isn't that dope? Wait, what is it? No Big Deal. I was listening to that one. Bro, I loved it. It was beautiful, even in the car too. Oh, dude, it was amazing. I loved it. I'm glad I got to show you guys that one on Friday, because I was vibing, bro. Bro, I started even my like meditation with it too, even yesterday. Like, I don't know, like I was even praying and reading. I was like, I want to listen to it, and I vibe, bro. Even the lyrics of it are beautiful, bro. Beautiful. On Nike and Paramount, what should I do? I'm down 15 on both. Just chill. I mean, if you're talking long term, I would just be chilling. At the end of the day, I like Nike way more than Paramount, but I mean, it's not too bad. On Netflix, show Chads how to meditate. It's hard. I mean, I'll just tell you this. Unless you feel like you need it, you probably won't ever do it. Or even if you do it without like a deep need for it, you'll never get the full effect. But that's where it starts. Need. That's when you realize the importance of it and how badly you need it. That is where it starts. Of Mustard on the Beat. No, you don't know why he did that? It's because in the first song before, Drake was trying to like talk about like people, and he was like, screw all. He was like, YG's like the only gangster out of LA, like, because he's friends with YG. But that's why Kendrick used Mustard to give him the beat, because that's YG's producer and homie. That's why Drake's like, you act like you know all these people and have these friends, but then he had Mustard do the damn beat on the song before. He was like, YG only one in LA, and then that's just disrespect, bro. Mustard on that beat, ho. And then what time? 23 minutes left. My DJ name would be DJ Cool Ranch. That's good. DJ Honey Barbecue Twists in the mix. Spot popping. It's still off the highs, but we've done these slow moves. I'm sure the volume is going to shock us if we look. 23 minutes left. Oh, yeah. 34 million in volume, bro. Maybe you'll do 50 million, but this is a pretty low volume day. My goodness. Welcome to May. Bull on the high. Microsoft still 2. I think Apple trading lower. I mean, that's just the Buffett effect. Netflix did good, and Meta, and then I think Amazon came up, but not as much. Actually, 0.8. So tech did come back up. Remember, sell in May and go away is like weird. It's over the last 10 years, only 2 Mays have gone down. So 8 of the last Mays in the last decade, 8 of them, if you bought in May and held on, you would have made money. So if you sold in May and went away, you would have lost money or missed out on opportunity in the last 8 of the last 10 years. So it's pretty crazy. It's kind of been a weird Wall Street adage, but it lately the trend in modern days has kind of flipped. Yeah, now I just go away and hold. That's good. You got the stats. I was talking about it prior, and I think this time everybody's a little bit more. Wait a minute. Because even last year was a lot of volatility and people were worried. And then last year we ripped. And that was after the banking crisis. And it was like, wait a minute. Hold on. Then if you think about it, I think the 1 year before that you sold off, but then every other year prior was green. So the 2022 made you worried a little bit. And then that was it. But yeah. Volume on Palantir's killing it. They're pricing in 14. They already moved 7 today. I mean, they got a lot going on, and then that's it. Now it's the earnings after the bell. No, prior on Reddit, what do they compare their numbers to? Analysts might have expectations still, but it'll just be the first results, and everyone's going to go from there. You just realized that Kendrick, right? There you go. Thank you. There you go. They not like us. Pins on the high. I forgot about that. I don't know. Snap. You got a good opportunity to sell covered calls, or we do it again and we wait till it breaks out, and then we sell them even more. But Snap came up a lot since that earnings. It's up 50%, I think, in the quarter. Just under that. About the Fed liquidity facility. Well, it's over now, but still going on. I mean, we talked about it the other day I think it came up in the quantitative tightening talks. I don't know. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll throw that on the watch list for you. Because I think the real effed up part is it's what we did. It's in the sense of what we effed up collateral, and then the Fed played a nice game of they ignored reality for a little bit, but that did ease conditions all of 2023 for the most part. But yeah, maybe I'll talk. We got a good question. I got like 5 or 6, so we'll see how long today's watch list is, what we could fit in there. But that's good. That's good. I mean, at least there won't be too much to talk about today, since everything was just chill. I'll stay for Palantir earnings for a little bit, but otherwise we've gone over all the previews. We only have 18 minutes left in the day. Yeah, Square's doing good. They sold off after their Friday beat, but they did come back up a little bit. And just them, too. PayPal's not playing along. Crocs, it's expensive. That's it. I think Crocs is Crocs is the guidance. It's either going to surprise so big to the upside and then rip, or it's going to fail this little turnaround story and then turn into Starbucks. So, like, literally, it's either going to turn into, like Estee Lauder or Adidas and they guide up, or it's going to be like, nah, we fully Starbucks. So it's expensive, though, unfortunately. 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviation. I mean, it's expensive, but I do think Crocs has the ability to, it's either going to turn into like big recovery or failure. There is a chance it does nothing and just stays in the same situation. But if I was going to play Crocs, that's the thing I like about it. PTLO? What's PTLO? I thought tomorrow's like Disney, Celsius, and Crocs in the morning. I don't own any Walmart, but I would like some in the long term. And I still have my long-term deposit. Woo! So remember, there's a lot of names I've been shopping for. And lately, I mean, every time I get my money, Pfizer's down. So I'm like, okay, well, never mind. But, this time around, a lot of plays came up. We were sitting on the cash. So we are looking good, brother. But yeah, so we have cash. Got $3,000 still. And then 300 on the other account. Wi-Fi trash, your message is gone. To my weakest thoughts. Last thing you were saying was AAL and whistleblowers. I didn't see the thing. Weakest stock rather than drip to not. I would just you want to take your dividends and use it to buy your stocks that are trading lower than reinvesting. I mean, to be honest with you, you can do that if you really wanted to. I mean, that's an interesting idea and you could get it. Me personally, I just like reinvesting into what I have just because if I like it, I'm going to want to own it. And then that way, if it does become successful, just like AbiVi, I would rather just, I like to know I reinvested into the winner the whole time. I had the Solve shares, yeah. That came from 3M. So if you had 3M shares, they gave you Solventum for free, and you kept 3M, and then the cost basis on 3M should have been lowered. So Solventum was free shares spinoff from 3M. So now you own 3M, and you got pretty much a dividend in terms of a spinoff company of their healthcare unit, which is growing a lot. Like Solventum's actually a pretty good company. We don't have that much in it because of the split or whatever, but Solventum is quite promising. DT on the high. Solventum is the future. It's a good company. That was the thing but then again, we'll see what 3M does without them now. And then 14 minutes left. What a day, bro. Monday flew by. Wall Street arrives at Milken in Beverly Hills.
Up, Carl. I was trying to think, who was going to be the biggest draw?
Follow me on Instagram at the Trade and Fraternity.
New York Fed a little bit earlier.
Right.
We had David Beckham.
Right.
Well, I didn't see, but we saw the line waiting for him.
Right here.
There's now a long line of people waiting to see Javier Milei.
Correct.
And we still got Elon Musk stopping by at some point today.
It's unbelievable. If you look at the reporting, this is considered to be, I think, one of the years where you're seeing the most people here and really the highest profile of speakers. And you can definitely see it. I mean, the excitement, but I never remember in terms of all of our broadcasts seeing the lineup and just people packed.
And you can really tell it also by the amount of security. There's much tighter this year than what we had in years past.
Absolutely.
A testament really to all the big players here. And we have another one coming up on the show right now. We want to talk a little bit about rising stock markets and kind of that plateau in Fed rate hikes, which has actually given a lot of corporate buyers more confidence in pursuing mergers and acquisitions. M&A volumes here in the U.S., they're up 60% year to date to more than $400 billion. Our next guest, she's advised on at least $40 billion in M&A transactions last year alone. And over the course of her career, almost $1 trillion worth.
She's seen a lot.
That includes big deals like Subway, the whole LVMH acquisition of Tiffany, as well as Home Depot's purchase a while back of HD Supply. Anu Ayagor joining us right now. She has been the global head of mergers and acquisitions at JP Morgan, but just last month had her role expanded and is now also the firm's global head of advisory. Anu, great to have you here on the big program.
Lovely to be here.
So M&A, it's back.
Yeah, much better than last year.
Yeah.
But that was a low bar.
Yeah.
And I feel like we should have David Beckham advertise M&A. Maybe that'll be the thing.
I think he could get a lot of people on board with it. I mean, your job, of course, is to kind of whisper in these folks' ears and really sort of get them on board with what you're doing. Why is the environment now maybe a little bit more amenable than what it was a year or 2 years ago? Is it all just about interest rates?
No, the biggest difference, I'd say, is certainty, more realistic valuation expectation from sellers, and a bit more, courage in dealing with the regulatory environment.
They did.
So if I break it down, right?
They sent the Rizzler. They sent him to Beverly Hills. The Fed treasuries today, we did not. See, but are you guys ready for this though? I'll give you a free piece of Kendrick beef. This is the only thing I don't appreciate about the beef that makes me suspicious. Weed news coming out sounds negative. Hot dog. It was already trading a lot lower. And then Jordan King Abdullah in meeting with Biden says Israel attack on Rafah threatens to lead to new massacre. But the one thing I don't like about the beef, both Kendrick and Drake said Ozempic in their songs, in one of their diss tracks. That's why I'm like, man, this is all brought to you by Eli Lilly and NVO. So, yeah, that Kevin Sabat that George's posted saying, I can now say with full confidence the administrator of the DEA and Milgram did not sign the rescheduling order, breaking with 5 decades of precedent and establishing law and regulations. 2 confidential sources inside DEA and another outside DEA with intimate knowledge tell me. So people are kind of responding to that. Again, it's just off of one of these reporters. He's from Newsweek. That's crazy. He's saying if that is true. Market keeps going. Well, we're recovering a lot of that pressure. And remember, I just showed it. 10 years back to 4.5. So remember, it was like April, I think it was around the same time. Actually, markets held up a lot better. Markets didn't start giving up till the 12th, but bonds are already there. But remember, when we started climbing to 4.75, we had that pressure. Now bonds are back up. So we're kind of getting that bond and equity catalyst. But this week now, there's not that much pressure. It'll just be whatever the earnings bring, and then whatever CPI does, I'm sure it'll start to turn us around. When do we get to pump it up? We'll see next. The peacher of the house. Well, we'll have to talk to him. 870 feels very boring. It is boring. I mean, it's low volume. I feel like those two are synonymous. Low volume, boring. They mean the same thing. But it has been a very calm day. There's no events. I mean, all day. Today was literally 7 hours of Israel headlines back and forth to just bring oil in a weird cuck of half of what it was. So, and then mix that into just some of the other stuff like currencies, and then we'll see more of the Asia stuff will open up tomorrow. Don't sleep too much on the China. Palantir, room to run, baby. Well, if you played the pre-earning, you would have got a dub off of it, but it's pricing in 14%. It's up 7 right now. I mean, there's a lot in store, and I'm sure there's a lot of eyes. And I think it has a high short interest, too, which could add to it. Disney, we went over it, but the plays are expensive. I mean, if you want to, you can. Literally, by the morning, the Disney plays are up there. I didn't make a play on them, but I think Disney could be a good post one. Disney is important, though, so it's pricing in generally around the same earnings. So it's pricing in 6 or 7. Last time they moved 11. So if you think it's going to have that type of powerhouse, then yeah. But like I'm saying, the premiums did go up a lot just in the last couple of hours, even in the first hour of the morning. I like Datadog. I kept an eye on that one, but that one's still a little pricey too. Everything you got to pay for. So unfortunately, you have to have a general idea of what you think these companies will do. Cruise on the high, Oscar. High ticker's still pretty active. I mean, the damn SPY is into the high. So you already had your 10-minute rigged, final 5 in like a minute and a half. Or 2, yeah. Guild on the high, SPY 572.51. So this is a level. I think even 51.78 is next. No, 72. Yeah, then 78, and then we fill the gap. So tomorrow we'll probably be dancing around 5,200. That's the gap we still need to fill. And again, this was the reaction to after the rates were already hitting 475. Disney 79 to 116 quickly. I mean, it's been almost a year, no? I feel like we've had Disney for a while, but yeah. It was about a year ago. I guess 6 months. And then before that, it was at 100 1 year ago. And then 2 years ago, it's still down, about 12, 13%. Very interesting, but yeah. It has been 6 months since that bottom, but then it was already struggling before. And then we thought it would go up, and then it just, and then that real October low. The last update from the ceasefire was that Saudi Arabia was not down. Then Israel said they're going to send negotiators still, but they plan on moving forward with Rafah. And oil is just right in the middle of that candle when it all came out. So there's final 5 is just rocketing, man. Hi. So let's see. I mean, 51.78. This is that top end of the level. It's going to be like 51.86, and then you fill the gap, and then that's about it. But Chattadonia, I think it's time, baby. I think it's time. We got to bring it home, man. I can't believe it. 7 hours in the books already. We made it this far, but it's time that we land the plane. So I'm here to let you guys know it's about to get really, really loud in here. When you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to protect your ears. And why you need to protect yourself, because the loud noises that happen unexpectedly on YouTube are very dangerous. I learned this by being a YouTuber. Everybody has let me know, Josh, it's serious. Josh, the music, my ears are bleeding. Oh, they ruined my life. I've heard a lot of bad things. And honestly, what you guys have shown today, we actually had a lot less timeouts in bans today. So you guys are a great group of people. I don't think you deserve anything negative in your life, okay? And even if you do, it's an opportunity to grow. But I'm just here to let you know that when I say earmuffs, it's going to get really loud, and you should protect yourself unless you willfully enjoy those things. So that's on you, man. That's on you. You make up your mind, but the safe word is earmuffs, okay? Earmuffs, okay? Earmuffs. It's not a drill. This is not a drill. This is real. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be our nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 67 degrees, mostly sunny. Looks like the market mostly green. So beautiful day unless you bought a put. But the good news is we're no longer to COVID guidelines until the election. So no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please slide down to flight attendant, and we'll get you there as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. That's it, man. I can't believe 7 hours. Dude, it feels like the day just started, bro. Oh, man. I hope you're ready for another week of me, Chad, because we don't have that much, but it's crazy. It's already almost over. Are you kidding me? So that's it. You still got earnings after the bell. Lucid, Palantir, a couple of others, and you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. If you're going to make a move on earnings, Palantir, Lucid, MHCP, anything in between, you got to make up your mind. You have less than 30 seconds, a little bit of data. A couple of countries open back up tomorrow. Even Disney in the morning. What am I saying? There's more earnings. You have less than 15 seconds to wrap it up. So, Chatadonia, bring it home. Finalize those plays right now. That's it. Shares, options, futures. You got to make up your mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books to start off the week. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, participated, brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info, news. You are in the game, baby. You didn't get timed out. You didn't get banned. Good game. Way to hold it down. Let's go. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. Are you in the game? Do you got sportsmanship or not? That's what matters. Let's go, baby. I see you, Twitch. I see you, baby. I see you, baby. Way to hold it down. I hope you know we stronger as one. Let's go. Members, non-members, my honoraries. You threw in a dono. You didn't have to. You show love. You answered a Chad's question, baby. That's what I'm talking about. You fed the long term. You cared about your future self. Good game. GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. GG, bro. God willing, I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, bro. Good game. You play good. GG.
My money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop out the key of the
game. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Oh, Palantir. Oh, yeah. Oh, Palantir. Is it out? I like this song. I like that song, though. Let's see. All right, let me check Palantir. But Chatadonia, that's it. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. That is the day. I don't have Palantir earnings out yet. So hold on. They might be hoeing you real quick. I don't think Palantir's out. So I know you guys want that one in Lucid, but I don't think that one is there. Yeah, man. Shout out the members, baby. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have to. They didn't have to, bro. But they holding it down, baby. That's what I'm saying. You didn't have to contribute today, but you did. You know what I'm saying, baby? Let's go. Oh, there it is, Palantir. Adjusted EPS, 8 cents a share. Estimate 7.9. Revenue 634. Estimate 615. See second quarter revenue 649 to 653. Estimate 6. That sounds like a great beat. That sounds like a beat and guide up. Am I tripping? Nah, I think Palantir low-key just killed it and guided up. So remember, they were already up 7, and they're priced in 14. So once this says 21%, that will be 2 standard deviations. Or no, that'll be 1 standard deviation. Excuse me. So yeah, 21% net change on the day. That'll be it. But yeah, they beat and raised, it looks like. Palantir. Huh? Did he say it? Palantir? I think that's it. Oh, it's the next one. Hims? Yeah, that's the other one. Hims moves a lot too. Axon. I don't know if Axon is out. Realty Income. Oh, it does come out. Axon to acquire. Axon did come out, yeah. I wanted to look up Hims. So, yeah, Axon's already out. They're up 5. They had revenue of 461. Net sales 460.7, up 34% year over year. Annual recurring revenue 825. Cloud services 176 million. They have Axon Cloud Service? Damn. Net income 133, supports non-GAAP net income of 89 million and adjusted EBITDA of 109. And then they raised full year outlook range 194 to 199 from 188 to 194. So yeah, they raised it. OMG, Hims is real. Did you so you bought minoxidil? Proud of you, bro. Proud of you. Hims. I'll be talking about Hims. Evidence in their cloud. Yeah, bro, I didn't think about that. I'm like, damn. So not only do they have the body cams, they're like, you need cloud storage for all of your crimes. What? And then Palantir still moving up. They beat and raised, but that needs to show 21% to hit one standard deviation. So beat and raised is actually still trading below. Palantir was pricing in 14%. So you got a couple more and then it was already up 7 on the day, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think Hims is out yet. Again, I think Axon beat and raised. I don't know how it compares, but I know Axon raised full year guidance, so they're still killing it. You bought boner pills from Hims? Yeah, well, I think they made like 300% margin on you because you were too embarrassed to just tell your doctor. Because that's how it is. So, like, all those companies, especially for the boner pills, that's how it's set up. You're paying the boner ashamedness fee of roughly 300%. So, that's what they do. That's it. They know. I'm telling you, Hims is preying on every man insecurity out there. And they have a way to profit off of it. So, Hims is popping. I don't see it out yet. Hold on. Hey, yo, UPS Chief Financial Officer Brian Newman to depart. I don't have Hims out yet, but it's starting to pop. And then Hexil came out. I think Hims might be out, but I don't have it yet. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's on their website. Revenue 278.2, up 46 million. Net income of 11.1. Adjusted EBITDA of 32.2. I just don't have the expectation. Subscribers grew to 1.7 million, up 41% year on year. I think they beat subscribers by 100,000. And then raises full year guidance 1.2 billion to 1.23. Adjusted range to 120 to 135. Let me see. Oh, no, yeah, they raised full year by a lot. And I think they beat on members. But they're already up 22. They were pricing in 15. They're actually already moving that. So this is one standard deviation right now on Hims. Oh no, what's it? Lucid? I don't know if Lucid came out yet. You can't trade options after market unless it's an ETF on an index, and you only have 15 minutes. Oracle. But yeah, Lucid, I don't have Lucid numbers yet. I mean, Palantir sadly is the beat and raise, but they were just pricing in a ton. Even Hims, this is right now one standard deviation, but they beat and raised. So again, I think they just raised full year guidance by 10-15% on Hims. MSOS down more after hours. Is that news confirmed? Because that was all speculation. HIM's now above 1 standard EV. Again, 30% is what you need for 2. Hype for the watch list, baby. Well, even then, on that note, since we already got most of the earnings here, I don't think I'm going to make any follow-up plays here, but is there any final questions? Otherwise, thank you guys for being here, man. I hope you enjoyed today. I will have the watch list for you. Go check out all the other links, but if you do have any questions, I already have a couple that I wrote down, but you know, I'm down for more good questions, and I'll pick and choose. But if you have been liking the watch list, I would love to include some of this for you. You let me know. Restocking SGD. I don't know if you'll get a restock. If anything, we might have to do a buyback first, but I wouldn't plan for more SGD ones. Maybe another one. San Diego meetup. No, but that other comment's going to get you banned. You know, I do 24 hours, but honestly, after hours, the vibe, and you know, that's your only message of the day. I don't think we're going to be, even though you're a local, it sucks. You are a SoCal local, but I guess we are not going to vibe, Logan, unfortunately. So I'll see you again here if you choose to come back, but thank you for your participation. But any other good questions? I don't know, but people have been asking for a meetup, so I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but I don't have any planned anytime soon. I've not done anything with MPW. Surprisingly, that question did not come out as much as I thought. Will quantum easing in 2025 affect? Quantum easing, you mean quantitative, right? I'm like, that sounds like an AI thing. It could if yields would go lower if we end up doing that. Question for now: who you pick, Dot or Drake? It's obvious. You should know by now. It's easy. That's an easy question. That's not a difficult question. That's all. It's a very easy. I love this sport though, and I will say I'll find competitors, and I'm glad this has been one of the best things I've seen in hip hop in a while. You know what I'm saying? I needed it. It was good. This is the most like hip hop I've listened to low key in a while. Like I love it, and I think it's been a great sport by both sides. But you know, it's obvious. It's obvious. Soul pretty like her face. Is that Uncle's line? Yes, it is. I've seen people misinterpret that one, but yeah, that is. It says soul pretty like her face. I don't know. Yeah. You know, because the Lord says, you know, it's the soul that matters. You know what I'm saying? Like it really does. Above all else, beauty is fading. You know, so there's something that is most important. You know what I'm saying, man? But yeah, any other? Let me see what else we got. What other names? What other questions we got? Just a general statement. Love you guys. Feel at home every time. Amen, bro. Me too. Every morning. All right. On Carvana earnings, it seems impossible. Honestly, that's not fair, Michael. How many people in here have heard me talk about Carvana earnings to a level of depth, even where I've even showed emotion on Carvana earnings? So, Michael, I think that's fairly unfair for you to blame your lack of listening on me, my friend. You know what I'm saying? What to say? It's impossible to get a reaction out of me. Come on, dog. I've given it. But no, you said that earlier, so I even answered your question, dog. Dark side of trading, algos and insider trading, how efficient they are. It's a good call. I'll write that down if I have time. That's a good one. That's why, bro, I'm telling you, I've been loving this, though. You guys have been saying dope questions. If I see them, I'm just throwing them all in a document, and, you know, depending on the day and how we could get it out there. I mean, again, if you guys really care about these questions, I like to write up a little thing. So Shopify, come to is it tomorrow? Yeah, I think tomorrow, because they're going to report in the morning. We're going to go over the preview, but low-key, a lot of these names have already ran, but we're going to do earnings previews then, and I'll be able to give you an opinion. Otherwise, I don't like to look at the earnings till the day before, and today's a good example because some of these names have just rocketed up and moved already. Again, that UPS news, that was after hours. CFO is leaving. I don't know if O is out yet or not. I could check. Yeah, they report FFO 105 versus estimate of 104. Revenue 1.26 billion versus 1.15. Normalized FFO 417 to 429 versus estimate of 422. Reaffirms AFFO of 413 to 421. Estimate was 416. Reaffirms same store rents of increase of 1%, and then reaffirms 98% occupancy. Mm-hmm. All right. An airplane shot down in Michigan? No. The only thing I saw that was hilarious, and I was like, damn, that's crazy. Did you see the protesters on campus? And then I don't know what they both thought was going to happen, but there was like a Israel side and then a Palestine side. And then both of them were just like, F Joe Biden. But then both of them were saying the exact same thing. I was like, wait a minute. Aren't y'all supposed to have different chants? But I guess they all agreed. That was my funny of the weekend. That's what I saw. Like, that was pretty funny. Yeah, the Great Unifier, low key, man. You go to school there? No way. What's it been like? Do you actually go there? Email me from your student account, and I want to interview you. I want to talk to you about it. And then you're be like, but then again, it doesn't matter because you're just one student. That's what they keep doing. They'll like interview two students and be like, so this two students said something. I think this describes the whole generation. Is that accurate? Yes? Okay, good. Like, man, I don't know, college. I would love to go to a college campus, though, right now. I wonder how much it's changed now that I'm a boomer. You know what I'm saying? But, like, what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And capitalize on pre-earnings run-up. That's a great... I like that question a lot, Odd Lot. I think I might get that one on there today. Again, it just all depends on the timing, but that is a good question. Datadog's in the morning. Yeah, a lot of the earnings are in the morning. Hamas supporters align with Trump supporters. That's one way to put it, or you could just say broader discontent amongst Americans. I don't know. I don't like. That's kind of rarely do you see two sides disrupting, making protests for something, all saying the same chant. I think there's some people who like war and some who don't. That is one way to put it, though. That your way does work as well. So we'll see. But Chattadonia, I think that's all. I think that's all that we have. No more. That's the day. I will have the watch list for you. You guys left me with some amazing questions, so I will go over all of those. But for real, if you gave me your time today, you didn't wind up getting clapped, that means you are respecting everybody in here, man, and holding it down. All I could say is thank you and God bless you, and I hope I made the most of your time. I hope you got like the Bowen news and other things early, but for real, thank you for your time. Thank you for respecting everything and what we've already gone through, and hopefully I see you on the watch list and tonight, but that's all I got for you. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why we don't pray for the challenge to go away, baby. We rise up to it. You grow with it, baby. Why you let crisis confirm who you are, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. Thank you all for being here. Enjoy your day, and I will see you on the watch list. That's it. That's all we got. That's all we got, man. I don't know if I have Uncle. Can I? If all goes well, I hope this could. Let me find out on the approval, but you should be able to get this soon, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a banger, bro. It's a banger. It's a banger.
Yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state, but devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state, but devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know. No.
Tell them that.
I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man, he would travel many.
That's it, man. That's it. It's soon. It's soon, baby. It's soon. Oh. Chattadonia, you have a great, great, wonderful evening. Okay, I'll see you on the watch list, baby. Finish out your day with just amazingness, okay? That's it. You better meditate today, man. I'm going to just keep reminding you till you do it, man. You don't have to. That's it. Like I said earlier, you got to feel the need. You got to, I don't know. It's hard to explain, baby. You'll get the full song very, very soon, man. Very, very soon. But, Chad, I love you all. God bless you. I will see you tonight and peace. Hey. Yeah, why the protesters saying my name? Screw you. Fuck you. I'll make your loans free. Why are you guys crying? Calm down. Jeez, free money. Why do you come on? You're American. You're supposed to be focused on what's happening here. I give you money. You just come on. Drake, put out a new song. I know. It's a damn shame. You have both parties protesting the guy who got you into wars. I know. It's a shame. They said Donald Trump would start wars. Oh, that didn't age well. You have a good night, Chad. Exactly. I don't know all I know is that it's going to be a slow week, and you better get a long term. I'll reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening.